And we're back. There's something quite alarming about that. This keeps happening. Or it's been happening recently. For some reason or another, it just cuts the stream. Didn't used to have problems like this before. I don't think it's my internet connection because I'm able to still chat with people and still see chat. I'm not sure if it's the stream input, if it's the server being if it's the server if it's disconnecting from the stream server. I don't know. But what solves it is restarting Streamlabs, so it might be a software issue. Sorry about that, but we are back. I'm not sure what was going on there. But here we are, back to it. Yeah, I'm not sure where I got cut off. I was just talking about how the three of us really are drifting apart. When we were kids, Solana, Cal, and Nem used to play a lot together. And we were so innocent. But now, Cal is really owning up or really growing into his pacifist role. Nem wants to fight. She thinks that's how she'll be able to defend the colony. And Solana is just... I don't know what Solana's going through right now. Cal has such strong convictions. To be fair, yeah. It's one of the things you like best about him, even if you don't always agree with them. And it's just considering the reality that we're in right now. I'm with Nem for the simple fact that every glow we're attacked. And you can't defend yourself, Cal. People are gonna die because of you. Right? That's where Nem's coming from. Physically strong boy who isn't afraid to get in touch with his emotions. Pacifist, loves animals. Him. And I was talking about also, like, I don't know if I got disconnected, Fisher, but about the thing about animals. I'm pretty sure he doesn't kill animals, but what about the eggs, for example, where taking the eggs of that creature and we're eating it and turning it into food. I'm not sure about Cal's diet. But I guess he's more in terms of, the human side of things. Like, being a pacifist does not mean you're a vegetarian. So, I'm not sure yet. I think Cal is about, in terms of humanity and social relations with other humans, he's a pacifist. But I'm not sure yet about his stance on eating animals or eating their eggs. You're eating their babies. I don't know. I missed that conversation with Cal. You spent a few hours following Cal through the garden. Why did I say dragon? Where did dragon come from? Through the garden. The adults have given him a portion of land to plan out for the next planting season. Also, he is now head of geoponics, head cultivator. It's insane. Well, he's 18 now. What? He's 18? Oh god, he's 18. Enjoy dinner, Fisher. Thank you again for hanging out. And thank you for the lurk. We'll see you in a bit. You could tell Cal is okay. It's a big responsibility, but instead of feeling proud, you can tell Cal is a little distracted by your conversation. He keeps looking over in Anemone's direction, but she seems determined to ignore him. When you finally head out, you're just as dirty as he is. Dirt sticks under your nails, no matter how many times you wash your hands. Ugh. I feel like I'm missing out on a location here. Oh well. We are popular, so let's get those kudos. Alright. This is our first time delivering supplies. For the new... Maybe we'll meet more people, right? You pass the construction yard on your way to pick a delivery at the depot. Rex waves you over. Hey, come look at this. he says, leading you over to where a portion of the heliosphere is being married to the old living quarters with a scaffolding of mushwood. Isn't this wild? It's like our two ships are actually becoming one. He throws his arm around your shoulder. It's like a metaphor. Get it? The colony and us from the Helio learning how to work together. How we build our environment affects how we live, you know? You should come by and help me, he continues. It's really fun. You get to build things, and the construction crew is really nice. And you get to hang out with me. Wait, why not start right now? He hands you a plas cutter, a gun-shaped tool that emits a thin beam of superheated plasma. I already got one. No time like the present, right? Zeke says we always need more workers here. But you do have another job that you promised to do. Huh. I've got a job to do. Sorry, Rex. Wow, I'm loyal to the colony. Rex thwaps himself on the forehead. Oh, duh, of course. You've always got something going on. He lets you get back to work with a wave and a smile. Ouch. Okay. Maybe we should have helped Rex. Solana, live a little, please. This is really the highest we can go. No. We missed out on 1 point. New perk! Extra card draw. Nice. Mara surveys the colony like a queen regarding her subjects. I've been thinking about ways to improve this trash heap, she says. The problem is getting people to listen to my ideas. Oh, we already talked about this. She really does not like us. Goodbye. Oh, Nem. She's slowly being indoctrinated. It's been a while since I got out to explore, but we're gonna get kudos. Okay, we delivered the stuff. We worked for the depot. We have 690. We should look at the store. What are these cakes? Are they like single-use 7-power items? Plus 20 combat. Wow, plus 2 bonus to strength bears. 2 times bonus for strength bears. You know what? Wait. Do we have space? Nah, once you get the 4th perk. No, wait. Wait, oh. Plus 2 to last card. Plus 1 to challenges, plus 1 to biology. You know what? I think I'm gonna buy this. I'll buy it closer to glow season. What should I do today? I get kudos, so let's work back at the farm. Which gives us the most kudos? 15 kudos. Xenobotany. We can't leave things unfinished. I think enough time has passed for Solana to feel okay being in the lab. You visit your mom's little garden. There's a small shrine set up in memory of her and your father. Her favorite flowers? His old boots. On Earth, they used to put whole bodies into boxes and bury them underground. The colonies always skipped the decomposition step, using a process to quickly render bodies into nutrient-rich mulch. Your mom and dad stipulated that their remains would be used here, added to the dirt they tended so lovingly in life. Sitting here, I feel like they could just be around the corner. Talk to them. About what? How much you miss them. You spend some time talking in the general direction of the shrine about how much you miss your mom and dad and how unfair it is that they died so young. You know that the whole colony is your family, but being orphaned at 16 is still a heavy blow. You imagine your mom ruffling your hair and telling you to toughen up and getting a warm bear hug from your dad. You hear footsteps behind you and the creaking of the little garden gate. Cal kneels beside you and gazes at the shrine. I miss them too, he murmurs. I know I already have more parents than the average person, but your mom and dad were kind of like my parents too. They taught me everything I know about agriculture and how to care for animals. He smiles sadly. I hope I can be half the farmer they were. Who's in charge of geoponics now? We know it's Cal. Accept Cal's hug. Fall to pieces and blubber your eyes out. That feels like a good option. I think Solana's been trying to hold it in for too long. And I think seeing them together in this shrine and surrounded by flowers and everything that reminds her of them, she'll fall to pieces and blubber her eyes out. Your parents are gone and they're not coming back. It's all too much. Most of the time you can keep it together, but then something will happen that reminds you of them, and it all comes crashing back over you, swallowing you up in grief. Cal holds you, but you don't think anything will ever make this pain go away. It's so weird to ask this at this moment. Like, who's in charge of geoponics now? Thanks, I needed that. You and Cal sit and contemplate your parents' memorial shrine for a while longer. Eventually, Cal has to get back to work. He lets you know it's okay to take the day off if you need to. This is so strange. Like, I can't believe he's like 18. He's 18. Get to work. He's an adult. And I'm still a kid. I guess he's like the older brother that that Solana never had. Sort cards by suit. Huh? Oh, I didn't know you could sort it like this. Oh. Learning this only now. +2 bonus to pairs. Oh, that's gonna become a 4 though. If I put this. Hmm. Hmm. Alright, I think that's it. What? Missed out on 2 points. It's fine. It's becoming a routine now. Let me go to the gate. At least this is a new friend. Continue their virtual tours. I do not have a stick for you. Maybe Rex appreciates anything. Or what did a dog appreciate? Wow, what's got... Huh. So Nam keeps huddling closer with this guy. Vase is about 2 clicks removed from flat out ignoring you. Go bother Rex if you like him so much, he snaps. Just don't believe anything he says about me. You don't know the whole story, and he'll lie to anyone to make himself look good. So are you telling me he is like Mr. Peanut Butter? Nem is leaning on the fence that goes around the outdoor yard, watching Vase. Nem! I need to up my social skills. Or how about engineering? You know, let's tutor the children. Nougat is 10, and you don't think she stood at... Oh, and you don't think she stood still since she was born. She's having trouble in the classroom setting, but that's why you're here. Some kids just need more help than others to stay focused. She's working on using her fingers to spell out words to match images on her holopalm. Her chubby little kid hands are unsteady, and her letters are pretty misshapen. That's pretty normal for most of the kids you tutor, but Nougat just doesn't seem to be getting any better no matter how many times you drill letters. It feels like you have to tell her the same things over and over, because she says okay, but just keeps making the same mistake. I never seen an elephant, Nougat says, jabbing her finger at the hologram. Or a lion. Did you see a lion, Solana? You've never seen any Earth animals, except for on holovids. Like Nougat, you were on a spaceship, already hurtling away from Earth. You've never even seen a dog, despite learning all about them in class when you were a kid. Well, we have a human dog now. Nougat has trouble with imaginary concepts, like elephants and holo screens. It makes it hard to keep her attention. Go looking for some inspiration. Change the assignment to vertumnant animals. Try writing on real paper. Let's try writing on real paper. You can tell Nougat is getting frustrated with the entire concept of using a holopalm. For someone as passionate as she is about sports ball, she has a lot of trouble with the fine motor skills and the fake reality of a holo screen. You pull a few sheets of paper and a box of crayons from the classroom nano printer. Nougat's face lights up. Really? She says. You nod, and she excitedly tears into the box of crayons. That's the great thing about everything being nano-printed. Every box of crayons is a new box, with fresh points and unbroken crayons. While Nougat happily misspells animal words on her sheets of paper, we log into the classroom evaluation rubric and make a note that Nougat should be allowed to use real paper for assignments, even if the assignment requires the use of a holopalm. This accommodation might help her until she feels more confident using her holopalm. I remember, she's super annoyed having a holopalm. Chief Engineer Instance reviews the change and approves it, and sends you a few kudos to thank you for taking the time to think outside of the box for Nougat. Nice. don't have any other gems though. Is 38 the highest we can go? Yep, I think that's the highest we can go. I think. No! Missed out on 3 points. I've been thinking of changing my sleeping habits, Tang says. If I only need to sleep 8 out of every, say, 36 to 48 hours, must they be endured all at once? Imagine the efficiency of taking a 15-minute nap every 4 hours instead. Why, that's practically no time at all. You could. What's my reasoning? Almost there. New perk! +1 to mental cards. Yeah. We're getting smarter. Reading books. Vase looks exasperated by your presence. Hey, it's Rex's little buddy, he says, scowling. Get out of here before I have to send him a message about how I don't want his little gang of dickwits sticking up my garrison. He cracks his knuckles. You're not going to like my choice of medium. Oh, he's 20. He looks so young. I feel like I should be giving people more gifts. How are my relationships anyway? Right, we almost have we're almost maxed out animals. Let's continue working on our social skills. Reasoning and empathy. So reasoning for Tangent, to get the card from Tangent, and empathy. That's for tutoring for children. +2 biology. We don't need biology anymore. We are so good at it. Unless you want for special events. +1 engineering, 2 reasoning, and friendship with Tangent and Nomi Nomi. Huh. It's been a while. Let's study engineering. It's been a while since you've taken a physics class. You wonder who they got to teach it after Professor Hal died. He was the teacher back on the ship. Who could possibly replace him? Congruence is waiting placidly for class to begin. Oh, Solana, hello, she says as you take your seat. It's been a while since you joined us to learn about the grand world of physics. Don't be surprised. I'm teaching this class now in Professor Hal's absence. What are you having for dinner, Fisher? Welcome back for a bit. You didn't miss much. We just tutored the kids, and now we're doing some engineering. We're working on our studies now. I feel like Solana's been focusing on her schooling now, and we're gonna see where that goes. Oh, chicken curry sounds delicious. It's been a while since you joined us to learn about the grand world of physics. Don't be surprised. I'm teaching this class now in Professor Hal's absence. Today, Congruence teaches you about machine learning and the development of artificial intelligences. Congruence has been a part of your life for as long as you can remember. It's hard to imagine a time when people didn't have access to such a powerful, all-knowing intelligence. How did people used to learn anything? This becomes blue. Got it. Why is it a +1? Oh, +1 to mental blue cards. Got it, got it. What should I do? It's blue, da-ba-dee, da-ba-dee. Yep. We got this 5. No, this is a strong card. Radioactive plant is 9. I got sick for Solana got sick for this. All right. Ugh, two stars. Whatever. Whoa, it's glow already? I didn't even realize. Why is everything going so fast? Ah, I'm gonna buy a gun. Cal looks troubled as you enter the gardens. Do you hear that? He asks, cocking his head to the side. Usually, all the critters make more noise than this. I wonder what's going on. Gun. 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 Was that a good purchase? I don't know. I don't care right now. I just had a talk with Cal about defending the colony. So we're gonna... Same thing I do with every glow season. We're gonna go into the barracks and train. This is standing stock still, staring out into the wilderness. It doesn't matter what we do or how hard we fight, he mutters. Nature's going to win in the end. It always does. That doesn't mean we should just lie down and die, this. He frowns. If you always knew the attacks were coming during glow, why weren't you Stratos better prepared? That's just common sense. Okay. Nem breaks off from her squad and greets you with a nod of her head. What's up, Solana? She really did join, huh? Well, I'm gonna do my part. We can run and gun, Fisher. That is the way Solana's going right now. It's a hostile planet. Even though the planet has a right to kill us, being in our position, what the hell do we do? There have been no way to negotiate with the creatures of this land, if there's even a possibility of doing so. Let's do something different. What's our perception? Compared to defense training. 2 combat, 1 animals. Oh, our combat is already maxed out with a gun. So let's go and look out Judy. The dim, sleepy glow of the season makes it so hard to stay awake. Oh wait, we can get combat perks still. Anyway, this is fine. This is something new we haven't done before. The dim, sleepy glow of the season makes it so hard to stay awake. You stumble and yawn through your shift every day, blearily trying to keep your eyes on the smudge of the tree line. Only the worry that the colonies usually attack during glow keeps your eyes open. You have to be ready to sound the alarm when, not if, it happens. Let's do this. Cursed hand. You usually play lookout? I see. Hey, that'll work well. Yeah, gaining perception. Awesome. You're on lookout, Judy, when you see it. A break in the tree line. A dark shape lumbering out of the forest and into the fire breaks surrounding the colony. +1 colony defense. No, not one, two. Two faceless creatures. You sound the alarm. Obviously, we're gonna join the fray. You grab a plas rifle and report to the front, where a line of soldiers has taken up arms and is waiting for orders. The colony prepares to defend itself against the two building scale faceless, as well as teeming swarm of smaller xenos that seethe towards you. Hold steady, orders Security Chief Rhett. Keep the line. No! Governor Lum yells, running from the front gates to the front of the defensive line. He elbows Rhett out of the way and waves his arms wildly. Bring them closer! Draw them in! Rhett stops himself from shoving Lum back, but just barely, you can tell. Are you serious? He retorts. We can't let them any further into the colony. We're going to fight them on our territory, Lum cries, raising his blast rifle over his head with one hand. I can't wait until this guy gets devoured. We have the walls, let's use them. We'll let them come inside and pick them off one by one. We can't pick off a faceless, Rhett sputters from the sidelines. Lum smiles maniacally. You can see the gleam of his teeth from here. I have a plan, he roars. Just follow my lead. And with that, he turns and begins to run towards the approaching animals, roaring taunts and firing wildly into the fray to draw them close. Who knows, he might have a good idea. At a loss, Rhett motions you all to fall back and let the animals approach. The area just inside the gates becomes a swirling melee of smaller xenos and blast rifles fire, the two faceless lumbering slowly behind. Get in there? Try to stay out of the way? Well, I want to fight. But, whoa, wait. He has a plan, right? I'm not sure. Like, this is kind of vague for me. Like, try to stay out of the way, meaning let him, like, follow the plan of our governor, or run away from the fight. I'm not sure what this entails exactly. See, motions you all to fall back and let the animals approach. So, stay out of the way. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with that. Like, that was not the plan to, like, charge in and do that. Okay, we're gonna stay out of the way. Stay out of the way. Let's do this. 86. That shouldn't be too hard. That becomes a red, however. Fun times. Maybe I should redraw my hand. What if I do... Yep, red is no good for this hand. I think I want to redraw. I think I'm going to redraw. But we're going to lose this 9. Hmm. You know what? Maybe let's stick with this. Yeah. We still have 2 more rounds. We can get this down. Oh, that's a whole lot of not red. All right. All right. I can work with this. $30. Then we need $36. Not much better, but we work with what we have. Okay, 36. 36 is doable. This becomes a 5. Yes, this becomes a 5. 5. Oh. This might be the best hand we can make without of this. Win! Good defense. You're not exactly a professional soldier, but you manage to hold your own against the Xenos, even though you still scream and retreat when something gets too close. You don't injure any humans with your blast rifle, at least. Thank you for the anonymous gift. Anonymous gifter, enjoy your sub, Fisher. No more annoying ads, and you get access to the cats. Thank you so much, whoever you are, anonymous gifter. Thank you for supporting the channel. Out of the artillery smoke wafting over the battlefield, Lum comes running. Here they come! Here they come. I hope this is a good idea. He shouts joyfully. I'll just do that in celebration. Yeah. Out of the artillery smoke... Oh. Out of the artillery smoke wafting over the battlefield, Lum comes running. Oh, yeah, and also enjoy your dragon egg. That's a sub badge that we have here. Coincidentally, House of the Dragon's also screening right now, but that egg actually hatches depending on the number of months. So you can see the one I have now is that is a 13-month dragon. So that is a little fun thing there just to give it more. But again, I hope to provide better value for the sub. I really appreciate it. People subbing to this channel. I want to be able to provide more original content and better content. But yes, enjoy that dragon egg. You're not exactly a professional soldier. Lump. Here they come, here they come. He shouts joyfully and plows through the gates with the 2 faceless galloping behind them. It's without a doubt idiotic and horrendously dangerous. You can't help it. You hit record on your holopalm and film the ensuing chaos. You catch a glimpse of Chief Rhett putting his hand over his face and sighing. A squad of Helio soldiers takes up the charge and helps shepherd the faceless into the open area in the middle of the colony. You have horrible flashbacks to the first time you saw a faceless inside the walls. From the looks on the faces of the other Stratos, you're not the only one. Then, you're all thrown to the ground by a tremendous explosion. Fire engulfs the center square, roasting the 2 faceless in an inferno that blasts the sweat from your pores. Rocks and chunks of dirt patter all around you, with the occasional thunk of burning mushwood. Those soldiers nearest the blaze all recoil in surprise. Clearly, no one but Lum knew that the square had been rigged with explosives. You don't think anyone was caught in the blast, but it was close. Risky. Lum stands before the blaze, laughing and firing at the two tortured faceless as they roast to death. You raise your hollow palm to capture the image, his silhouette dark against the column of flame. An anonymous tipper. Well, the receipt will show up on the PayPal. Whatever account you use, thank you so much for the support. Always. You got injured by it in your first playthrough? By the faceless? I chose not to fight against the faceless. I think we tried to save Calm and Nem. His silhouette dark against the column of flame and smoke. It is ridiculously dangerous and stupid, but it does look pretty cool in your recorded footage. People filter out of their hiding places. Oh, by the explosion? Because you got in there. I think that's what would have happened if you did so, right? People filter out of their hiding places, shielding their faces from the heat coming off the bonfire in the middle of the square. On the horizon, the first watery rays of quiet sunrise are struggling to make a dent in the hot orange glare. The colony's fire suppression system is turned on the square, revealing the charred corpses of the two faceless. It's 2 now, then it's gonna be 3 next, and then essentially the whole planet. Utopia walks by with a reclamation team, hauling an industrial blast cutter on a hoverlift. Did he use the mine and explosives? Utopia says in awe. Mighty bold of him. Those things will blow a hole in a mountain. Or a creature, I suppose. She sighs. Wish we could have saved them for mining. That must have been the last of them. And we sure can't make more. Then she and her crew are out of earshot as they pick their way down the blast crater to carve up the faceless for recycling. Need defense less than 7? Huh? Fortunately, the colony was well defended. You and the other colonists have been fortifying the defenses, putting security above all else. Tonight's defense was still a resounding, if messy, success. But if Utopia's right, you don't have any more of those explosives now. You can't just nanoprint unstable molecules like that. What are you going to do during the next attack? Good question. My hair! I'm 17! Oh, everyone had a glow up now. Almost there, chat. Start age 17. Yeah, our colony defense is pretty high up. You're now 17 and people got hot. I was about to say, like, is that you? You're pretty good friends with Rex, aren't you? Vase asks. He keeps pointing that out. Are you jealous? He must not like what he sees. I wouldn't go around telling everyone that. It might not work out great for you. Just a bit of friendly advice. Whatever. At least you're with me, Kypris. Damn. This change. My hair's long. Hey, Nem. Oh, stick for good boy. This is their more or less final look now. Well, based on the trailers. Nem is doing squats in the training yard. It's like suddenly 30, 31. Oh, hey Solana. She jumps up and stretches her legs. Feel like challenging the squat queen? Sure, let's squat. I need toughness 80. Not yet. Tang. Tang is pouring something from a carafe that could only be strong black coffee from the bitter scent. It was bracing at first, Tang concedes, but I have now endured it long enough that it has begun to feel pleasant, almost calming. She regards the carafe with something like fondness. As I require little sleep, I doubt I'll become dependent on it. Addiction runs in my family, you know. This, though, is an indulgence I can allow myself. Addiction? Huh. I'm liking their new look so far. Nomi's still tiny. Oh, because Nomi's just 15. Nomi is playing a game on their holopalm, but they look up and give you a big smile. Hi, what's going on, Solana? I'm just killing time. I never get tired of digger dog. Enjoy your chicken curry, Fisher. I'm just gonna enjoy this glow up. Over the years, a lot of people have started wearing a lot of less clothing than you remember from when you were growing up on the climate-controlled stratospheric. Definitely a lot less than in the holovids you brought from Earth. Rex, though. Rex has really acclimated to Vertumnus' hot, sultry weather. Dude put a shirt on. Take your own shirt off in solidarity, but we don't have empathy for thee. I need to work on my social skills. Sure, why not? Oh, howl. Rex throws his head back and laughs so loud it echoes through the courtyard. Oh, he howls. Ow. You both giggle, then lock eyes for a few seconds that feel like literal months. Eventually, Rex fixes you with a fangy smile and scratches the back of his head. It does nice things to his whole chest, shoulder, bicep situation. So, you like what you see, huh? He leans in, like sharing a secret. Me too, he whispers, then winks at you. Haha, I have a stick for you. Rex is chatting with one of the young soldiers from the Helio, smiling wolfishly down at her, with his hand braced above her head as she giggles. When she sees you coming, her smile drops and she beats a hasty retreat, avoiding your gaze. Rex turns, his confused expression melting away at the delight when he sees you. Wah hey, Solana, he exclaims. Some of the Helios are weird about being seen with me, he continues unbothered. She'll be back. I got you a present. Do you still like sticks? You do still like sticks. Okay. Ooh, how's this look? This has found a perfect-sized rock for sitting, and is making good use of it. He ignores you as you approach, bobbing his head to music coming through his hear speak. When he sees you, he scowls. What do you want, Solana? Oh, now he's gone totally fully edgy boy. Nice hair dis. Bye. Why do people hate me? It's so sad. Mars looking great as usual. You see Mars reclining with her feet in a bowl of water, colorful goop on her face, and slices of dust melon on her eyes. Thank you for an anonymous tip for $5. Thank you so much, anonymous gifters. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. All the money and proceeds go into the channels. The channel. Everything. Every single dollar. You see Mars reclining with her feet in a bowl of water. She lifts the dust melon of one of her eyes as you approach. I could identify the clumping of your horrible boots while fast asleep, darling, she says. Are you still running around everywhere? It sounds exhausting. It's important to take care of yourself. She settles the dust melon slice back on her eyes and smiles. You should take notes. And this is the final Cal. We got spoiled by the card. The card already showed adult Cal. Cal is taking a break in the shelter of the geoponics dome. As you approach, you see him tossing crumbs from his lunch into an area of uncleared scrub. And as you get closer, still you recognize the glinting of a Hopeye's iconic 4 eyes. Shh, Cal says, holding his finger to his lips. This one's got a little clutch of baby Hop Kitty somewhere. I've almost got her trust, so she'll show me back to her nest, and then I can move them outside the walls. All right, just go ahead and do that, Cal. Damn, I look awkward, like, compared to everyone else. I look like someone from straight out of Gem and the Holograms. Everyone else has a more modern, I guess, look to them. Well, actually, no, Nem. Nem and I could fit in Gem and the Holograms. What do I do now? I'm old. We're heroic. Physical time. Back to geoponics. Perception, toughness, animals. You know, let's play sports ball. I've not played sports ball in years. I want to face up against people from Helios. Bravery and toughness. Toughness and bravery. Okay. We could still stand to gain this. You haven't been back to the sports ball pitch since before the big attack that took Com's life. You know Rhett's the coach now, though he doesn't care as much as Com did. He's more concerned with getting sports ball players to sign up for the defense force. You show up for practice and spot Vase and Rex on the pitch, standing with a healthy distance between the two of them. Vase is surrounded by a group of friends, and Rex is bopping a sports ball on his head and chest. Nem is here as well. She's wearing Com's old sports ball jersey. Rhett picks her as captain for one team, and you as the other. Who do you pick for your team? Well, see, the body language of these two. Energetic girl who loves sports, stubbornly loyal to her friends in colony. I don't know if they have a thing, but I'm going with Rex for this. Popularity doesn't matter in sports ball, you think? Rex pops the ball under his arm and saunters over, ignoring the venomous look Vase gives him. I think Vase is just in love with them. Nem chooses Vase right away. It's Nem. What do you see in that guy? Let's sports ball. I can already see, I can feel the teenage drama unfolding before me. $25. No, we have a better hand with that. This one. This. Next round. +3 bonus is straights. We want our straights. Nice one. Final round. I'm gonna beat Nem. Playing sports ball. Set namers to this value. So this is gonna become a 3. What's the score? What is the score there? 38 versus... I was gonna go 2, 3, 4. But it's +1 for each gem. Okay, I think 38 is the highest we can get then. I think. No! Missed 2 points. +2 friendship with Rex and Nem. You and Rex whip the butts of Vase and Nem. And everyone else on their team. You cheated! Vase complains. Come on! Solana and Dogboy against me and Nemi? Nemi? You're calling her Nemi? How is that even a contest? He storms off the pitch, venting about how the game was rigged for weaker players because sports ball isn't a real game. Nem comes over. I think you did well, she says. Good work out there. Rex goes to give her a high five, but she looks towards where Vase disappeared and shakes her head. I told you it was good for you. Not good for you, Nem. It's your 17th birthday, but it's not just your birthday. Quiet is a time of new growth, a celebration of life and hope, not for just this year, but for humanity's presence on Vertumna for years to come. You and your friends are the symbol of that hope. Quite literally, you are the future of humanity. As you're all beginning to take your places as adults in the colony, the council has decided to throw a party in your honor. The Vertumnian Youth Ball. Mars is organizing it, of course. Of course, there's gonna be a prom ball kind of thing in this teenage story. Mars is organizing it, of course. You get an embossed invitation on real paper, slipped under your door. Nope, dancing's for dweebs. Party, party, party all night long. I guess I could go. You slip into some party clothes and head over to the lounge to celebrate. Well, yourselves. And yourself specifically. It is your birthday after all. The lounge is all decked out. The decorations look expensive. Must have taken a lot of nanoprinter creds. Your friends are transformed too. Everyone is dressed up and looking like the young adults you're becoming. You can hardly recognize some of them. So you need this prom/ball to really highlight everyone's glow up. Mars catches your eye and waves, her bangles jingling joyfully. She looks like a model from her holomags, every inch of her primed, painted, and perfumed. Solana, happy birthday. I'm glad you could make it, she says over the steady thrum of the music. Drinks are over there. Make your song request to congruence and take off your shoes. You look down at your boots, then back up at Mars skeptically. She rolls her eyes and does a little bounce. Sock hop, just like Earth. Duh. At the refreshment table, Cal is stuffing his face with party food, and Rex shoves 2 glasses of punch in your hands. Gotta stay hydrated, he says, pouring himself another glass. We'll be sweating it out one way or another. He winks at you. Don't let them fool you, Tangent mutters, joining you. She smears a glob of something pink and meaty looking on a cracker. It's a well-documented phenomenon that people inexperienced with imbibing alcohol begin to act as if they're drunk, even if they're completely sober. To Rex she adds, I mean, of course, that I'm not going to suffer any bad behavior. Right, we're all drinking alcohol now. What changed with their descriptions? Studious and mature girl, often too busy to play with the others. Physically strong boy, pacifist, loved animals. Adorable boy from the Helio boss. That's all they can describe him. Rex grins as he pulls a flask out of his vest and pours a healthy addition into his glass. Who says it's gonna be an act? Let's get a little loose. Come on, it's a party! The music changes to something with a fast, pounding beat. Rex throws his head back and howls. Woo! It's time to dance! What's Solana feeling? She's 17 years old. There's alcohol. She's feeling pumped after defending the colony. It's my birthday. Dance. You, Rex, Mars, take to the dance floor. After a while, Nem follows, pulling Vase behind her. I do not approve. You all dance until it feels like your heart is going to burst. From excitement, from exertion, and from the sheer joy of throwing yourself around the room with your friends. Nomi, who's playing DJ with congruence, spins up something a lot slower, more romantic, of course. Grab a partner and pull them in close, they announce dreamily. Or whatever distance you both feel comfortable with. Everyone giggles awkwardly and shuffles around, feeling the intangible friction of teenage politics. Who dances with whom? Who makes the first move? But I don't feel like Solana's particularly attracted to Cal on that level. It's awkward with Nem. But it's also kind of lame to just hang out and watch. No, it's not lame. It's just, I don't feel like for Solana, it's just, I want something to happen. But I know Nem seems to be with Vase. So let's complicate matters. Unless, of course, they're okay with, unless they're polyamorous. I don't know what they're like as a couple, or if they are a couple. Let's walk over to Nem. Maybe the alcohol's doing something to Solana. Maybe she's looking at Tang across the room, and Solana's feeling like, I wish I could just hang out with Tang, but whatever. I'm gonna live life. I'm partying right now. I'm gonna walk over to Nem. Nem smiles and dances with you, clearly not taking it too seriously. She steps on your toes a few times, apologizes, and then spends the rest of the time making honking noises at opportune moments in the song to mess with the heartfelt lyrics. You join in and giggle your way through the rest of the song. After your dance, she politely excuses herself and goes to dance with Vase. You see them making out on the dance floor a few minutes later. As long as she's happy. After the slow songs, Nomi spins Congruence's music library to something with a little more bounce to it. The dance floor once more floods with bodies ready to gyrate the night away. But the tunes are abruptly interrupted by Governor Lum's hearspeak hijacking the feed. He strides to the stage, flanked by Security Chief Red. Everyone on the dance floor whines in unison at having some buzzkill adult stop the music, but Lum just raises his hands and smiles indulgently. Look at all of you, he says. Young pioneers. I look at you, and I see the future. Not just of the colony, but of all humanity. You catch a few people rolling their eyes. You've heard this before. Red here, good man, a real good man, really, the best of the colony, shared this poem from a great Earth poet. Lum continues. Now, I'm not one for poetry myself, but damn if it's not something I want to share with you kids tonight, on the eve of something really big. He clears his throat and reads from his hollow palm. We cannot tarry here. We must bear the brunt of danger. We, the youthful, sinewy races, all the rest on us depend. Down the edges, through the passes, up the mountain steep, conquering, holding, daring, venturing as we go the unknown ways. Pioneers, oh pioneers. We primeval forests felling, we the rivers stemming, vexing we and piercing deep the minds within, we the surface broad surveying, we the virgin soil upheaving. Pioneers, oh pioneers. Grumble and hiss. This is bullshit. Rhett looks a little pained, but Lum continues. What do you think that poem means, kids? He asks. Does it mean we should sit here in our colony, politely waiting for this planet to make a space for us? He clenches his fist evocatively in the air. No, he exclaims. It means we need to get out there. We need to grab Vertumna by the balls and make it respect us. He points to you, specifically. I need you, the next generation, to lead the charge. This is your planet, and you're old enough now to defend it. I'm asking all eligible fighters to join squads massing in expeditions, to get out there and attack those monsters where they live. We are taking the fight to them. No more hiding behind our walls. To your left, Vase and Nem lead the cheering that erupts. Oh no, not like this, Nem. But I love the drama. I love that I chose Nem as a childhood friend and that it's developing into this. For the screen, for the drama. But of course I'm sad about it. Lum and Rhett leave, and I love actually narratively, I guess this was kind of like saying goodbye. Our last dance or sorts, right? But Nem has chosen Vase and Conquest. Lum and Rhett leave, the music spins. Lum and Rhett leave and the music spins back up again. But only a few die-hard partygoers still want to dance. Everyone else has broken into small groups to discuss the announcement. It's complicated. It's like we don't even understand what these things are. Like, naturally, they're going to defend their planet. We are the foreign entities here. We are the colonizers. We are the aliens. However, there was never an opportunity now to... Well, we're just killing each other at this point. Angry? Yeah, just angry in general, I think. At how unfair it all seems. How it's like we are the villains, but we are also just trying to survive. This and Cal. This is bullshit, Cal exclaims, causing a few heads to turn. They're not even going to try to figure out why the animals are attacking us. That's what I want to find out too. I want to find that out. They're just going to kill, and kill. He waves his arms over his head. Aren't we supposed to be better than that? This clearly agrees though much more quietly. They don't even know what's out there, he mutters. They have no idea what they're up against. The party fizzles out as everyone drifts away from the lounge. You return to your empty quarters, your birthday forgotten. You've always been told the colony was safe. Now, you know that time is over. I think we need to expedition out. We need to go on an expedition. We need to understand. Update the basic cards in the garrison gym. Huh. Oh. Card training? Oh. Oh. These are the basic cards. And we could actually upgrade them? Huh. Well, this is getting complicated. You come across Nem just sitting on a bench, her rifle slung across her knees as she stares into the middle distance. She snaps attention when she sees you. Hey, Solana. What do you need? Oh no, the distance is growing apart. Ah, my childhood friend. So, we're at war then, Tan says, fiddling with her microscope. I'm of mixed feelings. First of all, nature has been at war with us since the day we landed. So if it takes an official declaration in order to secure more resources for engineering, I accept it. Welcome to the Good Fight, Administration. She pulls back from the microscope and blinks, rubbing her eyes. On the other hand, it's ridiculous to declare war on an intangible enemy. One may as well declare war on aging. A snowball lands right between your shoulder blades, followed by another one zipping over your head. When you turn, Rex is laughing as he scoops up more spark snow. Caught you! Nomi and Rex are talking together on the couch, legs intertwined. Rex spots you first and gives you a jaunty wave, and Nomi follows his gaze with a big smile. Hey, Solana, Nomi says, scooting over easily so there's space for you on the couch. Rex pats the cushion invitingly. We were just talking about what we'd rather have as a pet. A Hopeye as big as a Unisaur, or a Unisaur as small as a Hopeye. What do you think? I can't think about that right now, guys. So I guess we're really at war now. Because I just tried to use my kudos to print a new hairband, and they told me that I can't. Because I have enough hairbands already, and they have to save the nanoprinter for things that are important. Mars crosses her arms and stamps her foot. Hello? Have you seen my hair? Accessories are important, okay? I still can't debate with Mars. Oh no. Cal is digging at the garden with even more passion than usual. Stupid soldier. Assholes, he mutters, throwing weeds into a growing pile. They think they're so important. Well, you know, it's harder to grow stuff than it is to kill it. Not that they would know. He sighs and lets himself fall back into the dirt. There's only a war on nature because we keep pissing it off, he says, gesturing to the pile of green weeds. We are an invasive species. Literally. We just gotta figure out our niche in the ecosystem, man. I hope we can, Cal. I really hope we can. I'm not afraid to die, Dis says, his eyes on the forest. It'll just be one more adventure. How do I go expedition? I don't have enough. I should rest first though. Okay, let's go on an expedition this year and really find out. We need to find answers out there. Survey the plains, forage in the valley. And then with the loss of what to do, now it's like books, going to war. Now it feels like a race against time to understand this planet. But we're already at max biology. How do we understand this world? Let's rest. Let's rest and then go expedition. No, let's go on an expedition now. Hey Fisher, how's it going? War. They just declared war on the planet. So, and people have started choosing their sides, and we don't understand what's going. We don't understand the planet. We don't. Oh man, it's tough. It is tough. It is tough. Oh boy. +3 perception, +1 animals, +1 friendship with dice. Well, welcome back, Fisher. How was your chicken curry? Things are heating up in this colony. And Solana, I feel helpless. I feel like I feel like I need to race against time to find a way to stop all-out war against the species on these planets, and it's... I don't know. I don't know how to arrive at that answer, so I'm just gonna survey the plains. Your report to the expeditions tent to find not just Utopia, but Security Chief Rhett and Vase as well. I just can't spare any more of my people, Utopia's explaining to them. You've already pulled almost all of the foragers, and we're already running skint crews in the ridges as it is. There's one person you can spare, Rhett replies, turning to face you. Hello, Solana. How'd you like to transfer onto one of my hunting parties? Utopia tells me you're one of her best explorers. We could use someone like you. He indicates Vase. I need someone who can keep up with this one. Vest puffs his chest out proudly. It's DA's biggest wah. The chicken curry is good, eating while watching you. Again, thank you for hanging out, Fisher. Despite playing it 5 times, just watching me like flail around and fail at my first playthrough. Why do we need to kill them? Vase laughs. Because they're killing us, Solana. Keep up. He clenches his fist. It's a classic struggle between humanity and nature, he says. Nature's not all flowers and rainbows. On Earth, everything and everyone was trying to kill each other. For survival, for food, hell, even just for fun. I can't wait to bag a real trophy Xeno, he chuckles, framing his hands like a painting on a wall. The first 10-point bucks on Vertumna. I don't want to kill animals for fun. We don't understand the planet. I know wah. I know what wah, but I didn't know da. Really? D-A the... it's the biggest wah. Got it. Now I got it. Thank you for clarifying that, Fisher. I know my friend, he's super orc crazy. He's so crazy about orcs, so I know about wah, but I totally forgot about the way they speak. It's the biggest wah. Nice. I don't want to kill animals for fun, Vase. And you're a bad influence on Nem. You're just using Nem's guilt over what happened to her brother to channel her anger and hatred against the planet. You took Nem away from me! I don't want to kill animals for fun. Red scowls at Vase. You won't be killing them for fun. You'll be killing them to defend the colony. Vase rolls his eyes. But this is a bit much. Sure, I'd love to hunt, but Solana, I think the way we've been playing Solana, she's definitely not gonna go with. I would never kill a living creature. She already has. She already understands that it might be necessary. She already understands that we don't understand this place, and that doesn't necessarily mean that we're gonna put an end to all conflict. But she's not gonna hunt for the love of it. In fact, she might find even more information being out there. So she'll put up a facade right now, perhaps with hopes of also getting Nem. Like, this guy is just... I already don't think he's good for Nem. Or what does Nem see in him? Oh, it hurts. Sure. I'd love to hunt. Rhett nods. Good. I'm glad to hear that, he says, then turns to Vase. But first, I need to make sure you know the basics. Vase, bring out the Vricky. No! Why would they do this to me? Why would they do this, Fisher? Why? I have a feeling it's the Vricky that evolves into the Faceless. Well, the checkmate. I can't kill this thing. Vase goes over to a tent and brings back the Vricky on a long chain. It's sprightly and bright-eyed, some might even say cute, and comes up nearly to your waist. Vase looks proud of his duty as a monster bearer. Yeah, to make sure you can handle this, right? I guess Solana thought wrong. I caught this one myself, Red tells you. I'm adding it to the training zoo, so don't kill it. But feel free to give it a few pokes. Then, tell me, what are its weaknesses? Its strengths. How would you defeat it in a fight? Well, shit. Analyze the beast. I'm not even sure what these creatures evolve into. Analysis. 4, 5, 6. Wait. Oh, there's a gem there. Good first round, I think. Oh, and we're getting memories of Cal. Like Cal the pacifist. 30 compared to 35. All right, we got this. 19. +2 to cards with gems. Wait, this is a gem. They might be telling you it's not too late. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know anymore. I'm really feeling sad for Solana. She's so conflicted. There's so much conflict in her right now. How do we optimize this? Oh, wow, no stars. Damn it. You study the creature for a long time. It looks nervous, skittering from side to side and making a clicking noise. You throw a stick at it, and it leaps up and grabs it in its mandibles. It angrily tears it in half, then glares at you. You think about your own pet, Kypris. This one is larger and fungus-like, and maybe even closer to the end of the mobile part of their life cycle. You know that one day, all Vrikis must take root and become nurse trees for the next generation. You rattle off some other facts you've learned from playing with Kypris, and Rhett nods. Oh, damn it, Fisher, I'm sorry. Yeah, we could have got into a 5, you're right. No, it's okay. No, there's the stream delay. The stream delay is a real thing. Like, we might be delayed by like a minute or 30 seconds, which is enough. At least we beat it. Good, Red says. Let's see if you're as good as hunting. Let's see if you are as good as hunting these as you are at identifying them. Come join the hunting squad next month, and we'll see how you do in the swamps. Well, we can go to the swamps. Thank you for trying, Fisher. We'll get it next time. When you report for surveying duty, Nomi Nomi is here. It's their first day as a surveyor. They smile widely when they see you, smiling exuberantly. Oh, you two know each other already? Utopia says, looking between you two. That'll make this easier. Solana, I'd like to keep an eye on Nomi while you're out there, Utopia continues. I'm gonna assign you to the same regions for the next little while. Just make sure they don't wander into a nest of snap bladders, okay? Yay, hooray! Nomi cheers and gives you a high five. She even has anime eyes. As Utopia explains to Nomi Nomi and some other new Helio surveyors about the surveying tools, Nomi starts to get bored and wanders a little ways from the group. You see it happening, but are powerless to stop them from tripping and nearly landing in a nest of Hopeye eggs. They're just about to crash into the delicate spun glass cocoon when Utopia materializes as out of nowhere and scruffs them by the back of the collar. Nomi, pay attention. Nomi giggles like they don't even realize the danger of being stampeded by the upset Hopeyes beginning to gather around. Utopia ushers them back to the group before things can get tramply. Nomi asks a million questions about the eggs. Are they edible? Do they have hard shells or soft? What is the cocoon made out of? How long until they hatch? Utopia sighs. Just get out of here, you two, she says, before the cute little vomits turn ugly. So sad. Well, how do we stop the war? Oh my. Oh my. Excuse me. Let's just go. A bush bobs, blocking the path, lumbering slowly back and forth between a dense strand of gloop mushes, or whatever those plants are called, in a wide circular lake. It's like it's on some kind of patrol. It growls a warning when you try to squeeze past it, so you back off. From the look in its eyes, this one isn't letting you through easily. Find a route through its territory. I got this. Easy. Wow, I could go with a 4-6. 4 6s. I could save it for the next round. Should I save it for the next round? I think... Yeah, let's save it. Let's do it. 6 6 6 6. Boom. Worth it. Round 3. This is like bonus point rounds. Yes, -5 stress. I want to put this for the -5 stress. Hold up. Super goal! No! I'm just... it's okay. It's too late, Fisher. Again, okay, I should wait a while, a bit longer. I should consider the cards a bit more. It worked. We only got 2 stars though. Yours probably would have been the 3-star combination. You sneak through the gloop mushes, crawling under them so the bush bubbers don't see you. You nearly get stuck at one point and wonder, what if this has to come rescue you? That would be embarrassing. You find a route through and continue on your way. True. And I'd rather get the less stress so we can keep going. Oh my god, Solana's so stressed. Where haven't we passed yet? We already passed through here before. One of your jobs as a surveyor is to document the flora and fauna through photographs. You spotted some kind of baby photosynth. All shaggy people. All shaggy purple fur with leaves growing out of its head. It's grazing up on top of a large mushroom cap. You've got a camera built into your holopalm, but it's not equipped to capture difficult shots like this. You'll need to put in the work. What's my animals? Try to get close. Ooh, okay, okay. Yeah, really close to max animals. Yep. We're maxed out on biology, maxed out on, well, with the help of a rifle, maxed out on combat, but we could still stand more combat to get more combat for the perks. We are going to be going on hunting expeditions. Solana feels so conflicted about that. We don't even know why. We need, like, it feels like we're nearing a point of no return. A point of no return, and we're powerless to stop it. Good catch, Fisher. I could also go 2, 3, 4. Wait, let's check this. This 21 versus 19. Okay. The 4 of a kind, 3 of a kind's higher. Yeah, 444. Just gonna check this. We get 1 more point if we use this. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with a 1 more point. Since this is better, I guess, if the less cards are played. Yep. Okay, we can already beat it in round 2, but let's not be complacent. Yes, -1 stress. What's my stress anyway? Ah, but this has a gem. Ah, here. Hmm. 31 versus 24. Yep. It's 8 though. Alright, last round. Goal 6. So now we just have to get the best hand. I feel like I should get that I should get that not augment, that item once we get another perk slot, the one that plays the best hand. Because we're missing out on skill points if we don't get those stars. Or correct me if I'm wrong. What other perks do you get if you get 3 stars? You get bonus to your skill gains with 3 stars. Force. Wow. Okay. Moral gratification. Ah, okay. Well, it depends on what you get through perks in. Super goal is skill gain. Super gold it is. I feel like there, that's a bit higher. Two stars. It's okay, we got the skill gain, right? Oh man, Vanoa, Solana and I are going through a lot. I don't know what to do anymore. We just signed up for the hunting party, and we feel powerless to stop the the upcoming invasion, because we don't even understand. We had so much time to understand the planet, understand what was going on, and Solana constantly feels like she is too late. She was too late to save her mother from the famine, from working herself too hard because of the famine. She was too late to save her father because she and Tang couldn't figure out the solution to Shimmer early enough. And now she feels like she's too late to understand what lies beyond the colony walls to prevent this invasion. So Solana's just super bummed. You cautiously crawl up beside your subject, raising your hollow palm to get the best close-up possible. Ouch! Just as the camera takes the photo, your subject bites you on the finger. Argh. I hope it's not venomous. On the bright side, you got the shot. I mean, as a photographer, you sometimes really need to get that shot. I feel like I was supposed to pick up something. Oh, it's just the vibrating of that area. I don't think we reached the boss part of this place. At the edge of one of the circular ponds, something sparkling catches your eye. Well, everything around you sparkles, but this thing really catches your eye. The water in the lake is deep and milky though, and you can't see the bottom. It's completely still, almost too still, and so perfectly circular. You remember you've been warned about getting too close to these pools. Solana... Oh, wow. Why do I look like this? Why did my art change? Is it because I'm stressed? Bravely approach the water. I need answers. Ah, because of stress. She's so stressed out. Super stressed out. We're gonna continue the expedition as well. I'm gonna try to get to the boss this year. I feel like I have to be out of the colony now to try and maybe we'll learn something. Maybe we'll learn something about why these creatures are trying to kill us. Maybe it's a simple fact that we're invading their home. Maybe that's the only thing they need to kill us. At least the challenges are manageable. Hey, Tabletop Cinema, guess what tabletop thing is happening right now, Tabletop? What is happening right now, Matthew? What tabletop thing is happening right now? welcome in. I'm getting super stressed. In a good way. Apocalypse Kickstarter. Apocalypse Kickstarter. The Apocalypse Keys Kickstarter is live, everyone. Go ahead and check that out. Let's get that link in. Kickstarter Apocalypse Keys. This might be like the second project I'm backing. All right, everyone. Apocalypse Keys is live. I think coincidentally, it's also wow. In under a day, it's already almost past its half its funding goal. It's gonna meet its funding goal in a few minutes. I can feel it. It's already at 322 backers at $20,000, over 30,000 of the goal, and this just launched. That is crazy. But yes, this was written. Let's see the contributions. Contributors. Yep, the creator, Ray Najadi. Oh, SCP, yeah. SCP Secret Files is also out today. Yeah, I was going to look at that as well. That's a lot of contributors. Let's just have a quick look at this, everyone. But I hate the yellow one. I hate it, Fisher. I hate that yellow one. You know what happened last time, Fisher? There was a locked card on the first slot, and it was that card. It's like, thematically, that's that memory of Mars just doing it's so annoying. But if it's locked in the first slot, it was so frustrating. So everyone, it's just Apocalypse Keys. A friend of mine, Ray Najadi, wrote this. Amazing game master. If you ever seen game, I got to play under a few games with Ray Najadi of Sword Queen Games fame. I swear, Ray is one of the hardest working writers I know working in the tabletop RPG scene. Like, even before all of this, Matthew, I could not understand, or I could not believe the amount of energy Ray was putting into all their works. It's so crazy. But yeah, just a quick segue here. This looks really great, everyone. Apocalypse Keys. Even the most powerful monsters have hearts. Coincidentally, we are playing as a teenage exocolonist. This planet has a heart, and but we don't understand the language of this planet, and we are gonna go to war with it, and it's sad. It's sad. And look at that. It's already... Look, I'm gonna refresh it. And actually, no, it updates live, right? Almost at the funding goal already. It's crazy. But yep, go ahead and check it out. Put the link, Apocalypse Keys, just a quick thing. The doomsday clock is ticking down and emotions run high as you... I'm not affiliated with them in any way, by the way. I just really want to share this. I'm not affiliated with Evil Hat or the creators of Apocalypse Keys. But it looks pretty amazing. If you like Hellboy, I hear it's really large. You can really fulfill your Hellboy fantasies here. That is the wrong monitor. Thank you for catching that. Again, my monitor keeps shifting around. The primary monitor keeps getting shifted around. Here, this. Apocalypse Keys. So, unmask your feelings, uncage your ruination. The doomsday clock is ticking down and emotions run high as you and your team of division agents struggle to find the keys before the villainous harbingers unlock the doors of power and bring about the apocalypse. As an Omen-class monster, you wield formidable power that can greatly aid the world. But society shuns you and, more importantly, fears the things you are capable of. And so you work covertly through Division, a secret organization that battles occult threats, classifies supernatural phenomena, and investigates the impending apocalypse. Division not only gives you the chance to save the world, but also offers the kinship of other monsters like yourself. These relationships may be the only way to stave off the growing darkness brewing within you. A darkness that threatens to turn you into the very thing you're fighting against. A harbinger. So Apocalypse Keys is a tabletop RPG using a streamlined PBTA powered by the Apocalypse engine. It promotes safe, collaborative storytelling, larger-than-life player characters, and both empathetic and cataclysmic solutions. Influences include Hellboy, BPRD, Men in Black, Penny Dreadful, and Doom Patrol. Great influences. You're a superhuman monster who can save the world, but who will reach out and save a monster like you? Reveal your heart and embrace the darkness. All right. Thanks for sharing that, Matthew. Congratulations on this Kickstarter launch. It is already successful. All right. It's not even a day. Not even a day. And you're going to meet the funding goals. Congratulations, Ray Najadi and team. Oh, did they? Right, there's a trailer. Let's check it out. Is this the trailer? All right. Small segue. I needed this break as well. I was getting super stressed out in Exocolonist for good reasons. So these are the playbooks. Very familiar art style. Unlock the apocalypse. Or bring its end, why not? Nice. Again, congratulations to Sword Queen Games. Who did the cover art? All right. The Fallen and the Hungry. Those are your choices for the playbooks. Which playbook are you gravitating towards, Matthew? All right. Back to this stress now. Solana's highly stressed. I'm highly stressed. I'm really sad about how things are going in terms of the game's story. But again, sad in a good way. You've played the Summon and the Shade, but you've seen the Fallen and the Hungry do some sick shit. Filipino transmask artist based on Makati. Awesome. Adrian Valdez. Yeah, we have so much talent here, and we all know that, but it isn't being tapped. So I'm glad they're able to tap more talented people. I feel like I want to put this 8 here. +1 for each gem. We don't have any gems. Oh well. I think this is the best we can do. For the second round, at least. Final round. Gold of 10. You were to fully book, just browsing between mall errands. Talking to someone about TRPG and RPG section. When you mentioned masks, someone came over and enjoyed your convo. That someone was Adrian. Wow. Thank you for that. This or last or first? Wait, 28, 27. Oh no, wait. Yeah, this is higher, definitely. So literally the professional connection came to us. Oh, that's how you first networked with Adrian? Because you're just here. Wow. Because of just strangers hearing each other talk about TRPGs. The other person I was talking about, I don't even remember. They were boring. Wow. And that's how you met Adrian? That is insane. Wow. And yeah, specifically when you start talking about masks, that's beautiful. I like, wow. I'm always in awe at those kinds of connections. Just, it's all chance. Like you were there, you just happened to be there at that time. At the same time, Adrian was there, and Adrian was there to pass by. At that moment, you started talking about masks. In Fully Booked, which isn't even like you go there, you buy your stuff, you get out. It's not a place to hang out in, but you just happen to be talking about it around the RPG section. Wow. Nice. Well, that is a really great story. Like any alteration of things from before or after that time would have, you wouldn't have gotten that amazing cover art or made an amazing contact. You'd never have met Adrian. It's insane. Mass is interesting, not really my type of cake, but I appreciate the concept. Swap the 2 and 4 for a tiny bit better. Oh. No, Wait, no, this is the one in the beginning. For the 5? Oh! Nice. We got one more point. Good call, Fisher. Oh, that's still not it, though. We missed 2. Damn it! I hope I didn't misunderstand that. It's okay. But you did get us one more point. You aren't scared of some pond or whatever might live in it. You march up to the edge, keeping your eyes on the shiny prize, and paw around in the snow looking for that shiny whatever it is. Looks like it's a pretty crystal, just sitting on the ground. Good find. I don't know. Does the highest score also take into account your items? Oh, another crystal. Alright, let's come back tomorrow because we're gonna be stressed out. It's a cloudy day. You hear the crash of thunder from somewhere nearby loud. Oh, this event again. Suddenly a massive, you think it might be a leg, another crash. Creature's body must be up in the clouds. Yeah, we saw this. First leg lifts again and moves towards you. You're in shock. Your body simultaneously... Yeah, we did this before. And a stranger saved us. Stay calm and analyze its movement. I can finally do this. Because my perception is 50. You watch the clouds, and as the next leg breaks through, you dodge it. It slams down where you'd been with enough force to crush a boulder to dust. This creature is so unbelievably massive. You're like an ant to it. That's one big something. Having run so much mass, the underlying PBTA framework we innovated upon the past few years. Room to grow to improve mass. The kernel of it might be the best superstar RPG. It really does. Like masks, I would say. Well, especially for PBTA, which usually does very well in highlighting themes or capturing a certain theme, like a very specific theme and type of experience. Like in this case, like young superheroes, like everything feeds into that kind of experience. I do enjoy masks for that. But it's definitely like not something you would go if you wanted like a crunchy system where you're talking about superpowers and stuff, because it's not the focus of that kind of drama. The kind of drama that they want are the interpersonal relationships and your struggles, your personal struggles as a superhero, you know, and relationships. That's it. Just think about what would happen if that thing attacked the colony. Yeah, it's like we see it here, and then what if it just happens to walk past their colony? It's like, oh, I stepped on an anthill. As it passes overhead, you marvel at how such a thing could even exist. And there, hope it never wanders any closer to your colony. All right. We're gonna we're gonna rest and then go out again and explore. New perk. Upgrade pet cards via relaxing in the park. Oh. Yep, we've all had our glow ups. What an adult Super RPG would be, but it absolutely wouldn't be Masks. Oh yeah, for sure. Masks but adults. I mean, Mask is pretty clear about what they're trying to go for. So I still, honestly, like I haven't, like when you think about adult superheroing, I can't think of any system right now. Then again, I'm not that experienced with other systems. If you have any suggestions for an adult super system, an adult super RPG, I'd like to know, because I haven't really found anything that really captures that. Yeah, simulation type of stuff like GURPS, calculate how fast you can dig out your way. Yeah, crush that stone wall. Yep. Crunchy but fun in its own way. Yeah, I'm just wondering like what captures the adult superhero experience. Let's say you wanted to put together your own team of Avengers or Justice League. What systems really capture that feel? Because yeah, you're right, Masks ain't it. GURP Supers. Okay, I've not played GURPS, but GURP Supers, that is a suggestion. We can relax in the park. We are gonna relax in the park with our pets. We almost killed a Vriki. That's so sad. Mutants and Masterminds. Oh, I heard about Mutants and Masterminds. But well, based on my friends who did play it, it was a bit too much and too clunky for them. Maybe it could use another edition. This is I flex the view over you with disinterest. What do you want? Are you here to make fun of me too? No. Wow, this is super late. Hey, remember when we were kids this? I dare you to go into the restricted area. You dare this to explore the creepiest, darkest part of engineering. Deep down where even chief engineer Instance never goes. Under the recycling room where they say there are ghosts. You set the mood, then sneak around behind him, put your hollow palm flashlight under your face and shout, "Boo." He rolls his eyes. Solana, think about it. If there were ghosts on the spaceship, one of them would be my mom. Oh, yeah, you guessed it would scare a normal person, but this still isn't scared of anything. We're the ones who don't belong here, this says. This whole war on nature, it's bullshit. You can't just show up at a feast and take the best food and take a dump on the table and not expect the people who were there first to not want to punch you in your stupid face. Look, we're trying to understand the situation as well. I dare you to... what does this need? Bravery 80. Aberrant. It's one of the messiest supers game. Really. Special late 90s tone of grim. Edgy superhero storytelling. Or being super powerful skirts you on the edge of being a sociopath. Oh. That path of superheroism. Alright. Thanks for these suggestions. You spot Nem playing darts with a bunch of other soldiers. She throws a dart and it lands clear in the middle of a faceless's... well, head isn't the right word, but the soldiers all cheer and clap her on the back. She breaks away from the group and slings an arm over your shoulder. Did you see that, Solana? We're growing apart. She's a soldier now. Vase looks exasperated by your presence. Hey, it's a Rex's little buddy, he says, scowling. Get out of here, you're not gonna like me. You've been saying that since you were 19. Come up with new material, Vase. Rex reaches above his head and stretches, showing off his lean body and its remarkable lack of clothing. He's still a dog to me. He yawns and smacks his lips. Hey, Solana, he says, scratching his stomach lazily. You doing anything fun? Not really. Everyone's so serious all the time, Nomi says, touching their chin with the tip of their finger. I'm trying my best to help. Even if I'm not good at soldier stuff, I can at least make things that make people smile. That's important too, right? Yes, Nomi. That's important. But everyone's grabbing a rifle now and ready to shoot everything up. I owe everything I am to Chief Engineer Instance, Tangent says. She sees me for who I really am. Tang runs her fingertip over her jaw. Without her, I'd probably be as sad and as isolated as my brother, or as broken as my mother was. I owe her my life. I would do anything she asked of me. Relax in the park and go adventuring. Oh, thank you for that, Redeem. Let's stretch. Oh, God. Oh, man. And thank you for the hydrate. Oh. Yeah, I've never heard of Aberrant before. How's the Direct, Izzy? You coming in? It's fresh from the Nintendo Direct. Didn't they delay it because of the Queen or something? So did they screen it already? Did they have the Direct already? I'm pretty sure my feed's gonna be filled with crazy awesome announcements. So what's the biggest thing that you're super excited about, Izzy? The biggest mind-blowing detail you've learned from the Direct? Oh, it's only in the UK. Okay. Alright. I think this makes sense narratively. We're bonding with our pet now because we just had an encounter out there where they're torturing other Vrikis for soldiers' practice. The garden is a peaceful place where you don't have to think about how the colony is always simmering about being at war against the creatures of Vertumna. You can just sit and empty your mind, smelling the sweet perfume of flowers and listening to the wind rustle the green grass. It's one place to find peace even when it feels like everyone else is losing their minds. That's what I feel right now. You haven't given up training Kypers to follow simple commands. They clearly have the ability to understand that you're trying to communicate with them. They're just a huge language barrier. Cal gives you the idea to try clicker training, getting them to associate verbal commands with actions and rewards, using a clicking noise as positive reinforcement. You may as well give it a shot. Nintendo Direct aired specifically to disrespect the Queen. What? New Fire Emblem? Wait a minute. Fatal Frame 4 is getting a remaster port to the West for the first time. We were just talking about Fatal Frame. If I do enjoy Fatal, like I might play Fatal. Well, I don't have Fatal Frame yet, but if it goes on sale for Halloween, I'll give it a shot. But my actual Halloween game will be Bayonetta 3, but that's on October 28th. Before that, I might try to play a spooky game. It totally does sound amazing. Need details if you got them. Did you not watch it direct, Fisher? It's called Fire Emblem Engage. Old heroes will be in it like Marth. Oh, Octopath Traveler 2 is incoming. Okay. More awesome games. I have not played Octopath Traveler. I will admit that though. Oh man. But hey, it's great that we're getting more games. This is like the strongest card we have, and it's our memory of being a bake-off champion. This card becomes a 4. For this, for 20. A ton will be out by February. I keep saying, hey, at least we have, it's like now we can catch up with Octopath Traveler and all those other games because it's still next year. In a blink of an eye, it's going to be next year already. Okay, Breath of the Wild 2. Assuming no delays. Thank you for that. May 2023. Okay, I'm gonna cram Breath of the Wild closer to that date. Did they also announce like an OLED version? Did they announce like a Breath of the Wild 2 special OLED model? New COVID areas demonstrated that it has become crucial to guarantee that any newly announced games are actually coming sooner than later. Yeah, it's always a pleasant surprise when the announcement comes and then they say, oh, it's coming out in under a year. And you're like, wow, really? And you're surprised. Before Forspoken. Uh-oh. Well, very different games, I guess. And Fire Emblem is only going to be on Nintendo, right? Yep. Well, as we realize, we're in mid-September right now. It's almost the end of the year, everyone. It's crazy. Fire Emblem is gonna be your main game. We'll see. Like for me, Three Houses for me was amazing. Hopefully, I'm not sure how Engage is gonna be like. But I'm excited to delve more into Fire Emblem. It's just, Three Houses was the one that really caught my attention. 6 hours till state of play? Oh. That's gonna be 6 a.m. night time. I'm gonna be fast asleep, Izzy. I'm gonna catch up on the news with the feed and all that. Xbox to make their June showcase be all these games are actually coming out in months or less. Yes, and they always have to perpetually answer, is it gonna be on Game Pass? I hear that's something more commonly asked now. Is this game coming out on Game Pass? Ugly Fire Emblem protagonist. The game looks gorgeous. We got Diofield Chronicles coming this year for our strategy fix, right? Gus from Koei Tecmo was doing the art. Got it. This is so annoying. This card becomes a 4. What if I don't want it to become a 4? All right. Yeah, headline every trailer with on Game Pass. On Game Pass. Gust makes gorgeous anime games on a shoestring budget. Yeah. Oh, so many games. It is exciting. What do I do with this? Damn it! This Become a 4 is so annoying. What if I put this here? It's 35. Four 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 one five. Let's try that out. 44415. Put a one. Put a 1 on the become a 4. You're right. You're right. -1 stress. You are so great at optimizing this, Fisher. That's 32, 35, 37. There we go. Nice. And we get -5 stress also. Ruin everything. Rare died on it. I feel bad about Rare. Okay, like I do feel bad about Rare. Because I never owned an Xbox, and I just felt bad because I missed out on Perfect Dark. I loved Rare for all their games on the N64. Aha! There, optimized even more. Yep. Molyneux, huh? Damn it! Where did that... We missed out on 4 points. Each of them have blood on their hands, Izzy. Success! You use the clicking as a shared language, and Kypris quickly begins to respond to your commands. By the end of the afternoon, you're getting pretty reliable results from both stay and follow. Nice. +3 bonus to straights. This is great. Vriki must be more intelligent than people give them credit for. Maybe Vriki will be the species that evolves to be codependent with humans, like dogs evolved from wolves. You've been working with Kypris for months on getting them to follow simple commands. They're getting pretty consistent results with 1 or 2 at a time, but they get bored and wander away if you try to do a longer session. You've set up a small obstacle course in the garden, consisting of a few ramps and balancing beams. Kypris looks at the treats in your hand expectantly. And another challenge. 87. Oh, the head of 343 stepping down. Well, who's taking their place? Are they fucked? Oh, what's going on here? Match callers, Sony's quite bad. Well, all these companies have dirt on them. It comes to 4. +3 drinks. What if it's 555? That's also 22. We don't want to use it. Red 5, then yellow 4. Oh. Wait, what? No, the gem is there. Is 5 5 5 then yellow 4? Oh. Wait, what? No, the gem is there. 5 5 5 then yellow 4. No, the gem is there. 5 5 5 then yellow 4. 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 5 5 5 then yellow 5, 6. Red 5, the yellow 4. The yellow 4 is unchangeable, so that doesn't matter. So yeah, our highest one was the putting this here. The 1 becomes a 4. And then I guess this. What if I put this here? That's 1 point more. We need 1 point. +3 during social challenges. Okay, that's 1 round. Crap. 64 to go. Babylon's Fall. Well, based on all the stuff, based on all the buzz surrounding that, it was dead on arrival. They'll get him next time, I think. Man, of all the effort they put into Babylon's Fall, it is sad to see it go, but... Well, I have not played it, but... People say it's a bad game. It's a bad game. It's really not time to publish Atomic Heart. That's kind of odd, yeah. It's still... I haven't heard much buzz from Atomic Heart. I thought they were lying low. Precisely because of what's going on in the world right now. Closer look. What's going on that side of it? Platinum Games can increase focus on games they actually do want to make. Yeah, I hope Platinum Games... Well, we're getting Bayonetta 3. So... Wait, is Platinum still on Bayonetta 3? I guess he just didn't do well with it. Alright. I'm pretty confident Bayonetta 3 is going to be decent, at least. Maybe I should get rid of Sports Ball. Forget Sports Ball. Thank you for the anonymous gift again. Anonymous gifter, whoever you are, anonymous gifter. I hope people appreciate that reviewing and all that. Yep, it's like, I'm getting Bayonetta 3, whatever the reviews are, I'm getting Bayonetta 3. I cannot not. It is absolutely necessary I get Bayonetta 3. 455 than yellow 2. Oh yeah, that was it. 34. How's it going, Magpie? Long time no see. Can I get full certainty that they didn't want to make that game specifically? Did they want to make a live service game? Did they want it to partnership? Yes, Babylon's Fall, that game they wanted to merge from all that. Yeah, I haven't been following the development of Babylon's Fall, but for it to get to that level of whatever it was, that does make sense. Platinum Games have made dumpster games before. You know, I still want to play that Legend of Korra game though. It got delisted, and I don't think there's any way. I don't think there's any way to play the Avatar game from Platinum. What's wild? Why is it wild? It could be any number, right? So if you want to match it up for straights and all that. 4 wild. Wild card value matches as all pairs of straights. Welcome in, Magpie. We're just trying to survive being a teenage exocolonists. Okay, let's... Based on specific reason, it's specific region or a peer group, it is North American slang as a incident. Well, yeah. I myself don't understand all of the slang from my own country, and that's on me, but... Let's not. What's that? Crank, you say the other term. I don't even want to ask what the other term is like. I have to get it at 44. Maybe I shouldn't be using this. I'm not sure if we're misunderstanding each other here, because... Look, I don't think... Oh, I'm gonna look back at the... I don't think you guys need to be... Or there was any reason to be fighting over this. Well, just don't come to blows, please. Just... It's hard to... We're chatting, right? I'm the only one talking right now. So I can't even really say what... Look, I can't get everything just from reading text. And neither can, you know, can we, like, was Izzy being dismissive? Were you being dismissive? I think you guys were just talking about different things. Or at least, I'm going through the chat and... Yeah, getting frustrated at Xbox and Microsoft and everything, and just asking about what crank means. I'm not sure why Izzy was a crank in your perspective. Look, it's just... Okay. Guys, just that... Let's go. That's where we go. That's a crank. Okay. Huh. Well, okay, we know the definition of crank. Let's move on. I'm just gonna focus and try to get this done, because I'm so annoyed with the sports ball card. Plus 2 cards with gems. Oh yeah, feel free. Like... I'm totally fine. I got it to 30 initially. Zero... What is the combination I got to make it get to 30? There we go, 34. Did we get the same thing? Blue 2, yellow 2, yellow 2, then wild, then 3. Let's see if it beats a 34. This is a 35. This is the highest we can get. 35. So I got a 35. Let's see if the blue 2... Blue 2, yellow 2, yellow 2, then the wild, then the 3. 30. Okay, so the thing we got earlier was the highest one so far. 2, 2, 0. $35. This is the one. No, I'm honestly like these calculations. I still don't totally like. I'm not good with calculating everything. I just move the cards in place and just watch this number go up. And we got 3 stars. Another big thing, Izzy. A stunning show from your young Kypris. Admirable speed and dexterity. They and their trainer Solana are promising new stars in the field of Riki training. Nice. 2 upgrades in 1. Kypris finishes the course and leaps into your arms, chittering happily. You did it! You train of Riki to follow commands. Success. Very productive. Very, very productive. Acing a test. I guess I'm gonna forget that. Now we go out on an expedition. What is... I heard of Grand Blue Fantasy. They're coming up with another Grand Blue Fantasy? Wasn't that the... Is that the web-based one? Or what was I thinking about something else? Is that, you know, many years ago, Grand Blue Fantasy, a web-based RPG? Huh. Better Vriki cards for equipment. Oh, you have to equip it. It doesn't upgrade it. Thank you for reminding me. Nice. Vriki 3, fully upgraded. Plus 5 bonus to straights. We're getting there. Oh, but you could use all 3 of them and stack it up. You're right. Will I get better mileage out of that? Plus 50 combat. 2 times bonus for strength pairs. I'm gonna keep the drone rifle. Plus 5 to challenges all throughout though for the Sun Medallion. Sure. That's the last thing our father gave us, and our father passed away. Are you talking about the... Mary, welcome in! It is good to see you, Mary. After so long. We're just here trying to survive at the edge of the colony. Plus 3 skill gain, you're talking about it. How are you, Mary? Still busy with work? Should I put another Vriki in? No, I'm still sentimental over this. Let's go with that for now. Yeah, go get that water. Get some rest, Fisher. Sorry to hear, Mary. But hey, thank you for dropping by. Hopefully this eases it helps you relax a bit. Have you ever heard of Teenage Exocolonist? I was a Teenage Exocolonist. It's pretty good. I'm pretty invested in the story. Hopefully you enjoy the story as well. Right now, we are Solana. We are 17 years old, and we are... Things are changing in the colony. Not all of it good. But we're trying to do our best here. So the game starts with you at 10 years old. And one playthrough, basically it ends when you hit 20 years old. That's one playthrough. So each year, you grow up with your friends, you do stupid things, you grow up, and you learn about life and love and destiny and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, thank you for that. There are content warnings here. I remember Mary last time with I don't think it's gonna pull a Doki Doki. It's not gonna pull off a Doki Doki. But there's a major character death. Children Shadow, how are you doing? Children in peril, dying. Animal cruelty and death. Body horror, implied sexual content, drugs and alcohol, violence in text, mental health and trauma, domestic abuse, and traumatic global events. And you can actually, what I appreciate about this, it's super detailed, these content warnings. You can actually click on it, and you can have the game spoil it for you to warn you ahead of time. So I appreciate that. It's a lot of control over the content that you are going to consume. And yes, welcome in Shadow. We are playing as a teenage exocolonist. Meet my character, Solana. Feminine in appearance, she, her, 17 years old and a fast learner. You stay calm when others get frazzled. The natural world reveals its secrets to you, and they say you're good with all kinds of weapons. She, her. I'm closest to Anemone, but we're growing apart because Nem is now going out with this boy who is all about like, yeah, we need to invade and shoot down all these aliens. And I'm like, no, Nem, but my childhood friend. There's a lot going on here, okay? Just hopefully you can keep up with the story. Yeah, first click is more info, and the second click is spoilers. So I really appreciate that. Cal looks up from the geoponics bed where he's doing something sciencey with the water. Oh, hey Solana, he says. Just give me a sec. I'm checking the oxygen levels in the beds. Too much, and you get too much aerobic bacteria. He puffs a little laugh. I sound like Tang, right? There's a lot of science in this geoponic stuff. It sure is the future. The content warning just summarized your life, Shadow. But this is my pet, Kypress. How are you doing, Shadow? It's been a while. How are your WoW raids going? That's about coffee. So it's about raising our stats right now. Where are my stats? Oh, there we go. Oh, egg. Just Monica and chat. Monica's always there. Just Monica. Oh, Monica. I don't know if you just can see it. It's super... It's way in the back there, but you can see a familiar face. Monica's always watching. Yeah, Monica was the first person I followed on my channel's Twitter account. Because, I was new to streaming, and Doki Doki was one of the earlier streams we'd had. And I realized he didn't have followers yet, and I wasn't really active on Twitter. And Monica was the first person I followed. Because of the game. When Monica was looking into her shit, and we were having a pleasant conversation with Monica. I think I first met you, Mary, on Life is Strange. And thank you so much for being a regular on the stream and coming back after all this. It's been more than a month. It's been more than a year since we started streaming. Our anniversary month came and went, and I remember it is a Life is Strange stream, and we were raided by, oh god, the Aussie streamer who plays a lot of Dead by Daylight, No Mercy Eva. There we go. Dead by Daylight, something I also want to try out. Nomi and Rex are talking together on the couch, legs intertwined. Oh, that's the pet. Rex reaches above his head and stretches, showing off his lean body. Still not for Solana. Mars. Why should I care for nature? Mars asks, flipping her hair over her shoulder. The only thing that nature has ever done is kill my people. I refuse to be held hostage by a planet that doesn't want us here. She smiles, though her overall expression is dangerous. If nature wants to kill us, well, it's only fair we try to kill it right back. Thank you for that hydrate. Things are heating up here, but I'm introducing you to the rest of the colonists as well. We all used to be kids. And now we're all hot. This has found a perfect sized rock for sitting, and is making good use of it. He ignores you as you approach, bobbing his head to music coming through his ear speak. When he sees you, he scowls. What do you want, Solana? Yo, okay. Look, I'm enlightened, but things are going on in this colony. I'm gonna go back on the expedition. I'm gonna go back to survey the plains. I can imagine any competitive game fisher, any competitive game community, I think will always, it'll always have its bad eggs. Any community will always have its bad eggs. But especially if it's a competitive game or competitive scene, it can get really toxic. So I can't speak for Dead by Daylight. I just wanted to try it out because of the Resident Evil collabs. And some of my other streamer friends do play it. So I don't know. I might just give it a shot. But yeah. As long as you find good people to play with, you'll be fine. It's Evriki. Why are you all the way there? I could pick it up from there, all the way from there. Thanks, Kypress. Okay, this way. A series of small circular pools chained together to form an impassable body of water. You don't see an obvious route through, though the path does continue off in the distance on the other side. Look for a place to cross. Make all the redeems, Mary. But thank you for that. Making sure I have it open here. Requests menu. Alright. Easy perception challenge. This should be good. We already have 666, 66666. I feel like I want to save this. -5 stress at the end of the round. Doesn't work if you're at 100% stress. Thank you for your 5th month of subscription. Your 5th month. Thank you for subscribing, Shadow. I do appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. It is 5 months. Enjoy your dragon egg. The dragon egg as the sub badge. Yeah. At 5 months, it should be pretty grown up already. Thank you for the lurk, Shadow. Take care. Much love. Yeah, I want to save the 6s, Fisher. It's just... end of the round, we get the -5 stress here. But it doesn't matter because it's end of the round. So even if you finish it, the stress comes after the game. So after the challenge. So... what if I just get rid of... it's 12. Let's save the 6s. This will be our final round, all the 6s. All right, let's go. What if? What if? 55! Let's put more gems in. I think we can put the second 6 last. It's 48. This is higher. 55. Red Dead Redemption 2, Mary? Do enjoy. I only played the prologue. I really need to get back into that game. It's so immersive. Enjoy Red Dead, Mary. Thank you for dropping by. Did you hear the great news that Square Enix is doing what all fans want and diving headfirst into NFT proof? It's definitely what we want. It's definitely what we want, Izzy. God. They talked about it for so long before, and then they're finally doing something about it. It's like, look, just don't mess with the games. I think the kid is looking more gorgeous every time I check back in. Yes. I want to give Solana a hug, though. It's like, she's so confused right now. That's why we're out here. We're just trying to clear our heads. We're trying to stop a war from happening. We're trying to go back for the brink of the abyss. We're trying to fight this before we hit the point of no return. But Solana feels so helpless. We lost her mom. We lost her dad. Some of our friends hate us. I'm losing my best friend, Nem, because she's going out with that boy. I told her that guy was bad news. Oh well. It's a lot. That's why I'm out here. I'm so sorry. I should have optimized that. I got frustrated. There's a narrow place where 2 pools meet that you think you can leap over. Those little ponds look too small to house anything really dangerous, you hope. You approach the water's edge, leap of faith. You make it over the narrow gap. Nice, you feel empowered. Yeah, Red Dead 2... Well, I haven't finished it, but... It's on sale now. If you do have the time to spare, Red Dead 2 is a pretty good experience. Even Red Dead Online. Just trying to take photographs of animals and, you know, appreciate nature and just ride around. Boss battle! Okay. I'm just exploring everything first. Yeah, we're gonna check out that animal. Alright, that's it. I was just about to say, you are on an RP server, Mary. I saw clips of like the RP community in Red Dead, and it is so amazing. They have like a whole group of treasure hunters and veterinarians. Alright? And naturalists and it's so wholesome. Like all of them sounding like voice actors straight out of a, you know, Wild West film. And they were just there, you know, exploring nature, supporting each other, taking care of their horses, and all that. Glad to hear that you're having fun on your RP server. This looks like a weasel. This looks like an otter weasel kind of thing. You're surveying some weird algae bloom when it starts to get dark. You pack up for the day and begin to head back to base when you see a cloud of Dorbs moths fluttering overhead. Them. The same villains that keep eating your crops. You decide to follow them. You creep silently up after the Dorbs moths. They don't seem afraid of you or anything at all. Right, this was a thing. They were stealing our crops. Dorbs moth eventually converge in a clearing where hundreds of them rest against stalks of the giant fungal trees. The sound of their wings rubbing against each other is like music. The entire clearing glimmers with dust. It's so pretty. You stand there and watch for a few minutes. Don't fall for it, Solana! You're gonna get... Suddenly, the piece of the clearing is broken by squeaking and a chaos of flapping wings. The Dorbs moth all explode from their perches, sending clouds of choking dust into the air. Through the dust, you can see a Dorbs moth locked in a vicious battle with a small creature. It's all over so quickly. You watch the creature cling to the Dorp's moth's back as it flails around until it climbs up and rips out the Dorp's moth's throat with its tiny, vicious teeth. It's utterly adorable, Fisher. People legit scared the shit out of you, Barry? Well, if you don't want to talk about it, but I'm curious, like, in an RP way, like, were they that in character that it became scary? Did they get into character too hard that they were terrifying? Because I can imagine that happening. Damn. What were they acting at? What were they role-playing as? A bounty hunter? A bandit? More squeaking fills the clearing. From the trees descend an entire family of the things, and they set upon the corpse of the Dorp's moth like it's a kingly buffet. They hop around and hiss at each other, popping up like popcorn. The sound is incredible, like the screeching of a chair across a floor. The rest of the Dorp's moths have completely vanished. The cries of these tiny hunters must have scared them off. That was cool. You whip open your hollow palm and record their squeaking and chittering as they devour their meal. If you play this, it's bound to scare the Dorp's moths away from your fields too. You don't think you would have believed it if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes. The little things, you decide you'll call them bounce weasels, are like 1/5 the size of the Dorp's moth, and they're even more cute than the moths. No, you got robbed! Oh no, I'm sorry, Mary. Well, that's life out there in the Wild West. Sometimes you gotta run around with your posse. Make sure you don't get stuck up by bandits on the road. There's a dangerous place. So hopefully you find some friends, put together a posse, and get back at those bandits. Are you role-playing as anyone in particular, Mary? Like, did you fall into a certain, like with a certain group? I'm curious as to what your character's doing in... where is Red Dead Redemption 2 set in? You're pretty involved in recording the bounce weasels, so you don't notice another family of them moving into position over your head until it's too late. Like the Dorp's moth, you had the audacity to stand still for too long in their territory. You yelp as you're pelted by a hail of sharp-toothed creatures. Oh no! Endure it. This is locked? Are you kidding me? Okay. I guess that's the most we're gonna get. I want one as a pet too, Fisher, but they're vicious creatures. Why would you lock this? It's so annoying. It's not even a social challenge. Why am I thinking about this memory? Why is Solana thinking about the time she was compromising with Antecedent? I'm not sure. Fun fact, those bandits were fracked either way. They immediately got chased by deputies. Okay, you're just riding around enjoying the West and watching all of this happen, right? With Mars. We were compromising with Mars? Right! Thank you for remembering that, Vanoa. I was trying to remember where this came into the picture. We split the tips. Yeah. Yeah, perhaps Solana's thinking, oh, I wonder how Mars is doing at this point. And remembers Mars. She's gonna skim some kudos off of us. Oh dear. Well... 24 versus 26. I could. I don't have a much. I keep giving the sticks away. All right, 26 will be the highest thing we get here. This is so annoying. You're like a combo breaker. This is not compromising at all. Oh, can imagine Mary in the Wild West helping people when they need it. Perhaps you might end up... Well, I guess you're an adventurer in that sense. Helping out people in need. What do you call a deer with no eyes? I don't know. What do you call a deer with no eyes? You know, no, now you're gonna be I thought you were gonna help people, Mary. But take care, have fun, enjoy the life of banditry and your Red Dead RP server. Nowhere King? Okay, you're gonna go to your bandit persona. Got it. Ha! No idea. Yeah, Mary. It is. Once in a while, you just want to play as the bandit. Hopefully you have a good game of cops and robbers. That can get super fun. Especially when you mentioned that there was that posse, or the deputies were rounding up those bandits. Now to join the dark side and fight against that. No idea. Okay, I get it. It just took a while I had to read it out loud. No idea. With the... You need to have an accent for that. Idea. Like, which accents say it like that? I know Kiwis sometimes say that. Idea. Well, Brits do also sometimes say that. Why do cows have bells? Because you want more cowbell? Especially when you fall off your horse and get caught. Don't fall off, Mary. That's a lot of damage. You can die instantly. Because their horns don't work. Internet cookies for you, Magpie. Christopher Walken voice. Yep. That's what came into mind. That's a... you have to appreciate these jokes, Mary, before you're out doing your banditry thing. Consider that if it makes you groan in pain, consider that punishment for being a bandit. And I do hope you get some good heists out of that. No, it'll be amazing. Like, are you gonna go rob a bank with your fellow bandit friends? Do you have code names for each other? I'm curious now, like, what kind of colors do you wear? Like, does your gang have a name? You know, every gang of bandits in the Wild West needs a name. Like, who are you following? Which notorious bandit are you following? Are you the notorious bandit? I'm so curious. You're gonna go rob a bank. I hope it's a cool posse. I hope it's a cool gang of bandits that you're running around with. Why did the robot cross the road? Hey, perhaps you'll earn their respect eventually, Mary, and you're gonna be elevated into legendary status. The whole Wild West will know of your bandit, whatever her name is. To get a bite to eat. Maya's not amused, but I am amused. Keep them coming. I'm here for puns and terrible jokes. In fact, I'd love to reward those. You know, it's all about proper timing and A joke can be all about proper timing and delivery, honestly. Hence the art of punning at the right moment. It's a beautiful work of art. Anyway. We'll wait for you to replenish, Fisher. I feel like I could get a higher score. We get the gem. Yeah, because +1 for gems, right? That's locked. 28. What? And Mars had to take a kudos from me. You cover your head and neck, and the bounce weasels, well, bounce right off of you. Some of them cling to your jacket, nipping little holes into it. But when they can't get their teeth into you, they bounce away into the forest, chittering in anger. You can't wait to show Cal the battle of cute versus cute. This planet is pretty cool. Plus, now you have an idea about how to keep the moths from stealing your crops. Yeah. Drifts of spark snow make this area hard to pass through. Your feet keep sticking into it, and you have to work to get them free with every step. The only way forward here is through an especially deep area. Oh, I remember this. Shovel it out of the way. Right, we don't have a shovel with us. But you find a bush, you can sort of use like a broom. We already did this event. So the spark snow is lighter and fluffier than you were expecting. Whacking it with your brush causes showers of pretty sparks and tiny popping noises. It takes ages to clear the path, but it's oddly satisfying. Hopefully the next surveyor through will appreciate your hard work. So many crystals. Minerva Castile. And your good character is Sula Hemphil. Regale us with tales of your daring do as an adventurer, helping the needy, and as a bandit, a wicked bandit, stealing the hearts of the West. Codename for bad guys, Nerve. Alright, Nerve. You ready to hit that bank? I love it. Minerva Nerve. That is good. That is a good code name. That is a perfect code name for Minerva. It fits. I can imagine it now. I'm imagining all you like hunkering down, like cocking your your 6-shooters, and then just waiting for the right time, and then you're all getting ready for that heist. What do you call a fish wearing a bow tie? Sorry, I didn't see that. Got this, got this. Alright, you lost me. What is a... I love it. That is a pun and also terrible joke. I love it. That's a 2-for-1 Fisher. You just pull out the big guns over there. Sophisticated. I have not heard that one before. Thank you for expanding my horizons. And I don't say that sarcastically. But good luck as Nerve, Mary. Sometimes you gotta make a, you know, gals gotta make a living. Oh, yeah, we touched these before. We repeated the pattern. That's what we did. Play a memory game with them, touching the stones in the pattern they give you. You feel emotions coming from the rocks. Affection, interest, gratefulness. Somehow we understand. They like the contact. 3 points. Are they creatures or rocks? Sometimes the lines between the two can be blurry on Vertumna. They can't move but learn about the world from creatures who pass by and touch them. I did like this event. Like the way animals rub to leave their scent, these rocks entice animals to play with them and leave information about the world. You get the sense they're excited for your new scent. To what end, you don't know. Yeah, don't go out and doing your banditry alone, Mary. But welcome in. You are always welcome at this table. I am excited to hear about how your heist goes. You gotta learn these dad jokes for when you have a child to torment with. I do have 2 nieces I need to torment with these jokes. I'll keep that in mind. When they're old enough to understand those and appreciate the sophistication of such jokes, then I will spring it upon them. You hear Nomi shouting for nearby help. Run over there. You sprint to the sound of distress. Nomi seems to have fallen headfirst into some kind of Nomi-sized flower. Is it eating them? It engulfed Nomi's upper torso, its petals pulsing as it pulls them down further. You could use your blast cutter to cut them out of there, if you could figure out what part of this creature to cut with. Nomi is struggling, and you hear muffled sounds of distress from inside. Save Nomi! Four. I don't know what I'm doing. 3, 6. Oh, card gets a +2. I didn't see that. 4. But I don't want to waste the rainbow. Well, I know I can take my time to like rearrange them. I'm panicking. I need to save Nomi. I'm too into this. Yeah, we can get the 666. This keep it between the rounds. 6, 6, 6. And this thing gets +1. 4 6s. Hell yeah. I only know 25 letters of the alphabet. I don't know why. Good one. It's a good thing we saved the 6s for this, actually. This is good. You're addicted to the hokey pokey. But I turned myself around. Good one. Thank you for all that. It is definitely lessening. Like, Solana might be totally stressed, but at least it's helping me through this time of this in the story. Well, that's a 6. This is gonna be a 6 though. 35? 37. Solana's other lives are just trolling her today. Yep. Just making sure she doesn't collapse under the weight of everything that's going on here. Nomi, are you okay? You delicately slice the lyre flower at the underside of the base of its flower, which you guess is the creature's neck. Up close, it actually looks more reptilian than plant-like. Just a little nick, and the creature coughs and convulses. Nomi spills forth in a flood of digestive juices. Ew, 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 yuck! My outfit! Stupid flower! Nomi stomps and shakes their fist at the flower, which lurches away on a fat, snake-like body. We didn't kill it. Wait, that's it? Nomi! Huh. Okay, that is something I didn't know as well. When I was a kid, my dad got fired from his job as a road worker for theft. I refused to believe he could do such a thing, but when I got home, the signs were all there. I'm waiting for the... Am I gonna cringe or applaud? Okay, so I did not know that. Dad jokes are very much an English thing, but puns are everywhere. Yeah, puns... I think I've heard about like puns even in different languages. Like puns I wouldn't understand. Wait, when I was a kid, My dad got fired from his job as a road worker for theft. I refused to believe he could do such a thing. But when I got home... yeah. Burns all the science. Yeah, that is a good one. Congratulations, Mary. The water in this pond is a slightly greener color than you're used to seeing. It smells sweet but kind of acidic too. That's odd. Oh, we already tried this. Identify it. Now we can identify it. You collect a sample to analyze, then hide yourself under some large mushrooms to watch the local fauna come and go. The smaller creatures sniff the water but leave without drinking. Then a massive Balneal photosynth slumbers over, lifts a leg, and... oh. This pond must be where the Balneal photosynths mark their territory. You check your analysis results to confirm. Yes, it's literally brimming with Balneal piss. We drank it last time, I think. What is the best thing about Switzerland? I don't know, the black is a big plus. One thing I will admit, my roster of like jokes are... they need expanding, so I appreciate this. When does a joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent. That's like a 3-for-1, Mary. That's like just there's so many layers to that. It is one, it entices it poses an actual question. When does a joke become a dad joke, right? Like that is when does it classified as a dad joke? Is it in terms of how quote unquote terrible it is? Who says if a joke is terrible? If it elicits a response where you might want to laugh or cry, but it also answers it in the most dad joke fashion of it all, when it becomes apparent. It at once answers it and makes a joke out of it. There's so many levels to that, Mary. What do you call a poor Santa Claus? Okay, wait. What is how do you call a poor Santa Claus? Saint Nicholas. Okay. Walk right into that one. Good one. Okay. Knock knock, who's there? Hi, how's it going, Ditzy? Welcome to the stream. I am getting stressed, but I'm thankful. Well, Solana's getting stressed, and I was getting stressed because of Solana's situation right now in terms of the story. But all these jokes are making it better. No bell. Damn it. Well, welcome in, Ditzy. If this is your first time chatting here, if this is your first time here, welcome to the table. This is Tabletop Cinema, and are you familiar with this game? I was a teenage exocolonist. Nobel who? Let's finish this joke before I do this event. I'm trying to figure out where this is gonna go. Nobel who? The anticipation is the tension is real. Well, welcome in, Ditzy. I'm Mikey. I'm a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. We are on the variety stream portion of this channel, Tabletop Cinema, where we try to bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. This is I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. We play as Solana, currently 17 years old. And we're dealing right now with a lot of conflict going on at the colony. We're dealing with coming of age challenges and colony problems. No bell, I just knocked. I guess we walked right into that one. Right into the door. Welcome in, Nitsi. As you see, everyone here is quite loaded up with all these amazing jokes. Wait, Three-Eyed Magpie. Why should you always knock before opening your fridge? Why? Oh, welcome in, Ditzy. I'm glad you found us. Glad you found your way here. Hope you enjoy your stay. Because there might be a salad dressing. Yeah, that's definitely a salad dressing. That would be quite... Yeah. That dressing would definitely be fresh. Anyway... Welcome into the channel, Ditzy. We have people here, we have people here on their fifth plus playthrough of this game. This is my first playthrough, and everyone's here just watching me flail about and try to do what I think is right or what's best for Solana and the rest of the colony. I am really quite engaged. I'm actually not sure, given the pace we're going, I'm not sure if I'll be able to hit 20 years old and cap up our first playthrough. I'm still gonna keep going. I still have some energy. But I met Vanua and Fisher here because of this game, and now I met you, Ditzy. I sold our vacuum cleaner. It was just gathering dust. I feel sorry for that vacuum cleaner. That vacuum cleaner is then like, but master, what is my purpose then? Oh, that hurts. All right, let's do this event. Oh, you have not played this game, Ditzy? Are you sensitive to spoilers? Spoilers ahead, by the way. Major spoilers ahead. But welcome in. If you're trying to get a gauge of whether you want to get this game or not, you're in the same position as Lau earlier, who came by earlier. I'm really enjoying this game. I recommend really playing it and going through it. My playthrough is going to be very different from yours. So we have different priorities, a different Solana, different priorities and interests. It's super cool. How do you make holy water? You boil... All right. We're gonna finish this. I love that one. Good luck robbing those banks. You're gonna need it for the amount of hell you're gonna pay for all that. You're gonna have to pay for all those jokes you've been springing on us. You better make that bank heist successful. You used to be addicted to soap, but you're clean now. Hey, looking at the bright side of things, right? At least you're clean. I also like that one. I have not heard that before. Boil the hell out of it. They're gonna try to find a way to use that. Like holy water. Holy crap. I'm trying to figure out now something holy crap. You know, where did holy crap come from? I honestly don't know. Anyway, you spot an enormous unfamiliar flower. Large waxy petals joined to form a basin brimming with goopy yellow gunk. The entire thing has a sticky, melting look. The awful smell of the juice permeates the area. Except we just encountered Nomi Nomi. Nomi Nomi almost got nom-nommed by the freaking flower. I know what you are, nom-nom flower. Drink the goop! Drink it! No, what? Wait and watch it. One of the nearby bushes starts rustling. Oh, another bush bub. It approaches the plant and dips an arm into it, bringing it to its face and licking it. Then it sticks its head right in there and drinks. This thing is gonna get decapitated. You try not to gag, belch, blech. After some long, deep gulp. Wait, no, what? After some long, deep gulps, the bush bub wanders away looking slightly tipsy. I will repeat the bush bob's actions. Put your hand in and feel around in there. Wait, let me. I can't keep up with it. I used to be like this. So when two vegans get in an argument, is it still called beef? I think I heard that one before. What is the Easter Bunny's favorite type of music? Yeah, I think I heard the beef thing before. Someone shared it. But what is the Easter Bunny's favorite type of drink? If the Pope took a crap, would it be a holy shit? That we can debate that. Hip hop. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna drink the goop, chat. That thing looked happy. If the smell is horrendous, the taste is indescribable. The moment it hits the back of your mouth, you start gagging and salivating uncontrollably. Throwing up is a relief. Oh, despite your initial discomfort, when you're done emptying your stomach, you realize you feel incredible. Like you've been totally cleansed inside and out. You feel invigorated. You see, that is a cleansing juice that works. I was just cleansed of all. That is just instant detox right there. And I got +1 for perception. And -40 for stress. I can do this. All your noise attracts nearby bush bob. It comes scurrying out of the bush, growing and cackling at you. Defend yourself. I got a drone rifle and I'm not afraid to use it. Wait, +1 for each gem. So that's 6. 6. If a child refuses to nap, are they guilty of resisting arrest? Indeed, Fisher. Oh, man. Put the child in timeout. A friend of mine is known for sweeping girls off their feet. He's an extremely aggressive janitor. You gotta take cleaning seriously. You know, those people are just standing in the way. You're making it difficult for the janitor, right? So, props to the janitor. You gotta clean that floor. I like telling dad jokes. Sometimes he laughs. I'm an expert at picking leaves and heating them in water. It's my specialty. I guess you can keep this all night, chat. I'm gonna try. Neighbors become these stress cards. Okay. Hold up. Wait, I can't. These are good ones. Keep it coming. 22. Hold up. +2 to cards with gems. 25. Okay, we can go with this. Next round. I was out on a walk when I saw a sign that said, "Man, wanted for robbery." So I went in and applied for the job. How many of these do you guys have? You just keep... You know, we have the whole internet as a repository. They're never gonna run out of ammunition, Ditzy. If you arrange the letters of mailmen, they get really upset. Good one. What's the best smelling insect? Deodorant. You know, on that note, apparently some people can smell ants and some people can't. I don't know if that's true or if it is just some, you know, sensationalized news being spread around, but I do not know how ants smell. I don't think I can smell ants. Like, I can't smell ants. Or I'm not aware that I'm smelling the ants. Nice. We could just, it's all bonus points now. Just finding the best hand. A bartender broke up with her boyfriend, but he kept asking her for another shot. Oof. Oof. What do you call a belt made of watches? A waste of time. Or a time machine. Why not? What's the best hand we can make here? 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. No! We missed out on 1 point. Reading a novel where the main character has strained the muscles around his spine. That's his backstory. Sometimes someone's backstory is so heavy you can't take it. Want to hear a roof joke? It's on the house. Thanks, Magpie. You are so generous. What do you call 2 monkeys that share an Amazon account? Primate. Yeah, fellow primate. Mary and I are primates at this point. The funny creature rears up and stomps the ground intimidatingly, but by reading its body language you realize it's just trying to move you away from the big flower. You back away slowly, talking softly to it. Good, Bushbub. You can keep your gross stink flower. It's all yours, buddy. Wow, we cleared it. Alright, that was productive. Let's clear up the events we haven't done. Fellow monkey. Yes. What does garlic do when it gets hot? I don't know, but garlic is delicious. Fried garlic is delicious. It takes its clothes off. Okay. I guess we're getting a bit steamy. It's getting hot in here. So take your clothes off. Cloves off. Ladies, he can't appreciate your fruit jokes. You need to let that man go. It's so much better when you get like read it out, right? Wait, what events haven't we done? We basically cleared this map already, so we can move on to other things. Wait, we went back. Huh. You've reached the end of the area. Thank you, Vanwa. Go home. Yeah, you can also click here. Let's save the stress for activities here. Congratulations, we did it. I hate it here. I wish everyone was dead. Then everything would be back to normal. Okay, Dis. I'm here for you if you need me, Dis. What's a robot favorite snack? Computer chips. That goes well with getting a bite to eat. Then you follow up with, but what's a robot's favorite snack? Computer chips. How does the man in the moon get his hair cut? Eclipse it. Alright. Are you happy with this guy? Nem, I really don't know what you see in him. Have you seen my delinquent brother? Tang asks, already agitated. He was supposed to appear for his vaccinations before leaving an expedition again. Dr. Instance messaged me, like I am his keeper, or some such nonsense. She sighs and pinches the bridge of her nose. I am done minding him. If he wants to cuff up flower petals for 3 weeks or whatever else you mind is out there just waiting to infect us, he's welcome to muck around and find out. Cal is taking a break in the shelter of the geoponics dome as you approach... Oh, you saw that. I used to hate facial hair, but then it grew on me. Oh, it's so annoying. Facial hair. Yeah, I'm trying to make this work. Like a mustache and a beard, but it took me more than 2 years to get it to this state, chat. Maybe it's just not meant to be. Maybe I'm just meant to shave it all off. Did you hear about the restaurant on the moon? Great food, no atmosphere. How do lawyers say goodbye? Well, we'll be suing ya. Oh, lawyer jokes. You and Nami are walking around... you and Nami are talking when they suddenly go quiet and look down at the ground. Seconds later, a group of Helio soldiers walk past you, ignoring you and Nami entirely. Nami picks at the edge of their sweater. Sorry, they mutter. Sometimes it's just easier if everyone pretends they don't notice me. No. Rex is staring across the colony at the garrison, watching the soldiers go through their drills. Not so sure about this war, he says, scowling. Seems a little bit like a bunch of big dick soldiers got it in their heads to start killing things just because they don't look human enough. He sniffs in derision. I'm more human than they are. And I'm part dog. Here's a steak, dog. You said the magic word, Fisher. You need to satisfy my craving for pizza. Every time someone mentions pizza, I want a pizza. What do Bostonians call a fake noodle? An impasta. From Boston. Don't trust Adams. They make up everything. Oh, don't do that to the Adams. They might go atomic. Why should I care for nature? Mars asks, flipping her hair. We're done with that. What does IDK stand for? Everyone I ask says, I don't know. And you go crazy about it. What does IDK mean? Why does nobody know what IDK means? Pollen season makes me want to research xenobotany, but I want to erase these other stats. This is for toughness, and this is just 3 toughness. You know, the world is such a sad place. I'm gonna study the humanities. Yeah, why does bees have sticky hair? Because they use a... Definitely a honeycomb. Did you hear about the guy who stole 50 cartons of hand sanitizer? They couldn't prosecute. His hands were clean. Too clean. Very. What does this do? Reasoning and empathy. Okay, if we do this, we can get a new card from Tang. Today, she's growing up. Today you're tutoring Nougat and a couple younger kids in ancient Earth geography. They're learning the names of the countries by pointing to them on maps and saying a few facts about them. It seems kind of pointless to memorize places that these kids will never see, but it's not like you can teach them much about Vertumna geography yet. You're still discovering it. Billions of people? Nougat says skeptically, squinting at a hollow projection of Earth. How do they fit everybody onto one little planet, with all the trees and animals and stuff? Was it all like one big colony. Tell her the sad truth. Oh wait, I missed something. Is this pool safe for diving? It deep ends. Okay, this one is a dark one. Why was the rookie police officer assigned to hunt the cannibal? The more seasoned officers had already been eaten. That is gold. Treasure trove of stuff right here on this chat. Immortalized forever on stream because it is all recorded now, everyone. This is gonna live on forever. Rip. Tell her the sad truth. You give Nougat the little kid version of the truth that you learned as a kid. You tell her life on Earth was brutal and hard. Humanity destroyed the environment and fought over what was left. There were no trees or animals left. Not as many as there should have been anyway. Most people were poor, hungry, and sick. And the ones who weren't kept all the nice things for themselves. At least your parents were lucky to escape on the stratospheric, and you were lucky to be born on it. You're all lucky to be here, now. No matter what, at least Vertumna isn't Earth. Nougat looks bewildered. She doesn't really watch holovids, only the cheerful ones for kids that don't address Earth's decline, so she had no idea. But they still had really, really tall buildings, right? To fit all the people? She asks. You sigh and tell her they did. And she nods in satisfaction and goes back to her schoolwork. Get to work. It's a shame that the Beatles didn't make the submarine and that song green. That would have been sublime. It is not a vain attempt to stop what will happen. It is just, I'm proud that this is all being immortalized. The car looks nice, but the muffler seems exhausted. What do you call a chicken in space? A pollo. Pollo. Have you ever eaten El Pollo Loco? Magpie? I loved that shit as a kid. Wrapping up your chicken, your seasoned chicken in tortilla wrappers. Holy crap, so good. What does a lemon say when it answers the phone? Yellow. El Pollo Loco. I wonder how they are now. I ate it as a lot in my childhood, but for all I know, it's not good anymore. 34. $38. Ah, 2 stars. What did the skeleton order with its beer? What did the skeleton order with its beer? A mop. Wait. They say vengeance is a dish best served cold, but so is justice. Justice. Okay, wait. Dad, can you put the cat out? I didn't know it was on fire. What? If it was served warm, it would have been just water. Wait. If it was served warm, it would have been just water. There's so many jokes. I'm like trying to connect things. Justice. I got that. But the cat on fire. Can you put the cat out? I didn't know it was on. Oh yeah, put the cat out because the cat was on fire. If it was served warm, it would have been just water. You're right. Okay, damn it. Oh, you guys are getting me. Thank you for that. You know, like a joke's Usually the joke's no fun if you have to explain it. I get it now. It is a two-parter. How do you make 7 even? Take away the S. Well, you're technically correct. So we're at war then. Wanna study together, Tang? You offer to help Tangent with her schoolwork, but she just shrugs you off. I'm not working on school anymore, she says. Chief Engineer Instant says I'm smart for my age, and my talents are wasted in school. She opens her holopalm and shows you some of her lab notes. It's so much work though, she complains. Honestly, maybe it would be better to be like everyone else. Unintelligent people seem happier. Just then, Nem jogs by with a squad of soldiers, all marching in time. She gives you a little wave, then cringes as the leader barks at her to keep her eyes forward. Tang shudders. On second thought, forget I said that. I'll keep being smart, thank you. Done. If athletes get athlete's foot, what do astronauts get? Mistletoe. Why didn't Jupiter know about Zeus? He was myth-informed. Oh, come on. People have lisps, Magpie. How does a taco say grace? Let us pray. Oh, tacos. Why do cows have hooves? Because they lack toes. Springing off from there. Hey, Nom Nom has a Nomi Nomi. You find Nomi Nomi in the lounge, flanked by 2 holoscreens and doodling in a sketchbook with real paper. One holoscreen is playing an animated kids show, while the other is a wall of text that looks like it might be a translation guide of some sort. Nomi's attention moves between the 3 easily. When they see you, they jump and quickly close their holoscreens, sitting up straight and clutching their sketchbook to their chest. Oh, hi, Solana. They giggle, rubbing the back of their head charmingly. How you doing? Is that in a different language? Aren't we a little old for cartoons? It's okay, you can watch cartoons here. Is that in a different language? Well, yeah, Nomi says, wrinkling her nose. It's better in the original language, but the subtitles don't tell the whole story either. Oh, by the way, they watch a lot of anime. Nomi sets their sketchbook aside and looks around conspiratorially. I thought you were going to bust me for jailbreaking my holopad. Oh, they jailbroke their holopad. Cool. All the Helio kids have restrictions on what we can watch and for how long. But you guys have so many more cartoons than we had. Nomi throws their arms in the air. Like the first season of Turbo Girl Hyperjet Transform. What? That sounds like total garbo. Where do you learn how to do that? What's that? We watched this together. Nomi. And I guess Solana, I love Turbo Girl Hyperjet Transform. What? Nomi cries, slapping their heads to their cheeks. Nomi's an anime character. Really? It's the best cartoon ever made. What else has schoolgirls who like aircraft from the waist, who look like aircraft from the waist down? Oh my god, it's Kankol. Battling evil aliens while dealing with the stresses of high school life. You have to agree. You were pretty fond of the arc in the 3rd season where Kamiya and Otoko disagreed about whether Haruka could truly be considered a hyperjet if she was part helicopter. Oh my god, I can't keep up with this chat. My wife asked me to sync her phone, so I threw it into the ocean. I hope that phone was waterproof. What did the man go to the dentist? 2:30. What time did the man go to the dentist? 2:30. Why can't the ocean take a joke? Because it is too salty. Yeah. Why didn't the skeleton climb the mountain? It didn't have the guts. Why did the one cannibal say to the other while they were eating a clown? Does this taste funny to you? Then Mary, you can follow it up with your earlier joke about why did they assign the rookie to hunt the cannibal? It connects. There's a whole story to that. The Helio Media Archive only had season 2 through 9 and only 3 of the OVAs, Nomi says, puffing her cheeks out. I can't believe in the 4th OVA, Flight Captain Yumiko gets captured by the aliens and brainwashed into thinking she's been an alien sleeper agent the whole time. Is that what you're drawing? Solana! Nomi exclaims, snatching their sketchbook up again. Don't peek. Nomi laughs and flips over their sketchbook, showing off some of their drawings. I was drawing some fan art for the show, they say. Well, it's kind of fan art. Okay, it's more like if I was a character in Hypergirl Turbojet Transform. Yeah. Wow, look at this. Nomi's enthusiasm. It's a rainbow card, and the card to the right becomes a wild. Oh, Empathy 21. Let's take advantage of this. It looks good. Keep at it. Will you be an artist when you grow up? This is a waste of time. What kind of aircraft would you be? Nomi blinks at you, clearly stunned by your interest. Well, okay, kind of. You see, all the cool aircraft are already taken, and it's rude to be a double. They press the tips of their index fingers together and look thoughtful. If you didn't notice by now, Nomi is also the only character here who has anime eyes. Sometimes I draw myself, my character, as something weird, like a hot air balloon. But then I think, it would be kind of cool if I was the only regular human in the Turbo Girl Hyperjets. Right, she's the totally bland, normal, human, nothing special protagonist, and all the Turbo Girl Hyperjets are crazy about them. What did the one cannibal say to the other about the night? Looks like we are gonna have canned food. It's a whole mythos, chat. A mythos of cannibal jokes. Do I enjoy making courthouse puns? Guilty. These connect so well with the other ones earlier. I do. Ditzy, I love their anime nerd talk. Like, Solana, I generally enjoyed it. And the barracks keeps making fun of them. It's so annoying. So that's why Nomi and Dis, I think they're getting along. If you notice also the design of Nomi, it's a heart. The collar part and then the V-neck thing, it forms a heart. I have a joke about chemistry, but I don't think it'll get a reaction. My dad told me a joke about boxing. I guess I missed the punchline. What do you call somebody with no body and no nose? Nobody knows. How does a penguin build its house? It glues it together. Mars is watching holovids, propping her head up with her hand. Newton's bloody apple, she curses. We have got to start producing our own entertainment soon, or I am going to literally go mad. Actually, now that you mentioned it, Mars, we only have a finite number of TV shows and movies. Oh, this is squatting at the edge of the colony, staring off into the wilderness, with his arms wrapped around his knees. It doesn't matter, he mutters. Soon I'll be gone, and then you'll be gone. He puts one hand on the ground. We'll all be gone, eventually. I feel like I need to help this somehow. Or are you okay, this? Can February, March? No, but April, May. A guy walks into a bar and he was disqualified from the limbo contest. Not sure if you have noticed, but I love bad puns. That's just how I roll. And then followed up by Fisher, good Good catch over there. Good follow-up. Combo points for you two. I see what you did there. Solana's lost. It's like Solana doesn't have focus anymore in life. She has no idea what she should be doing. You know, for the sake of pollen season, I'm gonna work in life sciences. Combo breaker! It's okay, you got enough points out of that. You're getting a lot of points. You know, it's like, what's that show where the points don't really matter, but like, if the one that Drew Carey, yeah, you get 1,000,000 points. I feel like there are events still locked behind these things, but meta-wise, I'm already like maxed out. So, creativity and persuasion. Let's get perks for studying the humanities. I think Solana is just... I need beauty in life. You hear a scuttling of metallic legs. What the heck? And a strange knee-high robot bursts into your engineering lab, going full tilt on its 6 spidery legs. It slams into a wall hard enough to knock itself down. It seems to be having trouble getting back up again and is flailing its metal legs around dangerously. Damn it, we don't have enough engineering. Engineering is my current lowest stat. Put it back out in the hall. Ouch! It accidentally slashes you with a leg while scrambling to find purchase. Stupid robot. Congruence's TV thingy wheels in squeakily as the robot runs off down the hall. Sorry about that, she chirps. I'm so close to getting its new movement algorithm online. I'll have the Robovax corner it and we can try again. Working with robots is just so hard with no hands, she continues, wheeling back and forth in a display of frustration. This was much easier when Hal was here. I miss him. Congruence isn't clean to clear her throat, but you get the distinct impression she's simulating it anyway. Well, if you know anyone who loves to tinker with bots, let them know I need a helper. I'll work on my engineering. Get to work. I see a robbery at an Apple store. Does that make you an eyewitness? I ordered a chicken and an egg from Amazon. I'll let you know. What did the drummer call his twin daughters? Anna 1, Anna 2. That's a bad wizard's favorite Imagine naming your children actually that. Anna 1, Anna 2. Anna 3, Anna 4. What's a bad wizard's favorite computer program? Spell check. Oh. Oh. Watch out, wizards. Shout out to my fingers. I can count on all of them. Shout out to your fingers. Shout out to all the fingers. Wait. Oh, it sets the neighbor to the value. Man. Okay, 40. That's the highest. Win. 2 stars. Whoa, fine. Imagine if you walked into a bar and there was a long line of people waiting to take a swing at you. That's the punchline. Have you ever tried to catch a fog? I tried yesterday, but I missed. I'm on a seafood diet. I see food and I eat it. Ugh, I love that diet. Air used to be free at the gas station. Now it's 1.50. You know why? Inflation. Ooh. Too soon, Mary. Gas prices are so crazy here. You look over Nomi's shoulder and see that they're drawing a whole page dedicated to the native Vertumnan plants. They look up at you and rub their cheek with the end of their pencil. I know we're supposed to believe in Governor Lam, they confess. But, What if we accidentally hurt the planet? What if some of the super cool plants and animals die? They look down at their page. I just think it'd be really sad if that happened. Me too. How do you make a Kleenex dance? Put a little boogie in it. I spent a lot of time, money, and effort childproofing my house, but the kid still gets in. Did you hear about the guy who invented the knock-knock joke? He won the Nobel Prize. Springing off our Nobel knock-knock joke. Coming in with a late kill. You catch them scarfing down some rations outside the garrison. I took a nap during my lunch break and I ran out of time to eat, she says. Too much to do. Unless you're here because you've realized Rex is a shithead for brains, blah blah blah. Rex whistles at you as you approach, giving you a heated up and down with his eyes. Should you do something different with your hair? He asks, then leans in to sniff you. New perfume? No. Is that a new shirt? Whatever you're doing, it's working for ya. He makes a claw with one hand and growls sexily at you, then cracks up. I don't have anything for you. Done. When I was a kid, my mother told me I could be anyone I wanted to be. Turns out identity theft is a crime. There's a lesson learned there. I had a neck brace fitted years ago and I've never looked back since. Ouch. Oh man, how do I get through to this? Cal is holding an ice pack to his face. Hey Solana, he greets you, giving you a half-hearted wave. Don't worry, he says, indicating the swelling scrape across his cheek. Kinda weird how me and Rex get so clumsy around the Helio kids, huh? He gives you a significant look. Let's continue studying. Kypris. We're about to make a breakthrough with empathy, persuasion, and creativity. Let's continue studying the humanities. Get our mind off things. For this year. What's the difference between a poorly dressed man on a tricycle and a well-dressed man on a bicycle? Attire. I used to be a personal trainer, then I gave my 2-week notice. What do you call a factory that sells passable products? A satisfactory. God. If April showers bring Mayflowers, what do Mayflowers bring? Pilgrims. Trying to wrap my head around that one. Wait a minute. You're doing creative writing in teams and you're paired with Mars. You wish it was with Tang. She always does so well on these. The theme is Earth's natural environment. Mars takes the topic at face value and wants to write about how beautiful everything was on Earth, with blue skies and green plants everywhere, and huge oceans that went on forever. It always looks gorgeous in the carefully staged movies you've seen on holovids. Write about climate problems instead. I think Solana's headspace right now is writing about climate problems. Mars wants to write about Earth's lush forests and deep jewel-like oceans, but you stop her. Wasn't Earth basically on fire when your parents left? You decide you should spend extra time researching how things really were. You've heard the basics from congruence, but what was it actually like? You ask her for all the information she has on the ecological collapse of Earth. Well, Congruence replies, first, carbon emissions trap the heat of the sun, which raised the global average temperature. You ask her to stop so you can look up carbon emissions. Then she continues. So the polar ice melted and the oceans rose and became too warm to sustain life. Mass weather disruptions caused grassland to become desert, then the bees died, and then so did everything they used to pollinate. Food instability caused wars to break out. By the time your parents left Earth, everything was essentially either underwater, on fire most of the year, or irradiated. Learning all this stresses you out. All of that, just because people wanted to drive cars and own lots of stuff made in faraway places, and have big families and keep their big houses the same temperature all year, and all by burning dirty mud they dug out of the ground. Could that happen here too? I am fully stressed out now. You're too bummed to present your findings, but Mars steps up. She's an excellent orator, though she does get some of the facts messed up. You didn't get an amazing grade. Mars accepts this with grace, but still thinks you would have done better if you'd have gone with her idea. Yeah, we just got sad and stressed. Why don't skeletons ever grow trick-or-treating? Because they have no body to go with. No! Nobody to go with. Dear math, grow up and solve your own problems. Yeah, dear math. I'm afraid you won't trust us to write an actual comment that is not a joke. Yep. Why is Peter Pan always flying? He never lands. Speaking of which, have any of you seen the new Peter Pan trailer? I have not, but they just announced a new one, right? With Jude Law or something? Have you ever heard about a chocolate record player? It sounds pretty sweet. What do Santa's elves listen to ask when they work? Rap music. Hell yeah. Good music to work to. Super goal! 3 stars. It's been a while since we got a 3 stars. I didn't realize it is already the Vertumnalia festival. Just like Solana, I was like going on a daze. I was just like doing actions and everything. This year's Vertumnalia is ushered in with a big military band, horns and drums, supplemented by recordings of parade music from Earth. Governor Lum strides out of command on a grand red carpet and ascends the stage to raucous applause. Thank you, everyone! He calls out over the din. Look at you. Look at this colony. Finally, truly united. All it took was a common enemy, he declares. I look at you, beautiful people, you strong people, you good human people. And I see a fire in your eyes. I see courage in your hearts. I see a colony that's ready to win. I see a colony that's here to stay, Vertumna. Do you hear me? He raises his hands, his arms, and roars. Do you hear me, Vertumna? We humans aren't going to hide anymore. Lum gestures for Security Chief Rhett to join him on stage, then continues. The original fugitive colonists got it wrong. In Roman mythology, Vertumnus was the god of cultivation, not of rampant, chaotic growth. He clenches his hand into a fist. We need to clear the field before we can plow it. Vertumna won't be safe for human life until the aliens are eradicated. Rhett crosses his arms and nods his agreement. Maybe there's more to this plan than Lum is letting on. Lum descends from the stage and does a receiving line of handshakes and fist bumps. In the vacuum left by his presence, Chief Administrator Seek takes the podium and clears their throat. I want to announce that this will be the last year that festival contest will be held. What? A sound of protest rises from the crowd, and near the front, Lum just shrugs theatrically and mouths, "Not my fault." Seek looks down at him pointedly, then continues. "This war will use our colony resources at a tremendous rate, including the most valuable, time." Lum takes the stage again and soothes the crowd. "I do have some good news," he declares. "Starting today, the colony is going to be granting requests from people who want to have children." A happy murmur burbles through the crowd. Yes, that's right. It's time to start on the next generation of Vertumnans and secure a future for our children. Lum pumps his fist in the air. "Humans! Humans! Humans!" Cringe. Anyway, about this war on nature, I think it's stupid, Cal says immediately. "I know survival is important, but we don't have to kill things to survive here." Mars rolls her eyes. "Duh, of course you'd think that," she mutters. "Personally, I think Lum is a total nullhead. He's not that much older than me. What is he, like 24? He's 30-something, right? And everyone listens to him?" She flips her head over her shoulder. "They should listen to me instead." Finally, you're called to participate in the games. The last ones. Maybe forever. If this war on nature ever ends, you'll probably be an adult. As your friends all separate into their usual games, you realize that this may be the last time that you just get to be kids. This is so sad. Let me catch up on chat. Maybe it'll make me feel better about this. Same, I haven't heard about it. Nope. But I did watch a new title, Little Mermaid trailer. Oh, yeah, I think they're gonna make a new Peter Pan, and it's gonna feature Jude Law. I've not seen the Little Mermaid trailer yet. Dark One again. This graveyard looks overcrowded. People must be dying to get in there. Oh, I think I've heard that one before, Mary. What did this hero say to the 8? "That belt looks good on you." Why was the coach yelling at a vending machine? He wanted his quarter back. Yeah, freaking vending machine. I asked my dog, "What's 2 minus 2? He said nothing. Why do vampires seem sick? They're always coughing. Why don't eggs tell jokes? They'd crack each other up. Gotta be careful around that. What do you call it when Dwayne Johnson buys a cutting tool? Rock, paper, scissors. Okay, that's a bit much. I don't trust stairs. They're always up to something. I never trusted stairs. I don't trust stairs. To this day, I do not trust stairs, chat. Always be careful on stairs. Don't rush down. Always make sure you have your footing. And for the love of God, please do not wear slippery footwear on wooden stairs. It spells disaster, chat. Be careful on stairs, please. If towels could tell jokes, I think they'd have a very dry sense of humor. Thank you, chat. That lightened me up, because I'm really sad about what's going on here in this game. What do we do for our last activity? For our last Vertumnan festival? Should I keep trying? No, I have to let go of Nem. We had our last dance together. Nem is with... what's his name? That jerk. He's with that jerk now, and she's gonna join the war and shoot everything, but... I would have wanted to go to the talent show, but this is new. Trivia. Let's just... Zeno wrangling was left such a bad taste in Solana's mouth. We already won the bake-off. We have nothing more to prove there. We could always skip the games, right? But let's join a trivia show. Oh, we get friendship with Tangent and Nomi Nomi. If towels could tell, yeah. You felt so many times. Yeah, Mary, I'm glad you're alive. You're here right now talking to us, but stairs are crazy. Almost died on stairs. Freaking insane. I do not have a good relationship with stairs. Well, that is your last one. In about 10 minutes, you're gonna plot a robbery. Minerva, or should I say Nerve, good luck and heisting. Are people gonna be expecting your gang? Sounds exciting, Mary. Good luck out there. Hope the heist goes off well. Of course, please do not... We're talking about Red Dead Redemption, chat, not on an actual robbery, okay? Oh, your brother's carrying me down the stairs because the power had cut out when he fell. He tossed me away so you not get hurt, but then he fell through the glass door at the end of the stairs. Okay, he's okay now. Oh, man, he protected you, Fisher. Ooh. Yeah, it's like... I mean... the simplest things, you know? It's like freak accidents happen. And as much as we tell ourselves to be careful, sometimes shit happens. I'm glad that he's okay now and that you're okay, Fisher. But yeah, stairs. They're always up to something. Hisses. But this is our last Vertumnan Festival, chat. We're almost at the end of the first playthrough. Tangent is out for blood this year. She snaps at anyone who tries to talk to her before the trivia begins and complains that she's been cramming so hard on pop culture that she feels like her brain is about to explode. Meanwhile, Nomi Nomi just bobs along to the music in their ear speak as they wait, totally unbothered. It's trivia time. You dare lock this... Okay, not so bad. It's a 9 rainbow. What if I match all wild cards? 23. $29. This is 29. The triple rainbow only goes to 23. But putting this makes it a 29. So this might be a good opening hand. I think. Okay, we can do this. We're gonna beat Tang. We have to beat Tang. It's always so competitive when it comes to Tang. At least this wild will just match the colors. $37. This might be the best second round we have. $21. We'll can clearly do this, but we want to also get the maximum. We want to get the best hand. We remind ourselves that we were also Science Fair champion. Okay, that's 38. Huh. What works better? We got a super goal at least. Why can't the nose be 12 inches long? Because then it would be foot. Again, you're technically correct. Ah, damn it. Tang's cramming clearly paid off for her. She's strong competition until the category about old earth slang, where you clearly pull ahead. You snatch victory from her clutches. and she grudgingly accepts your superiority in all things trivia. I'm popular again. After the festivities, everyone is supposed to take a few days vacation. You and your friends relax, but the adults move around the colony like ants in a hive, fortifying the walls and preparing for the human offensive against the planet. It's like, I don't know what to do against that. Aren't we at that part of the movie where there's just war that can be stopped, and these band of kids venture out into the unknown, very Dragon Prince like, if you ever watched Dragon Prince, the series. And to stop all that war, they have to find the thing, the MacGuffin, which will prevent the war from happening. Are we in that kind of movie? Or are we totally helpless? Shop clothes. We can buy clothes. But thank you for keeping it up, Fisher. And Mary's robbing banks now. Virtual banks. Red Dead Redemption 2, everyone. Just not real banks. In an RP server, which is totally fun. I might actually get into that at some point. Red Dead Redemption 2 RP server. Apply to work in construction. Wait, huh? Oh! We never done this. What, do we help build shit? Superhero cape. 2 times bonus for straights. Cool jacket. Plus 20 persuasion. Oh. Oh, well, let's get more perks. I want to get more perks. We are going to get a perk for persuasion and empathy. Let's go ahead and do that. I don't really care for aliens, Mars says, examining her nails. Why would I? Humans are far more interesting. And if the aliens are so cool, why don't they have cities already? She tosses her hair. Checkmate, aliens. Yeah. Uh-huh. I want to get the perks for persuasion, empathy, and engineering. We're close. Then my subsequent playthroughs are definitely gonna be more focused, and since you know what goes on. Yeah. Okay, we want empathy, persuasion, engineering. Let's go for it. My mom and dad asked if I was getting serious with anyone, Nomi says, wrinkling their nose. Gross Rooney, right? You don't have to do that stuff. Oh, Nem. Going out with this guy. You spot Vase talking to a small group of other soldiers and walk over to see what's going on. Vase gives you a cool look as you approach. Wait, I think I read this already. If you're looking for Rex, you're not going to find him. Yeah. Damn. Bullies. So we are popular. We want to get more kudos. But do we get kudos for studying? Oh, apply at the robotics lab. We need engineering 50. Damn, we're too late. I know, right, Fisher? That's why I feel really like I love where the narrative took it, because Nem was our closest friend. But true to life, you grow up, you sometimes grow apart. And sometimes your best friend ends up with someone you really do not approve of, and they see something in that person, and all you can do then is just wish that they're happy and they're being treated well. I hope she's being treated well. Like, fine, I'm gonna trust Nem. And I hope she's happy. Cry. We even had our last dance, Fisher. Like, during that ball. Solana chose to dance with Nem. But the Nem just said goodbye and then went to dance with Vase. And yes, Ditzy, be there for them if they fall. 100%. That's why I gave Nem. That's why I keep talking to Nem. And my headcanon is, you know, Nem, you're in the you're in the army now. You're dating that guy. I hope you know what you're getting into. I'm here for you. It's sad. How's it going, Matthew? Yeah, things are happening. We're 17 years old. I'm just gonna try to get perks now. But I want to make the most out of the kudos. So, what activities raise empathy, persuasion, or engineering, but also provide kudos? We can also apply to work in construction, but right now I'm against the war. I don't want to help them build weapons of war. This whole channel was flooded with jokes and puns. But now I feel like my knowledge has expanded. I can use those now. What about the greenhouse? We can check the greenhouse. This is organization, perception. I don't really need that. Organization, persuasion, and kudos. So working depot is a valid thing. My headcanon is also, for working the depot, we're keeping an ear close. We're keeping an eye on the colonial government. Shovel dirt, that's toughness. This is biology and toughness. Biology and organizing. Animals and empathy. Ooh. Oh, but our animals is 100 already. Relax in the park is to train our pet. Alright, let's work in the government office. But I also want to try this because this is new. You know what? Solana's looking for new shit to do. Kitchen if you have it. Where's the kitchen, Fisher? I don't remember a kitchen. Crews are hard at work converting an adjoining room into the new creche in anticipation for the colony's population boom. Okay. We want to make the most out of this. We're popular. And I want to know. I want to be in the room where it happens. Let's apply to work in construction. You pass the construction yard on your way to work. Rex waves you over. Hey, Solana, he says cheerfully. Want to help me do construction stuff now? But you do have another job that you promised to do. Alright, it's this event. You know, why not? I needed a distraction. Yeah, let's work hard. You help Rex hold up part of a wall while he fits a bracket in place. There's a lot of pounding and wiggling to get it to fit, which delights Rex every time he gets to make a joke about it. It's sweaty, rewarding work, and you learn something about engineering while you're at it. Oh, engineering. It's in the yellow area, but you need an event first then, right? Chief Administrator Seek comes storming out of the command to find you. Solana, they snap. Where have you been? I expected you hours ago. What? Wait, I didn't... What? I did the job, and then I came back months later to apply for a construction job. Whoa, it's my bad. Rex says, moving to stand between you and Seek. If he had a tail, it would be between his legs. The perfect picture of an apologetic puppy. I asked her to help out. We're super short on hands around here, and she did a great job. Seek grudgingly accepts that you did, in fact, do good work. They tell you that you're cleared to help out in construction if you'd like, snidely commenting that you're better suited for manual labor than the job you're actually supposed to do today. Jeez. Okay. Unlock construction in command. What does this do? Engineering and toughness. Sure, I could use some toughness. And our engineering also could use some skill. This is new as well. Let's do the new thing. Right, Fisher? I need a distraction. Pounds and a lot of pounding with Rex. I still think he's still a puppy in my head, okay? Solana can't really get with that yet. Work construction. Seek gets everyone together to discuss plans for the next big project, the next phase of construction on the living quarters, because it's now approved for people to procreate. You were lucky to get moved during the first phase. If only because your old quarters were crushed by a giant monster, but the people from the Heliopause have gradually started transferring from their crowded bunks to bigger rooms. The colony needs a massive construction effort to get everything built. Not just sleeping areas, but large suites for families, kitchenettes, communal and private toilets, and bathing rooms. Speaking of the Helios, oh, I can't wait to have my own room. Rex is here and he's pumped. He keeps jostling eagerly from foot to foot. I've never had a room of my own before. All of us spacer kids slept in family-style barracks until we were old enough to go to the juvenile barracks. I've never had privacy. Woof, man. His eyes go wide. You guys must have parties all the time. I can't wait to have a party in my room. You're gonna love construction, Solana. What are you looking forward to the most? Designing a beautiful room, the heavy lifting, skill detailing. But Solana loves some animals. But Solana loves animals, but not that way. Look at that. We got 100 on animal handling, Fisher. Rex is part animal. Therefore, we'd be hella good with animals, right? His eyes go wide. You guys best have parties. You're gonna love construction. What do you want? Design a beautiful room, the heavy lifting, skill detailing. Designing a beautiful room. Oh, we get the engineering. Yeah, Rex replies. I like that part too. I like imagining how people will actually use the space I'm making, he adds. Is it gonna be a family? Are there little kids or old people? What are they gonna do there? He tugs his ear and smiles. I grew up in a barracks. I know what it's like to feel like your space doesn't fit right. I want everyone's spaces to feel good for them. That's a worthwhile goal. Get to work. Definitely. No, she's still the I feel like I'm in, like, after working construction, maybe I'm feeling like in the hugging zone now. I think Solana has crossed that threshold of the relationship. We're gonna do the hugging, okay? Before it's too late. Especially before it's too late and the colony goes to war and everything goes to shit again and Solana blames herself again for being too late. Not this time. Let's do some construction. Let's build this relationship. Literally. Mental blue cards. We get a plus. 9. Boom! Super goal. Achieved. Yellow 4 79. We got 79 here. But that's a 52 compared to a 56. Hell yeah, 3 stars. Good try. Oh, what? Okay. We're so close. Engineering, persuasion, empathy. Hey, is it just me, or is everyone here just like light speed hot? Rex says. Seriously, is it something in the water? Because woo, dang. Rex lets out a little howl, then laughs, clapping you on the back. Present company included. You know what? Fine. Hugs incoming. Rex folds you into his arms, bending his whole body to you. He smells warm and a little spicy. Oh no. Like clean sweat and sunshine. It's a good hug. The kind that makes you instantly just a little more relaxed. Ah, Solana needed this. Maybe Solana's even tearing up a bit. It was a fluke, Fisher. It's like lately I've been missing those perfect hands. Oh, I'm relaxed. I needed that hug. It's so sad. Okay. Let's study. Tang is sitting before an array of holoscreens, all showing different graphs. Making decisions based on the mistakes of humans we purposely left behind on Earth is foolishness. She says between bites of her protein bar. We may as well ask the stars for guidance, like astrologers. No, I will not be taking questions at this time. I keep trying to tell myself that not everyone needs to fight the aliens, Nem says, looking up the colony road to the garden and geoponics dome. But I can't stand it when Cal talks about how we all gotta sing songs and get along. He's so stupid. Oh no. And Nem and Cal used to be so close as kids. We all used to be so close as kids. Aw, thanks, Fisher. We do need hugs. Not here to make fun of you, Dis. Rex punched Cal. It's so annoying. Popular! You're a winner and everyone wants to be your friend. One last month of kudos. This is organization and persuasion. So I think that'll give us a perk. This is organization and perception. We don't need that. Let's work in the depot. Oh, I said I wanted to keep an eye on the new government, but now I'm regretting it. You're trying to find Administrator Seek to ask about something and accidentally stumble into a meeting they're having with Governor Lum. Is this some juicy stuff? You didn't catch the topic of the argument, but you managed to piece together that Seek is trying to get Lum to come up with a way to explain something important to the colony. Whatever it is, Lum is dismissive about it. You hear him say he's not here to hold people's hands, which frustrates Seek. Figure it out, Seek, Lum says. That's your job. Oh my god, that's so typical TV villain kinda. TV boss villain. He pulled the "that's your job" card on a subordinate. Spy on them. No, wait. Convince Lum you can help. Oh, what a waste. Persuasion 60. Tell Seek you could do it. We're too rebellious for this. Spy on them. You pretend to organize some papers and listen in. The colony is spending a lot of resources on the security squads, and these need to come from other departments. Seek tells Lum he has to present the budget and convince the council this is necessary. Oh, he's stepping over the council. The governor is tired and cranky and doesn't want to bother with another boring meeting. Lum rubs his temples. Ugh, why is this my job? He complains, even though it's clearly his responsibility. Can't I get an assistant to take care of this? Ah, shoot, we could have been like a double agent if we had higher persuasion. Well, that's in my head. Damn it. You ignore them. You've got better things to do than listen to Lum and Seek argue about administration. It does seem like they need an assistant, though. Maybe you can offer your services later when you're not busy. Ah, new opportunities. Mm, 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 mm. 42. Super goal. What if? What if? Ah, it's the same. No, what? We missed out on 6 points. Ah, yeah, there we go. But we need to fulfill the requirements, H with Vanua. Persuasion 60 or need rebellion less than 30. I don't think this is gonna get down in this playthrough, chat. I think I'm stuck here. I'm stuck here in rebellion. As for my persuasion, we're gonna have to heavily focus on persuasion if we want to get that. But I don't want to be Lum's assistant. But I feel like it might provide some interesting opportunities for sabotage. Item counts? Yes, items count. Right. Thank you for reminding me. We have items to boost our stats. Obviously. Jeez. Thank you for reminding me to engage with this game's mechanics. Plus 10 to all social skills. So I can keep this in hand. I can wear a cool jacket before applying for the job. What other stuff do we need? So we're locked from persuasion. We need the cool jacket. Our bravery. So we can afford these when we need it. So for persuasion, it's gonna be 52. We need a bit more then. We're working on that anyway. We can go the rest of the way with it. So we can apply for a job there, get an inside job with Lum as Lum's assistant. We could apply at the robotics lab, which requires engineering 50. But I'm not sure at this point like why Solana would go for the robotics lab. Like, yeah, I'd love to unlock more opportunities, but narrative-wise, I don't see Solana thinking about robotics right now. You feel the weight of a pair of eyes on you as you approach Nem. Looking around, you see Vase staring at you with a suspicious expression. Hey Solana, Nem says, greeting you with a smile. What's up? How are you doing, Nem? Sad. And Nem, we kind of admitted our feelings for each other also, but we did not kiss. So that adds to the tension. It's like, we missed the opportunity. We could visit the gym. No, that's for the cards. Sports ball, defense, rain, lookout, relax on the walls. Nope. Ah, you need something to unlock it. Got it. Okay. We want more kudos. So let's keep working at the office after picking up this eggplant. I could also work here. Keep working on xenobotany, but focus on what's happening right now. I feel like I need to be going out and finding answers, a miracle answer to everything. So sad. So 60 persuasion. We need higher persuasion. Here, work in the depot. You're working with Mars when a depot order comes through on your holopalm for 10 batteries for the creche. You're busy packaging up. Oh, we also never got the answer to... We trapped some like ball-bearing creatures which caused the shock on the projector which killed Tammy years ago. I never got closure on that. Like I don't think I got to trigger the event which investigated that further. You're working with Mars when a depot batteries for the crash. You're busy packaging up another order, so you send it over to her holopalm. Despite her constant complaining about how boring and beneath her this job is, yeah, Mars still does the work. Mars is very good at it. She finds ways to do things faster and more efficiently, and she hardly ever makes mistakes. Plus 10 to all social stats. Ah, that's the one. Plus it plus clothes can do the trick. Cloth. Right, I can combine stats. I can combine items to get the requirement. That's true. Which is why you're surprised when you get the order for the nanoprinter and find 15 batteries. You check the requisition again. Wait, it says 15 batteries now? You swear it said 10 before. Mars scoops up the extra 5, giving you a wink as she hides them in the bag. Oh no. You do not want to go down this path, Mars. Let me guess, everyone around her is corrupt, so why can't she join in on it? Confront her. Oh, don't be a buzzkill, Solana, she says, rolling her eyes. Even Seek skims a little off the top. Why else would they keep such a tight control over the nanoprinter? What are you going to do? Tell them, she adds. If you do, Seek will be on my side. Because they know I'll sell them out too. It'll be your word against both of ours. Besides, it's not even for me, she continues. It's for the SFC, which is a secret. So it's not like I can send an actual requisition for this stuff. SFC? Isn't that our club? We haven't even had a club meeting in a while. Help cook the books. Tell Seek. Steal for yourself. Well, no. This is so sad. Like, what do you do in a situation like this? Especially like when corruption is so rampant in the government. It's like, to get anywhere in life, you have to help cook the books or play along, or they're gonna run you into the ground, make life impossible for you, and you have to play by their rules. Because the very people you report to about such issues of corruption are also in on it. So, how the hell do you win? Well, I'm not gonna help cook the books. I'm not gonna steal for anything. Stay quiet? Is that Solana? Tell Seek? She also doesn't really sell her friends out, but in this situation? Okay, fine, you know what? This is... Solana is not that jaded yet, I guess. But... Whatever, tell Seek. -2 friendship with Mars. +5 loyalty to the colony. Chief Administrator Seek acts convincingly horrified that someone would dare use a nanoprinter for personal gain. You know, Seek hates the idea of someone undermining their control of the depot. They dock Mars a bunch of kudos and banish her from command for the rest of the month. Okay, now I feel like that's a bad... See, I should have just stayed quiet. Her absence is pretty obvious. Everyone knows what she did, even the governor. Mars is furious with you. And these people on top are gonna continue skimming. They can lay all the blame easily for Mars, and I just fed Mars to the sharks. I feel terrible. Wow, that is so bad. Joke's on me. That becomes 8. What if I want -5 stress? This is +2 for each gem. So I want these gems in here. So 36, and then I want this other gem. Nope. This is really not the way to go about it. One more point or -5 stress? Huh. Maybe I want -5 stress. There we go. -7 from calm temperament and the card. Ooh, +1 to social cards. So we got persuasion. Next is empathy and engineering. Where do I get empathy? +1 empathy for tutoring children. I feel like there's another better source of empathy. Deliver supplies, organization perception, persuasion, engineering toughness. Empathy. Yeah, empathy jobs are rare. Here, this is +2 empathy and +3 animals. So we already have 100 for animals. You know, I feel like doing something different. Yeah, so we know that's higher empathy. I feel like, all right, let's get that first. And then we're gonna try and apply as an assistant before glow, and let's see what happens. An unusual face greets you as you enter the barn. Tangent looks terribly out of place here, crisp, white, and clean among all the mud and excrement. She's clearly hesitant to even take a step further in, and winces when you wheel up to her with your wheelbarrow of muck destined for the compost heap. Solana, I've come to see what good work you've done here, she says. Really good work. I can see that. A bristle slug lows from its pen, and Tang clears your throat. It's too bad. It's too bad most of Vertumnan animals are so violent, she says, lowering her voice. She nods approvingly to the bristle slug pen. If only they could all be tamed like this. This seems very confrontational, but like I do want to understand, like, why are you here, Tang? And what ideas do you have? Do you have a point, Tang? Of course I do, she huffs. It's called making conversation. I'm here on behalf of Chief Engineer Instance, she continues. We need access to these bristle slugs. There it is. What for? Cal says, popping his head up from one of the stalls. It better not be for any weird experiments. For your information, it is for experiments, Tang retorts. Important ones too. More important than whatever you're doing. We need living Vertumnan creatures to incubate a new anti-venom, she says. I need samples. Skin, hair, blood, flesh, eggs, teeth. Cal throws his rake to the ground. What? He exclaims. No way. I'm not letting you take their teeth. What's wrong with you? Tang rolls her eyes. Oh, like you can't just breed more, she says. Or just capture them. There's a whole planet full of animals out there, isn't it? She turns to you. Oh no. Solana, come on. If we develop a new anti-venom, it'll help keep our explorers safe. I'll even name it after you. Or him, whatever. She sticks her tongue out at Cal, who scowls. You know, okay, where are we coming from right now? A bit of context here, Ditzy. Solana's father passed away. And Solana was really working with Tang really hard on finding a cure. And we were too late. We were so close to a breakthrough, so close to finding the cure, we could have saved my dad. So in this moment right now, you know, I'm already automatically like kind of with Tang. Like, if Tang is able to make an anti-venom, I say we trust her. My dad would have been alive today, Cal, if she got the samples that she needed. And I think that's where Solana's coming from. Ugh, testing on animals. Okay. Well, I did want like a bit, you know, I did want more difficult situations, right? And now in the latter years, they're really forcing you to make a stand on certain, they're really forcing you to stick to your values or bend it however you want. It's getting more complicated, the decisions that you're making. But considering where the story went with Solana, Tang, the Shimmer, the death of her father, the planet took her father away. Sure, if you think that's best. Oh, everyone's... And then Cal is gonna start hating me, and then we're all gonna be torn apart, and then teenage drama. Sure, if you think that's best. Cal, the planet took my dad away. It's a bit of teeth. So I guess that's where Solana's really coming through now. So yeah. Oh, I hate this. It hurts. Tang smiles primly. Of course I think this is best, she says. Besides, if you have a problem, you can take it up with Instance. Cal tries to protest more, but she sweeps past you. It's like, again, I said, deep down, we all want the world Cal wants, right? But Cal is not seeing the reality before him. And as much as we'd love to try and make the world perfect and peaceful with no conflict and no death and no fighting, we've lost so many people. And it's hard. We understand why this planet does not want us here. We are colonizing this planet. But the alternative is what? We are trying to understand this planet, Cal. I'm sorry. We are trying to understand it. We want to know why it's killing us. But in the meantime, we have to try not to die. So we can find out the reason why this planet is trying to kill us and how we can prevent that. So a little science has to happen. I'm sorry, Cal. But she sweeps past you both before he can get a word in. You get the distinct impression her heels would click if not for the mud. Cal looks uncomfortable. That was weird, right? He says. I mean, I'm on the council, and I haven't heard anything about animal testing. It just really doesn't feel right. Actually, he is head of geoponics now. I forget, he's 19. He's currently the head of geoponics. And he's out of the loop. He sighs. I guess I have to talk to Instance about it. She's really scary. He shivers. They can get pretty creepy over there in engineering, he says. I just hope they don't hurt the bristle slugs too bad. Why do they need to test stuff on Vertumnan animals if the antivenom is for humans anyway? Well. Wow, this is a terrible hand. I have 9 crystal clusters. Let's reroll. This is for each gem, so it's gonna keep going. Say what 3 times fast? What did I say? I totally missed it. I feel like this is gonna be optimized. We got a super goal, but crystal clusters. Okay, I think that is close enough. Red 5 last. Oh, that's lower. 53? 53! Yeah, I think this is it. 3 stars! Oh, I feel bad for Cal. But Solana's too traumatized now. Alright, let's get an empathy perk. Actually, let's get an engineering perk. Sorry, Mars. That's an apology flower. I need a hug. Hug. Rex throws his arms wide. Coach, I'm open! He laughs, catching you as you throw yourself into his arms. He spins you around and growls into your neck. Okay, that is kind of hot. Squeezing you tightly. It's a good hug. The kind that makes you instantly just a little more relaxed. Yeah, the growling too. How much longer? I could go for like 1 or 2 more hours at most. Like, I'm getting to a point where it's like I can't stop. It's like so many issues are coming up games-wise, story-wise, and I want to keep playing. I might get to the end. Whew, okay, 17, 18, 19. So essentially 2 more years to play because glow season is next. Right! Oh god. Stupid ADHD. I forgot. We're gonna do this before glow season. We're gonna apply to be Lum's assistant. Persuasion 60. We need 26. This'll be good. This and this. This and this. That's 200 kudos. Sure. I'm gonna wear a cool jacket and walk in with an emoji proji. We're not in combat right now. Apply. Oh no. Last memory of dad. Ricky's always gonna be with me. Okay. Let's apply. Yeah, we got the combo. Apply to be Lum's assistant. Convince Lum you can help. Yeah, I'll put it back on after. You overhear another meeting between Seek and Lum. It's not that you're spying again, you're just curious. They seem to be disagreeing on another administrative task that Lum doesn't want to do. Does he do anything around here? Figure it out, Seek. It's your job. Convince Lum you can help. I really hope this will lead to a double agent route. You walk straight up to the two of them and declare you'd be a perfect governor's assistant. You can handle all this mindless busy work, freeing Lum up for his very important job of running the colony. Seek looks as annoyed with you as they are with Lum. The governor, however, is pleased by your audacity. He walks you to the bridge. First time on the bridge. Good. You can share that desk over there with Mars, he says. You worked with Mars before, right? Good kid, good kid. Strong image. She handles my social media presence. Oh ho. I'm gonna sabotage everything. Unlocked administration in command. Nice, nice. Where are my equipment? Where are my equipment? Now I feel like I want to keep that instead of the +5 to challenges. +10 to all skills. 3 Vriki? But the +10 to all skills might net me a few more dialogue. Like, I feel like this is our lowest. It might help us meet some dialogue thresholds. 2 Vrikis for a +8 to straights. That might work. Sure, let's the +5 challenge stacks each round of a 3-round challenge. Damn. I need to unlock this. Okay, you know what? Let's go with this. Maybe it's not optimal. It's more for the +3 skill gain. To boost the challenge win, to boost the skill wins. Yeah. If you're doing challenges, you want that +3 skill gain, which will help us boost these stats to begin with. If I did that earlier, it would have been so strong. Yeah, you know, we're nearing the end. Which one is it? Engineering? And where's the last item slot? Damn. 101 run. Okay, Thank you for letting me know about the tactic. Rush Vriki. Get stats to 100. That is a good tactic for next playthrough. For now, I'm going to try to keep this because I don't know. It's my first playthrough. But this 10 might help for social encounters. It might give us more leeway in terms of dialogue options. So we'll see. It's a bit too late to triple Vriki it now, since we only have 2 years left. Let's work at administration, and then for Glow, we're going to work at the barracks, and then we're going to put on a rifle, and we're going to fight. Assist the governor. The mood is somber as Mars calls a secret Fun Times Club meeting to order. Anemone won't be joining us today, she announces. Or, probably never again. She told me she's too busy with training and stuff, and she didn't want to do any more sneaking around. She sniffs dismissively. It's okay, she was kind of a square anyway, but we need someone to replace her. Nomi Nomi. Some of the Helio kids are pretty cool, she says. They like clubs and stuff, right? We should talk to them and see if they want to join the SFC. I'm amazed that we're all... Tang is still here and Cal. Mars stops and holds up her finger. Oh, and it's just SFC now. The secret Fun Times Club was okay when we were little, but we're practically adults now. What about the new governor, Lum? Tang asks. I know he's technically an adult, but he's fairly young. It would be beneficial to have someone with some actual clout on our side. Mars gives Tang a withering look. We already have someone important in the club, Tang, but thank you for your contribution. She crosses her arms and thinks. I mean, Lum's alright. Kind of dumb, but like, you don't have to be smarter to be hot, you know? For me, it's part of it. Smart to be hot. I can't believe we just let him be in charge. I've listened in on some of his council meetings, and they are total chaos. It's like he has no idea what he's doing. That is alarming. On that note, who do you approach to join the club? Oh, I think Nomi would be great. We already have Cal. Damn it, it's the last engineering perk. We're a long ways off, Fisher. Oh well. Nami! A club? Nami asks when you bring it up. Well, maybe. I am looking for more people to play Laser Fable with me. It's no fun with just me and Rex. They brighten. Hey, wait, can Rex join too? Because Rex is my best friend, and anywhere I go, he comes too. It's been that way forever since we were kids, and there's no way I'm letting him feel left out. Looks like you got another too. Awesome. Get to work. Social cards. Super goal. Nice. No. Oh yeah. I did ask for that, so it's totally fine. It's like, at least I know. Okay, I'm not getting the last perk. Victorious. But for future, I'll know. Did you get arrested, Mary? Welcome back. How did your heist go? How's Nerve doing? This. We are gonna train. Is my jacket reflective? No, I'm just glowing. Oh, right. Combat. Combat. Combat loadout. I was actually gonna. Was that another joke? But no, it's actually Mary saying that they're tired. We just plotted it. Now we're going to do it. But just that's so exciting. RP plotting a bank heist in Red Dead Redemption 2. That sounds like fun. Honestly, I should try to give it a shot. I have Red Dead Redemption 2, but I haven't finished it. Tang is standing with her arms crossed, gazing out into the gloom. I cannot help but be a little comforted by the presence of the soldiers, she says. Perhaps we'll stand a better chance during the next attack. Wait, what's the house research coming along? I need reasoning 80. Cal reaches up and strokes one of the native plants in the garden, its light reflecting onto his awestruck face. When we landed here, we didn't even know this was possible. What else don't we know about this planet? I don't know. Cal's trying to kill us. Where's the barracks? Here. Vase is leaning against the wall of the garrison, looking totally relaxed. If the attack lasts, Glow has anything to go on, this one's gonna be a walk in the park, he says. Sure, I'm still training like everyone else, but... Don't get cocky, kid. Three perception, 1 animals. This is 2 combat and 1 animals. Let's get that perception. Look out, Judy. You get a double break, Mary. I'm close to 100, yeah. That's why I went for this. The dim, sleepy glow of the season makes it so hard to stay awake. Wait, we already saw this event. You stumbled and yawned through your shift every day. Oh no. Blearily trying to keep your eyes on a smudge of the tree line. Only the worry that the colonies usually attack during glow keeps your eyes open. After you're ready to sound the alarm. When it happens. Card becomes a 4. I mean... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. What? Oh, super goal. Do share us. Hey, if you take screenshots as well, Mary. I've never heard of... I mean, I've heard of like RP Red Dead Redemption 2. But it's the first time I'm hearing someone talk about, you know, being an RP bandit in Red Dead Redemption 2. Because the clips I've seen were usually people bounty hunting or studying animals, but not a bank heist. Give the float cow item and it will work. This, bobber fruit. Well, we have a super goal already though. And it doesn't count in the items, right? Damn it! I should have done it. Good luck, Mary. Happy heisting. You're on duty when you see them. A swarm of Xenos of all sizes and kinds, all walking slowly out of the forest across the firebreak. In the silence of glow, their footsteps creak ominously as they advance. You sound the alarm and rush to the garrison to help mobilize the colony's defense. But something feels different about this attack. Join the colony defense. You head to the garrison to grab a plas rifle. Then report to the front. Chief Rhett looks surprised to see you, but assigns you to a squad with Nem and tells you to get up on the walls and do your best. Knack official, welcome in. It's late, not late in the evening. It's actually very early morning where we are. It's 3:19 a.m., but I am still going because I'm really so invested in this game. We are 17 years old. Have you finished this game, Knack official? Welcome to the table. If this is your first time here, this is Tabletop Cinema, and I am Mikey. I'm your host. I'm a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. And this is my little side project to try and bring all those hobbies together. So enjoy your stay and do tell us your experience so far. Of course, spoiler free. We're almost done though with our first playthrough. We have some people on chat here, Knack, who are on their 5th playthrough and beyond. Aha! We have another 5 playthrough person in here in chat. Replay value is insane. So yeah, I do not tend to replay games. And I never forget my first playthrough. I'm always very sentimental about that. But I really feel like I need to do more playthroughs. I need to do more playthroughs of this game. We can only see it feels like we're just seeing a slice of the story per playthrough. So you might be competing with Fisher for the most number of playthroughs so far. So welcome in, Knack. And for your reference, since you finished this game 5 times already, this is me, Solana. She, her, 17 years old, fast learner. Stay calm when others get frazzled. Creatures are no mystery to you, and they say you're good with all kinds of weapons. She, her. Solana's been through a lot. She was late on both counts to save her mother and the colony from famine, and to save her father from the Shimmer. So close. She was so close. But too late. Too little too late. Thank you for the follow, Knack. So Solana is confused right now. She's lost. She's kind of losing her best friend, Anemone. Because Nem is now with the soldiers, and she's dating Vase, who we're not on good terms with. And a lot's happening. So right now, happy glow. Fisher, I was considering that. Like, should I do the multiple playthroughs on stream? I might reserve Tuesdays just to like relax and explore more routes. And let's first we missed out on an opportunity, Fisher. We should ask Vase first if he was our secret admirer, and then we can try to punch him in the face. All right. That is me, Solana. Welcome in. You bought it 4 days ago. Wow. You were really into this game, Knack. 4 days ago. Wait, do you stream Knack? Knack official? Should I be shouting you out? But welcome in, Knack. Let's at least a second one because it's so different. Yeah, you're super into it. I'm super into it right now. Yeah, the second one becomes so different, especially since we know. So I'm going to be definitely considering that. So I'm going to try to finish it tonight. I'm going to try 2 more years. You head to the garrison to grab a blast rifle. Oh, sorry. Then report to the front. Chief Rhett looks surprised, but but assigns you to a squad with Nem and tells you to get up on the walls and do your best. There's this awkward tension with me and Nem now, because Nem was my secret admirer. I also admitted that I also liked Nem, and there's that moment when we could have kissed, but Solana pulled away. So yeah. On the other side, teenage drama. On the other side of the wall is more Xenos than you've seen in one place ever. They seethe out of the forest, large and small, herbivorous and predatory, fungal and otherwise, flying and crawling and hopping towards the colony with a single-minded determination. The air fills with the pew of laser turrets and the crackle of blast rifles. The enemy's front line collapses, only to be replaced by even more Xenos. Like Starship Troopers now, chat. Just as many before, if not more. There's no end to it. The firebreak turns into a graveyard of dead and dying alien bodies, wave after wave crawling over the corpses until they roil at the base of the walls like the foam on a wave when it hits the shore. Wow. You hear the walls creaking underneath you, but they hold strong. There is no sun to set and glow, but night falls on the battlefield without any break in the fighting. Your fingers begin to cramp from pulling the trigger of your blast rifle. Finally, you're relieved by the second guard shift. You walk straight into the garrison and right into a dreamless sleep. Damn, and they're still fighting. So 70 hours, let's check. Yeah, you really wanted a crunchy RPG simulator and found it completely by chance. And actually, yeah, and I'm glad that you enjoyed it as well. This is a combination of different genres, and somehow it all works. But mostly, I feel like I'm playing a great visual novel. Almost 40. Oh man, you people. Well, considering the stream now, I think we're at 30 something hours now. I've been reading all the dialogue and taking my time. So this has been a very extended playthrough, but I've been enjoying every single hour of it. You're awoken 6 hours later for your next shift. The kitchens have provided the soldiers with pressed soy rations and hot blep tea, which you grab then make your way back to the walls to survey the carnage of the night. As you arrive, your holopalm lights up with a priority message. Security personnel, we are under siege, the security chief says, getting right to the point. On Earth, sieges were used to break a city by starvation or drought. We have plenty of food and water. Guards will rotate 6 hours on, 6 off. So long as we keep the Xenos on the other side of the wall, we can hold them off for days, weeks even. Weeks? Everyone exchanges exhausted looks. He pauses, then adds, we can do this. We're stronger than them, and we're not going anywhere. You and the other soldiers fall into a fitful rhythm, alternating shifts on the wall with brief snippets of sleep. Gunfire becomes the soundtrack of your days, which begin to smear together like paste. Nem, in particular, is suffering. She volunteers for relief shifts, and it's all because we lost her brother in a... Well, you all know, we lost her brother, and it's compelling Nem to keep doing this. Sometimes pulling doubles or triples on the wall, you catch her mechanically shoveling soy porridge into her mouth before seeming to fall asleep sitting up. A minute later, she jolts awake as someone's spoon clatters against their bowl. Tempers grow short as fatigue sets in. 6 days pass. You're on shift, watching the Xenos batter themselves against the walls. You feel your eyes on focus at the sheer, formless horde of them. In all these days, they still haven't breached the colony. Sometimes they even seem to retreat, ebbing backwards and reforming somewhere else. It's behavior we've never seen before. A group of monsters break from the tree line. Nothing new except for one of them. One of the Xenos looks different from the others. Almost humanoid. What is that thing? It's the natives. The creature looks suspiciously like a person, at least from the waist up. Down below, it's a lumbering chimera vaguely reminiscent of a faceless, wrapped in tattered bits of flesh and bony protrusions. Something like hair flutters behind it as it turns and looks right at you with an unnerving, malevolent intelligence. You rub your eyes. Yeah, it's still there. Sorry, like, you really do look... maybe I should pick up streaming again or send my past lives are fun. Oh, well, one thing I learned over the course of streaming, it really helps if you actually enjoy it. Best not to force it. But no pressure. But if you wish to enjoy it, we're here. Knack. I've all but one. Mars, Diz, Nem, and one other character on the main screen. All but one. Nem, Mars, Tang, Diz. Yeah, Vano's been trying to complete it. The hated one face. Vance is kind of a jerk. He's got so much ego. I learned this augment and I wish I had not. Okay. I'm so curious, but I don't want to ask. Vase is like the stereotypical mean, slightly abusive boyfriend in teenage dystopian novels. Yeah! And, he's got daddy issues. I'm assuming, based on what he said to me. He's got daddy issues. He has a lot to live up to. He's trying to put on a facade, etc., etc., etc. Okay, wait, chat. This is... It approaches the base of the wall. The other monsters surge forward on to pound against the gates. Try to talk to it. You wave to it, and the creature sneers, and to your surprise, approaches the wall. Little weed. Oh shit, they're talking. They address you in a halting, rasping voice. Everything seems to go quiet nearby as you strain to understand this talking horror. Child of breeding rabbits. Feral pig. Kudzu. It knows our language. They know our language. Its unnervingly human gaze pierces you. Introduced species. You understand. You wonder if you're hallucinating. Is it holding a gun? You slowly nod yes. You understand the words at least. I am Noctilucent, the monster says through a voice box that seems better suited to guttural roars than human language. A gardener. Designation, pest control. You realize with growing horror that this creature's hair is actually alive somehow, waving in a wind that isn't there. Their clicky, clacky bits wave and snap at you as if they have minds of their own. You can't look away. I guess I know the answer to this, but why are you trying to kill us? Who are you talking to? You jump as Nem sneaks up behind you. And when you look back, Noctilucent is gone. Oh no, I'm losing my sanity, chat. Get the sanity meter in. Anyone here played Call of Cthulhu? We're getting into that territory now. Let me catch up here. You need not only 100 friendship, but do it before year 19. Yeah, a lot of requirements. Yeah, because the Helios kids get introduced in the middle of your playthrough. Rex is probably the most easy of the Helios because hugs every season. Okay. Vase sucks because he hates losing. Yeah. Loves rarest item in the game and cake. Cake only on birthday. Oh, man. Alright, you guys enjoy your cake. I am... Nem. That alien was talking. I grab at Nem. You babble about the talking monster named Noctilucent, but Nem thinks you're having some kind of mental breakdown. This siege is getting to everyone, Solana, she says, patting you on the shoulder. If you're freaking out, go lie down. I'll cover for you. Nem, no, you're taking extra shifts. Finally, after the 6th day of the siege, you look down the sights of your blast rifle and see a curious thing. The monsters are retreating. As you gather with the other soldiers in the colony square, your holopalm lights up with a priority announcement from Governor Lum. Oh, this guy. How old is he? 33. The alien attackers have been defeated, he says. The siege has ended. Lum smiles broadly and puffs out his chest. Another year, another win. You're welcome, Vertumna. You're welcome, humanity. You're welcome, You hear and see Chief Rhett nearby, looking livid. What did he do? He runs to his security officers. Race out like there like an idiot with his honor guard? Defend strategically unsound positions? Put himself in danger, so he had to save his overstuffed ass. The soldiers all shift uncomfortably, but no one disagrees. And when I actually needed him, Red continues, taking his 12-hour beauty rest while the rest of us slog through endless shifts. Oh no. The soldiers are exhausted from the siege, so the crowd in the square disperses quickly. Only a few Helios remain, covertly filming Red while he continues to rail against Lum. On the horizon, the first rays of quiet streak the sky with lavender. You watch Utopia's reclamation crew head out through the gates to begin vaporizing xenocorpses for their component molecules. That night, you have terrible dreams. You imagine that you're sieging the colony, that you're a creature crawling in the mud on your belly, the ozone crackle of blast rifle fire arcing overhead. With your taloned claws, you rip into the walls like they're made of clay, stuffing choking handfuls of it in your mouth. In a moment of lucidity, you try to pull the clay from your throat, but no matter how hard you pull, it just never ends. Take sanity loss. I saw some people were making OCs for this game on Twitter too. Nice. What I love about stuff like this is that if it has a very healthy fandom, you get a lot of awesome fan fiction and fan art. So like once I'm through with this first playthrough and then like the next, once I blow open the spoiler doors, I'm gonna enjoy taking in everything. You jolt awake when you realize you've been pulling your own guts out of your throat. Just a dream. You're shaking and coated in a film of terror sweat, your heart pounding. You don't find sleep again before dawnbreak. I need to hug Solana. He's been through so much. Oh my god. Happy birthday. I'm 18 years old. 2 more years, chat. Okay. Right now, some of it is lacking, so I gotta take it to my own hands. Are you an artist, Knack? Do you have a Twitter that we can follow for your art? I am stressed out. I need to sleep. Let's time off. You also voice act and stuff? Awesome. Oh, that's sad to see. So is Tuesday gonna be like the big finale? Well, we'll see. We'll see. The reason I play the game so much is low-key studying the game mechanics. I see. Well, we do have a voice actor in channel. I really wish I could do voices. I really wish I could voice act. Because as a game master, it really helps bring the characters to life. I try, but I think I can act. But voices, that's something a skill I do not have. But I think I can actually act. You find Rex sitting in the bowl of one of the unfinished buildings, taking a hit off a rolled cigarette. Oh wow, that's the first mention of a cigarette. That smells powerfully skunky. Ah, it's weed. He jumps a little when he sees you before relaxing. Oh, it's only you, Solana, he says, waving at a cloud of fumes and giving you a squinty-eyed smile. Don't mind me. I'm just testing some of the latest crops for quality assurance. Can I get a hit? I've been through a freaking siege. I need a hit. Hugs! I need a hug. It's so hard, Rex. Rex throws his arms wide. Okay. It's the same name style I've got. Thank you, Nak. That really means a lot to me. Thank you. I'm gonna check this out. Nak Yurts. I'm gonna make sure I put it here so I do not forget it. Thank you so much for sharing that. I'm super curious as well about what your credits are for your voice acting. But thank you for sharing that, Nak. You, Narbir. Oh, Narbarrel and Overlord Abridge, and that's your biggest role so far. Let me check that out. I'm just opening up tabs like this so I do not forget. Overlord Abridged. So it's a YouTube series. Not heard about this. Parody series of Overlord produced by Numbskulls. Got it. Hey, we are looking for more original content, Nak. And I do want to expand the kind of content we provide. I mean, the dream really is to produce, films, comics, shorts, everything based on the inspirations we're having as we stream, and especially from the tabletop RPG scene. So I'm trying to get back into game mastering, and you'll all definitely know once I get that ball rolling again. I'm gonna try. Nomi is lying wrong ways on a bench. Their legs over the back. And their head almost touching the ground. Wrong ways. That's the first time I've heard of that description. They wave when they see you and gesture to turn off their hear speak. Hey, Solana. I can't believe I'm still finding new tunes in the media library. You guys really do have everything. So innocent. Now this face that Solana has right now, it's just like, I'm so tired of this shit. I want to be happy, but I can't, Solana. I don't see anything wrong with living a life of leisure, Mars muses. Sure, just because I'm not digging plants out of the dirt or shooting a gun doesn't mean I don't contribute. Mars gestures to the engineering structure. It takes years to see a tangible benefit from scientific research, and we still fund them, don't we? It's the same for regenerating culture. You have to take it on faith that it'll benefit you in the future. Oh, I can finally get into a debate with Mars. Why not? Get into a debate. Mars would never stoop to using her fists to get her way, but she loves a good fight nonetheless. You ask her what she would have done differently if she'd been the captain of the Stratospheric when you landed, and her eyes go wide. She launches into a laundry list of shoulda, wouldas, and whatever she says she would have done, you offer reasoning why it wouldn't have worked. After a little while of this, Mars is positively invigorated. Wow. You really thought about all this, didn't you? She says, cracking a little smile. You're totally right. It's a lot more complicated than just making decisions and telling people what to do. Thank you. It's so important to have people like you around to keep me on my toes. She cracks her knuckles. Okay, but when I'm governor, I will do so much better than the adults can. Can you replace Lum? Like now? I finally have the card because I haven't been raising my social skills. Cal claps you on the back. Solana, good to see you. Have you come to see the new genetically modified hybrids? Tang's on some real future tech with those ones. Apparently, they're gonna yield like 4 times as much fruit. And the rind is going to be edible too. Huh. See? Science. It's like Tang's gonna save us all at some point. Tang could have saved my dad. I cry. Oh. Okay, event with Nem. You're catching up with Nem between her drills when she looks over your shoulder and frowns. Newton's bloody apple, she curses, seeming to shrink behind you. She's here again. Oh. You turn, and at the other end of the garrison, you see a small crowd of young soldiers forming around Chief Steward Antecedent. She's handing out lunch tiffins and doling out hugs to anyone who comes within melee range, which is quite a few of them. You noticed, just from hanging around the garrison, even some of the transplanted Helio soldiers have started calling her Auntie. This must be why. She comes by every couple of days, Nem grumbles, like we're still kids in the creche, playing in her skirts. It's so disruptive. No, Nem. Eventually, the crowd around Antecedent thins, and she makes it over to you and Nem. She greets you with a warm hug. She smells nice, like flour and yeast. Kitties, don't fight! Don't fight! Oh my god, my cats are gonna fight. Maya was gonna bully Passion out. I know things are heating up in the barracks, but let's not fight, kitties. Eventually, the crowd around Antecedent thins, and she makes it over to you and Nem. Yeah, like brownies. Hello, Solana, she says. Have you eaten? Actually, not yet, Auntie. She smiles fondly and hands you a tiffin, still warm. It's important to keep your strength up, my love, she says, and pats you on the cheek. Antecedent turns to Nem. You can almost feel the temperature in the room drop several degrees as Nem stonily stares down at her own mother. Antecedent's smile grows thin, and she clutches the handles of her basket. How about you, Annie? Have you eaten? Do you need... No, I don't know. I don't want this to happen, chat. Wait. Yeah, I couldn't stop playing then, mother. That's a bit... Yeah, Antecedent cares so much. She just not realized Antecedent sounds like the word. Yeah, it is for Antecedent. I found it curious, their naming conventions. Like Cal was for recalcitrant, Nem for anemone. Yes, they are big now then, mother. We have time skip. Well, we didn't time skip. We grew up to all be hot. So I am 18 years old now then, mother. Thank you for that hydrate, posture check, and stretch. Okay. Yeah, you are. Thank you for that. We needed an antecedent care package, and that is good. Thank you for that, Redeem. How are you doing? Literally, then mom. Oh no, please don't, Nem, don't. Nem scowls and crosses her arms. I'm fine, she says, cutting off her mother. Just like I was yesterday and last week. I don't need you to manage me. If you're sure, Antecedent responds hesitantly. It's a mother's job to worry, Annie. She reaches out to lay her hand on Nem's scaly cheek, but Nem jerks backwards and slaps her hand away. Oh yeah? Nem retorts. You just sit around and worry. Must be nice. I bet you'd like it if that's all I do, huh? If I quit being a soldier and spent all day cuddling babies and wiping noses and fixing clothes like you did? Nice and safe in the creche forever. God. Nah. Definitely not. You don't belong. Nam. She's your mom. Thank you. You're gonna go play some MTG, bit of cardboard crack. Enjoy that cardboard crack. Thank you for the lurk, Den Mother. Go kill him. Go get him. Hope your deck wins and eradicates and eviscerates the competition. This is the closest to the spirit of what Solana would be at this point. And I am 100% stressed. It's like Nem. What the hell? It's like we also have unspoken things with Nem. We have a lot of Nem, we used to be best friends, but Nem turns her frightening scowl on you. Stay out of this salon. I'm loving this teenage drama though. It's like me role-playing as Solana. I'm like, oh shit. But me as like the player, or if I were like the one directing this scene, I'm like, yeah, drama. Stay out of this, Solana. I've never thought that Annie, she says, laying her hand on her heart. Oh, I never thought that, Annie, she says, laying her hand on her heart. I worry because I love you, and I always will. I'm just doing what I can to keep you safe. Love doesn't keep anyone safe, Nem exclaims, raising her voice enough that some of the soldiers turn their heads to watch. Her thunderous expression convinces most of them to get back to their business. Nem clenches her fists. Love didn't help Calm safe. Love didn't keep Calm safe, did it? She says, her voice breaking. There's no amount of love or worry on this whole stupid planet that can do that. So you should just stop, okay? Stop or do something actually useful. I'm never gonna be like you. I'm gonna fight. Oh no. That's all Solana can do right now. Oh no. Vase peels off from his unit and jogs over to stand beside Nem. You okay, babe? He asks, putting his hand on Anemone's shoulder. She covers it with her own and angles her body towards him. Yeah, everything's just galactic, Nem mutters. My mom was just about to tell me again how much she wishes I would give up being a soldier so I can pop out babies and be safe. That's not what your mom wants. This is so out of line. Antecedent sputters, trying to explain herself, but Vase beats her to it. Anemone is an exemplary soldier, Chief Steward, he says calmly. I know it's hard for a mother to accept, but we're all much safer for her service to the colony. He puts one finger under Nem's chin, talking directly to her. Right in front of her mother, too. And remember, Nemi, that we exist to protect people like your mother, to preserve the bond between parents and their children. Vase gives Antecedent a stiff smile. If the stars align, one day we won't lose any more sons. Okay. A soft "oh" escapes Antecedent as she blots her eyes. Oh. You are one of the good ones, aren't you? She says, clearly trying not to cry. Okay, I was a bit caught off guard there as well. Just walking in the footsteps of the good men and women who served before me, ma'am, Vase replies. We couldn't do it without you keeping the hearth lit for us. Speaking of, I'll take lunch, if you have any left. Oh, I'm still trying to see if you can actually romance Utopia. Oh yeah, Utopia just like comes in whenever, right? Utopia's part of the cleanup crew who like vacuums up the monster bits. Antecedent laughs and hands him a tiffin from her basket, then goes up on her toes to give him a quick hug. Over her shoulder, Vase shoots a cheeky wink at Nem, who rolls her eyes and snorts. Of course you want to impress the mom. Oh, Utopia's not a romanceable option. Don't worry, Nak. There is fan fiction for. As Matthew said, though, fan fiction and fan art can only take us so far. But do what you want to do with your OC. Nem is watching some of the other soldiers practicing their hand-to-hand combat. Man, she says, I hope we never actually have to do that. Seems like a bad idea. We were just fighting earlier. I guess I'll give you space. Uh-oh. I have not seen my brother in some time, Tang muses. I'm certain he lives. Otherwise, expeditions would have raised an alarm. But myself? Personally? She shrugs and goes back to examining her experiments. I have no time to track him down and beg, through penitent tears, to be loved as a sister should be. If he wants to make amends, he knows where to find me. I'm not the one who's impossible to track down. These two. Can I help repair their relationship? Wait. Oh, damn. Wait. Good luck on finding that. Good hunting, Nak. I hope you eventually find that route. You spot Rex lying in his makeshift hammock, and he's not alone. He shushes you as you approach, placing a finger to his lips and indicating that the person snuggled up under him, his arm, is fully asleep. Hold on to the hammock, he whispers. I'm gonna try to get out. Between the two of you, you manage to get Rex out of the hammock without waking his sleeping friend. Rex looks a little tousled and kiss-bitten, and his eyes are bright with mischief. Tired him right out, he murmurs, pleased with himself. What you need, Solana? I'm not gonna hug you right now, you just have a stick. I'm sure you had a stick. You do love your sticks. Okay. Nami is painting their nails, every nail a different bright color. They hold them up to you proudly. Marzipan let me borrow some of her nail polish, they say. She's so glamorous. And she said that if I liked any of the colors, I should just have them. Because she has so many. Adorable. Yeah. Oh look, it's Rex's little friend, Vase says, crossing his arms. Go on, impress me then. Why should I care about what you have to say? Can Rex and you just end up together already? From enemies to lovers. Cal is sitting cross-legged on top of the gardening shed, his face turned towards the sun. He cracks open one eye when he realizes you're watching him. I like to spend a bit of time every day communing with the planet, he says, smiling down at you. I think it's kind of important to think about why we're here and what we're doing, you know? Yeah. Time to get that empathy perk. Mars is brushing out her long, luxurious hair. I know it's an extravagance to have such labor-intensive hair when we technically have a war going on, she says, making a dismissive hand gesture at the word war. Actually, I also did that unconsciously. We're imbibing the spirit of Mars. But honestly, if we don't remember to treat ourselves once in a while, what's the point? Besides, she says, going back to brushing, it's my duty to raise the average level of sophistication here. Share some gossip with Mars, persuasion 80. Empathy. Give us empathy. Right, I need time with my pet. Or wait, you know what? Can we still relax on the walls? Can we spend time with this? Isn't it obvious by now? This snaps. Just leave me alone, Solana. I just want to be alone. Oh no. I don't know. Would you like medicinal roots? I need to be friends with this. I promised Tang as a kid that I was going to... Oh wow, we can't... Oh wait, no, it's in the barracks. It's in the barracks. Thank you for that, Redeem Fisher. We have Passion over here. Maya sleeping. Let's pat Passion. We pet Maya the last Redeem, so let's pat Passion this time. Thank you for that, Redeem. Yeah, because no double pets today, because Maya's sleeping in another bed. They were about to fight over the chair. That's what I stopped them earlier. Here, relax on the walls. Friendship with this. It's been a long time since we did this. The view from on top of the towers is stunning. In almost every direction, you see the untouched beauty of Vertumna spill out before you. Well, except for when they've cut down a bunch of mush trees and where the expedition's vehicles have churned up the dirt, and where the drainage system has made a big muddy pile, and oh no, it's sad. I don't think I want to forget Uncle Tonan's smile. But this does well for opening rounds sometimes. You think I should get rid of doing paperwork or should I keep this? Keep this. For sentimental reasons, I don't want to forget Uncle Tonan's smile. So I'm not sure if I should remove doing paperwork or should I keep it. Because this has been good for opening rounds. So I think I'm gonna keep it. Really? Get rid of paperwork? Well, yeah, it's been very situational. We do need to trim our deck a bit. We have 69 cards. That is not nice. That is not nice. That's why the decks have been so swingy. We never forget, and you don't have to get rid of anything if you don't want. Well, like, deck building wise, I was considering the usefulness of keeping this in the deck. I tend to hold on to cards. I do tend to hold on to cards. Yeah, if it sucks if the weaker cards get locked into a spot. Yeah, that's true. Especially the Mars one, which turns everything to the right one. And I'm not on good terms with the chief administrator right now. So yeah. Let's trim the deck a little. You roll out of bed at noon because you're allowed to, because it's your birthday. But also because, oh, Solana's smiling. You're exhausted. You barely slept at all last night. You've been having these nightmares since the siege. More and more every night, like they're trying to tell you something urgent. You can't make any sense of it. All the imagery is jumbled together, all these possibilities and timelines and things that might happen. Some nights you wake up in a cold sweat, a scream already in your throat. You sit on the edge of your bed, run a hand through your hair and check your hollow palm. A few people wished you happy birthday, but that's all. You guess you're getting older. Birthdays aren't as important as they used to be. Right, and Mars wants to meet you for lunch in the lounge today. You'll have to practice your smile. go meet Mars for lunch. As you enter the lounge... Surprise! You do your very best to play along and act surprised. I was surprised. Woo! Streamers, balloons. Great. Oh. Aw. Aw. All of your friends are standing around wearing goofy hats and clapping. Nomi is holding a bunch of balloons larger than they are. And Rex is wearing a cute little waiter's outfit with a bow tie. Of course, that's Rex's outfit. You accept their hugs and birthday wishes, trying to hide your exhaustion and demurring with a few pointed, "All this for me? You shouldn't have." No, really? Damn, Fisher. 9 extra cards. 75 points in one round. Have we ever broke that threshold? I don't think so. Rex wanders around with a tray full of little snacks, offering them to everyone with a vampy accent and a silly, airheaded giggle. The goofball act chips away at the natural awkwardness of a surprise party. That is, the first 5 minutes after everyone shouts surprise. And soon, everyone is laughing and enjoying themselves. Despite your exhaustion, you start to smile too. Your friends are so amazing. And they're all here because they care about you. Then, you get some unexpected guests. The lounge begins to fill with Helio kids, mostly ones you don't know. The ones who usually keep to themselves and, well, don't much like you original Stratospheric kids. Vance and Em are with them, his arm draped over her shoulders. Nem gives you a little wave of acknowledgement for your birthday, which earns a weird look from Vase. He's jealous. I'm not trying to steal her away, Vase. Uh-oh. Hey, and it's Cal. It's Cal saying this. But we also heard from Cal that Rex actually punched him. Rex punched Cal. Hey, who invited you guys? Cal says, stepping forward with his hands clenched. This is a private party. Uh-oh. It's a public lounge, Vase replies. We could sit wherever we want. Cal stomps right into the midst of the Helios. Oh no. You guys think that just because you fell out of the sky, you're the wormhole's gift of Vertumna, he spits out. We don't need you. We never needed you. All you do is make things worse, like this party. You've rarely seen Cal so ready for a fight. He doesn't seem to care that the body language of the Helio kids has changed from cocky to dangerous. You're just a bunch of fascists, Cal continues. You Endlum! The lounge erupts. Chairs screeching across the floor as the Helios jump to their feet, yelling at Cal, calling the colony illegal and Cal a fugitive. They jostle him around, but Cal plants his feet and stands his ground. You hear a bottle breaking and see someone advancing on Cal. He's not backing down. Oh, happy birthday! Happy birthday. Amazing. This is my 18th birthday. Oh god. Nem, we have to stop this. Like, I'm gonna try to get my side to calm down. Nem, get your boyfriend under control. Hey, come on guys, cut it out, Nem says tiredly. It's Solana's birthday. Don't make it a big thing. They seem to respect her, so they back down. But not before a few parting libelous shots at Kyle's parentage and alleged actions with animals. Ugh. They can talk if they want. Oh. She turns to Cal and pokes her finger in his chest. Oh. You provoked them on purpose, she says angrily. I am not your friend anymore. Don't ask me to stick up for you if you're being an asshole. Oh god. They used to be... Well, Mars exclaims, clapping her hands. That was enough excitement, I think. Let's move on to the important part. Cake and presents! Under Mars' skillful party hosting hand, the mood shifts back to festive. I'm surprised that worked. Mars is a amazing presence. You enjoy your presents and your cake. But tensions boiling over like that is a bad omen for the rest of the year. Yeah, Nak. They used to be such good friends. We used to do the bot wrestling competition together. And since I became best friends with Nem, I chose Nem as my closest friend. Naturally, I also ended up becoming super close to Cal. And we were close. It was the three of us. It is always the three of us. Until now. It's like I lost Nem. Now Cal lost Nem. Nem! Nem yawns as you approach. Sorry, Solana, she says, covering her mouth. Late night, early morning. You know how it is. Damn it, Nem. Tangent doesn't notice you approach, absorbed and staring at her hand. She flexes it a few times and touches her thumb to each fingertip. When she notices you, she looks surprised for a moment before her expression smooths over again. The body's a remarkable machine, she says. So weak as a child, then so strong in its prime, then ravaged by its own imperfect biology until it literally crumbles around us. And yet, somehow, we made it to the stars. And then here, she closes her fist. Imagine what we could do if not burdened by our physical forms. Yeah, Tang has been hinting at this transhumanist angle for a long time. You can definitely tell that Vase just wants to control Nem too. Yeah, there was that indicator here. I felt it is so gross. Nem, we were younger. I think we were like 15 or 16, and Vase was 19 at the time, and he put a hand on her, and then she blushed, and she looked a bit uncomfortable. I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, but I kept telling, in my headcanon is, Nem and I had arguments about, he's not good for you, and she's like, you just don't get him. If you got time to understand him, maybe you would be my friend. And then we're fighting, and then they're fighting, and then it sucks. I broke them up the first playthrough and romanced them. Good job, Fisher. And cares about being better than her like the relationship is competition. Yeah. Look, I mean, I guess we're gonna try to get to know him in subsequent playthroughs. I'm not looking forward to that, but whatever. 2 more years, chat. Mars is tapping away at a large holoscreen display of the colony. An art gallery here, she muses, dragging some template buildings around, next to a gourmet restaurant here. A walk down the promenade past the boutiques, ending at the live theater. She places her finger to her chin. What do you think, Solana? It's all a fantasy right now, but you know me. I'm highly goal-oriented. It sounds nice, Mars, but we're at war. I'm sad. Cal is doing some hardcore inverted yoga pose. I guess he grew up into be that kind of person. Balanced on his hands with his legs folded up and his knees tucked on top of his elbows. His breathing is long and steady. Check it out, he says, slowly extending one leg out so it sticks straight up into the air behind him. This one's called the crow pose. But I think it's kind of more like a float cow. Get it? Because it's kind of like I'm floating. Float crow. Okay. At least you're in good spirits after that birthday. Empathy. Empathy. This is persuasion and organizing. Okay, let's do one round of empathy. And then let's assist the governor. I'm so interested to find out the inner workings of this council. You know, I'm going to do it now. One of your first tasks as an administrator is to format the monthly report to Earth. Oh, we're reporting to Earth. It's full of boring, carefully formatted data. Seek is very specific about it and makes you redo it 3 times until you get it right. One of your favorite things was the MC messing with hallucinogenics and Cal being there. For me, I chose Tang. I think we were experimenting with the Blep. I know this event. We were experimenting with the Blep tea. But I chose Tang. And then we had to cut off Tang. Because it is like stronger than coffee and highly addictive. And apparently, it got into a darker territory. And Tang opened up about addiction running in the family, and there are hints about what happened to her mother, and this is mother. I could kind of surmise what happened. Not a happy time. So yeah, Tang was like, addiction runs in my family. And I'm like, oh shit. But Tang sees a mother in Instance, which is why she's holding on to Instance, which is why I really felt bad for Tang when the Helios first arrived. And they clapped Instance in chains, in manacles, and like carted her away. And you could see Tang was like barely holding it in. So, yeah. You drop off the report at the comms desk and realize you've yet to be told how to process any reply from Earth. You wonder if they reply at all. Investigate on my own. This is why I took this. You sneakily read through the administrative HoloNet files you're allowed to access now. There's a huge backlog of messages, all dating from during the 20 years the Stratospheric was in space. You scroll through the preview text quickly, not wanting to draw too much attention to yourself. The majority of the messages are updates from the colony's allies in the Vertumna group. But every so often, there's a message ordering the ship to cease and return to Earth, putting an end to their illegal immigration and return their stolen property. If the Vertumna group weren't outlaws on Earth before, stealing congruence and the gene tech definitely did the trick. These messages are angry. That is just reminding me so much of the Lancer game I'm currently part of. Lancer is a tabletop RPG. If you like the story here, and if you're interested in playing a tabletop RPG which deals with themes like this, like exocolonist, living as a colonist, trying to deal with the natives of a land that the colony didn't know was there before or refused to acknowledge, and all these kinds of different tensions of figuring out how to coexist and live together after a point of no return, I implore you to check out the Lancer Tabletop RPG narrative campaign. What's the narrative campaign? Wait, Lancer hardcover adventure. But it's all about this, which is why I'm really digging this right now. Like, I'm currently a player in this, and one of one of my party members is a member of the Department of Justice. The other one's from the Science Bureau, and me, I'm like a third party, like a relief, first responder aid group, kind of neutral party, and trying to broker like an alliance with different species on a planet, talking about charters, the colony charters, the history of war crimes, and it's really multi-layered and super amazing. No room for a wallflower. That is the narrative campaign for the Lancer tabletop RPG. It's very much like teenage exocolonist vibes here, but more on the mecha side of things. You know, mud and lasers, mechs, and that. But all of this, like, I'm getting such no room for a wallflower vibes. You haven't done digging into that yet, but I did get a little insight of it from my most recent playthrough, a play out through Mars. Oh, you know what? I really love this. I really love it, but we're not done with it yet. I'm just gonna link it here for people who are interested. It is so far a super duper engaging narrative campaign. It's really challenging me as a player and challenging us as a player because you're answering all these complicated questions, and it deals a lot about, you know, heavy themes of colonialism and how to deal with that in a frontier world. But that's basically no room for wallflower. And with big corporations who claim ownership over things, and same thing, we're dealing. This is exactly what happened. The Vertumna Group, they stole an AI casket and gene tech and a printer. So of course they were labeled as fugitives, and you get the Grey Towns who are very against corporate ownership, and they're trying to get away from all that. But that clashes with. But then there are the natives of the planet, and then, but there's a history of war on all sides, and it's just so amazing. Like generational problems, intergenerational trauma, colonial problems, colonial challenges, and just great mech drama. Anyway, I'm not affiliated with any of that. I just love the campaign so far. So back to it. There are no messages from any time after the stratospheric landed on Vertumna. Maybe nothing can get through the wormhole. Maybe the communication system was damaged, and it wasn't until the heliopause landed that communications could be restored. Or maybe both planets are just shouting into the void. It's impossible to say. Oh, nice hand. I already got the achievement for this, but it's nice to get it again. Yeah, winning hand. Awesome. We got a lot of persuasion there. Nomi is sitting in front of an array of holo screens, all displaying different tutorials for various crafts and hobbies. I was thinking of learning something new, Nomi says, poking their finger into their cheek. It's not enough that I already know how to draw and write, play video games. I could learn to knit, or sculpt, or make jewelry. You think about this for a second. I know we can just nanoprint stuff like that, but it's nice to make stuff with your hands, right? I'm really getting worried about this. You catch Nem around the side of the garrison, leaning against the wall with her eyes closed. You call her name and she jerks awake, her hand going to her rifle. What? What's going on? Are they here? Oh no. Nem. Nem. Egg. Here. Eat. You're a hero, Nem says, taking the egg. And I'm starving. I'm gonna get the kitchen to cook this up right away. Vase. Heroic. You're still pumped up from the last attack. I feel like I'm missing out on events, but I don't want to like... Okay, perception. We're at 99 perception. Empathy and engineering. Let's get a perk for empathy. But I'm so tempted about assisting the governor. Work construction is +3 engineering and +2 toughness. Organizing and persuasion. No. The animals are +2 empathy. But we could also teach the kids. That's new. I mean, that's something we haven't done often. +1 empathy. You're heading back to your quarters at the end of the day, and as you pass by the med bay, you hear shouts and scrambling from within. Several surveyors have come back with serious wounds. Not the usual broken limbs and sunstroke. One of them is holding a towel to her own leg, staunching blood flow from a massive animal bite. Another looks nearly blinded from acid. It looks like chaos in there. Help in the med bay. Gosh, it's a good thing you were here. Triaging and getting the most badly wounded into the med beds is difficult, and the others need traditional medicine and medical attention while they wait. It's hectic, stressful work, but you're able to keep your head and provide assistance. Good work there, Solana, Chief Engineer Instant says. You know, without the colony's grown, I could use an assistant nurse here. Someone I can trust to take care of things while I'm working in the lab. Come back next month and give me a hand if you're interested. Unlock nursing! Oh, okay. Card becomes mental blue. 4, 4, 4, 4, 5. Is this the highest they can go? No, it's +2 cards with... It became a 5. Why? Oh, because it... Yeah, my bad. Because it turns into a blue and it's a +1. Let's go with this. 4, 4, 4. Wait. I was gonna just change the 5. Earlier was okay, then I changed it to a 5. What did I do with this? Ooh, I could also change that to 6. $37. Ah, 1 point. Missed out on 1 point. Wow, I still haven't... I guess I have to get more empathy. Okay. I cannot tell if it is hubris to believe humanity will become the dominant species in Vertumina as we were on Earth. Tang muses, watching a Dorb's moth flutter by. If nothing else, it is certainly survivorship bias. The family tree of humanoid species has many dead branches, so to speak. Humans are weak, defenseless, fragile, inefficient, and short-lived, Tang says. And that is only a few of our many faults. And yet, we dominated Earth. I have to believe that it is possible to do the same here. Mostly because of our technology. Do you ever think about Tammy? Cal asks you, as you both lean back against the fence and watch the shadows creep across the garden path. He takes a long pull of his canteen and sighs. I don't know. I don't want to be a downer, but it's sad, you know? It's been what, 7 years? He scrubs his hand through his hair. We're all totally different people than we used to be. I wonder what kind of person she would have grown up to be. Yeah, I wonder that too. Utopia is so cool, Nomi says, twirling their pencil between their fingers. She's just out there in the wilderness doing cool explorery stuff. It almost makes me wish I was any good at exploring, but I just get super scared and freeze up. And then I make silly mistakes. Everyone says, "Nomination! Stop making silly mistakes." Oh, that's what nom nom short for. Nomi nomi. Nomination. We had to save Nomi Nomi from a plant. They almost got eaten by a plant. "Why, hey," Rex exclaims, jumping up when he sees you. "How's it hanging, Solana?" Your eyes fall to a spectacular line of hickeys that travel down his neck and disappears under his harness. He sees you looking and laughs. Unashamed, he pulls down the fabric of his harness to show off that they go much farther than that. "Me? I'm good," he laughs. "Real good, if you catch my drift." "Yeah, not hugging you right now." Man, how do I get to you this? Rest on the walls. Empathy. Cal is a hard worker, but he doesn't take anything too seriously. Working alongside him always feels less like work and more like hanging out with a friend. Even shoveling out the barns doesn't feel like a chore when Cal's around. Get to work. Oh, no special event? Wait, would it be better if... Sure. 3 stars. Okay, Fisher, no, thank you so much for hanging out and sticking it out, Fisher. Like, I am so grateful that you have been here since we started streaming this afternoon, Fisher. We've been streaming for a total of almost 10 hours, Fisher. I'm actually wondering if I should pause and do a finale on Tuesday. I'm wondering if I should do a finale next week. But it's at an awkward time, right? Like, we're close to finishing, but it might take like another hour or two. That it's too little for next week, but it's too much for right now. Let's get to Vertonalia. Then let's see if that's a nice like season ender or a cliffhanger we can... You're right. Let's get to Vertonalia. Then it's 4:33 a.m. here. It might be like I want to be 100% for the finale. And then, yeah, you're right, Nak. We could, for the first half of the stream, we finish up the first playthrough, and then we can go all out and just do all the other stuff. Because I am also starting to feel it, like, and I do not want to be tired when I'm getting into the good stuff. So, thanks. Yeah. Okay, Fisher, we're gonna go for Vertumnalia. Well, no more Vertumnalia Festival. What's gonna happen now? But thank you for dropping by, getting us all those wins, and just talking about the story. And even if no, even if there are no spoilers, I just really appreciate people staying around. And you guys have done so many playthroughs already, and I'd love to hear more of your thoughts. Like after the spoilers, after I'm already good with spoilers, after the first playthrough, and we can just talk about everything openly. I'm sure there's so much to talk about. Aha! Spa. Pay to remove cards in the quarters, Spa. No problem, Fisher. Yeah, I have barely scratched the surface. I can see that now, but I'm having so much fun, Nak. I won't be able to wait until next week. Because I do play a different game every... Like, our regular stream is Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. And I play a different game per day. But since I have people here on Tuesday around this time, I could just like come back at the same time. But on Thursday we have Anna Mutation M. This weekend, we have a free weekend, so I have to decide what goes in for this weekend. Or I could always go with a double, right? Thank you for the follow, Ditzy. Thank you so much. Or I could just do it. Like, I'm not sure if y'all will be available on Thursday, though. Same time. You had plans to hang out with Cal today. Wait, no, I can't on Thursday evening. I can't. I have something on Thursday evening. So I would only have a short stream on Thursday at the regular time, which is 3 to 7 p.m. GMT plus 8. So that's... Yeah, that's gonna be cutting it short. Uh-oh. You had plans to hang out with Cal today, but when you arrive at the Geoponics Dome, it's worryingly dark inside. You fumble around in the red emergency lighting until all the lights come back on with a heavy ka-thunk of a breaker being flipped. You blink into the sudden blinding light until the figures of Cal and Chief Engineer Instance resolve themselves in your vision? Okay. Absolutely no more of that, young man. Instance scolds Cal as he cradles his hoverboard in his arms. The power grid is not your plaything. I thought it was something else that was going on. I understand, Auntie, Cal says. I'm sorry. Instance mutters to herself as she passes you. Honestly, all of this over a toy. Yeah, if we have a free week, yeah, since Saturday I'm doing HEMA now every Saturday afternoon. So I will be here my evening. I might be too tired. I'll definitely let everyone know once I get it in. So Saturday afternoon I would be busy. Saturday evening would be okay. Sunday is also something might happen on Sunday. So damn. We'll see. We'll see. I will be announcing it on the channels because it will be the finale of the first playthrough for sure. Like, I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to conclude the first playthrough by the next session. So we'll make announcements about that. Hey, Dudette, Cal greets you. Sorry, I meant to meet you outside after work, but... He looks down at his hoverboard. My board wouldn't start, and I figured it was maybe out of juice. But when I plugged it in, it threw off all these sparks, and then the whole power grid shut down. Cal's shoulders slump. I was gonna ask Dr. Instance to take a look at it, but she told me she doesn't have time to fix a dumb toy. Yes, we have enough engineering to fix this hoverboard. Let me take a look at it. Well, okay, Cal says, slowly handing over the lifeless hoverboard. I guess you are pretty good at fixing things. You open up the hoverboard and poke around in its guts for a little while. Yeah, I should do that. I'll make an announcement. I usually make an announcement when it's the last episode for the playthrough. So I definitely have to remember to do that. But thank you for the reminder, Fisher. Because usually, like, you know, finale, then I announce it. Like, last episode. Well, this will be our last episode of the first playthrough. But I think I will just play the subsequent playthroughs on stream as well. I like talking about it. After about 20 minutes of fruitless prodding, you have to admit defeat. You're like 75% sure you know what's broken, and 0% sure you know how to fix it. In fact, you think you might have made it worse for trying. Whoops. You hand the hoverboard back to Cal, who cradles it sadly in his arms. Damn, this was the first... This hoverboard... We were kids, and this is how we got close to Cal. We did their stupid hoverboard tricks on the uneven ground. Wow, and now it's broken. I'm sorry, Cal, but I remember our good times with the hoverboard. It's always kind of sad when a piece of old technology needs to be retired. But Cal seems to take this one harder than most. He hugs the hoverboard to his chest and excuses himself, not waiting to hear you say goodbye. That's sad. Fanua, thank you so much. Well, you're right. I'm not going to be finishing my first playthrough tonight. But thank you for sticking around. For our next session, it will definitely be the conclusion of the first playthrough. I will announce when I do that. Either this weekend or next Tuesday. It depends on what happens and what shows up for my schedule. Have a good evening, Vanuatu. Take care. And as always, thank you for the support. And welcome to you're always welcome at the table. See you around. I cannot wait to just talk to everyone, like, with no more spoilers. Just, like, no more spoiler warnings. Just, I'm done. Let's talk about it. I'm sad about this hoverboard, though. I did not expect that hoverboard to happen, but it happened. And now I'm thinking back to when we were 10 and enjoying hoverboard shenanigans. Sad. There's just something wrong going on here. I'm just so worried about Nem. And Nem, not only that, Nem is pushing herself way too hard. You spot Rex's leg hanging over the side of a makeshift hammock he's fashioned out of tarp cloth. He's asleep, but he stirs as your shadow falls over his face. What? He murmurs, blinking up at you. What's up? Do you need something? Hug. Oh, yeah, Rex exclaims, wrapping you in a strong bear hug. He even lifts you off the ground a little. It's a good hug. It kind of makes you instantly just a little more relaxed. Yeah. Oh, wait, we have a new event threshold. Mars is fanning herself with a well-manicured hand. Ugh, she says. Can we just turn down the heat on this whole stupid planet? It's either hot and dry or cool and muggy, and I am tired of it. New event. You follow the sounds of laughter and find Nomi Nomi and Rex playing catch. Or maybe the word for the game they're playing is more like fetch. Nomi throws a ball as far as they can and Rex tears after it, climbing and leaping over anything in his way like it's not even there. Rex hands the ball back to Nomi, and Nomi winds up to throw it again. But at the last second, they palm the ball and hide it under their arm. Rex barrels off away from Nomi with his ground-eating stride and gets pretty far away before he stops and looks around confused. No, he's a dog. Doggo. He looks back at Nomi, who waggles the ball at him, and bursts out laughing. That is adorable. Nomi! He shouts, running back to them. He picks them up and hauls them over his shoulder, and Nomi shrieks with delight as Rex spins them around. They're like brother and sister. Two Helio kids in their crisp uniforms pass by, glaring archly. How do you glare archly? At Nomi and Rex. Rex sets Nomi down and then spots you over Nomi's shoulder. Whoa, hey, it's Solana, he says. And Nomi turns around and gives you a stunningly bright smile. Rex slings his arm over Nomi, and Nomi lays their head on his shoulder. They're both breathless and beaming with happiness. What's the deal with your Helio friends? Rex and Nomi look at each other and stick out their tongues. They aren't our friends, Rex replies, shrugging. All they want to do is act like mindless little soldiers and measure each other's dicks. He rolls his eyes. There's so many more fun things you can do with. Nomi thumps Rex in the chest. Don't be gross, they whine. Sorry, Nomi. Rex apologizes. I just mean, we don't need anyone else. Ever since we were kids, it's been me and Nomi here. They're my best friend. I love them like my sibling. Nomi smiles shyly and hides their face. Rex is my best friend too. Aw, buddy. Rex coos and wraps his whole body around Nomi's smaller one. He kisses them noisily on the cheek, snuffling into their hair, while Nomi shrieks with laughter again. We were always the odd ones out on the Heliopause, Rex says. People thought we were weird, you know? You probably don't see it because everyone is so awesome here, but compared to all the rest of those smug, boring jerks, we really stuck out. But I'd rather be different than be like them. This is so anime, I love it. He looks down at Nomi, who beams up at him. And I got to be different with my best friend, which was awesome. We just hung out together and had our own fun while everyone else trained to be proper little soldiers. Right, Nomi? Nomi frowns. Like Vase and all of his cronies, they say quietly. It wasn't all fun and games. Rex shushes Nomi and strokes his hand through their hair. I know, he says, but that's in the past. We don't have to grow up to be soldiers. We're here now. And there's so many more people to be friends with. He shoots you a smile. Like Solana. Ah, man, I don't really feel like more than friends with Rex. Not really. Wait. Flirts with Nomi? Well, no. Nomi was like a younger sibling to me. Yeah, I'm your friend. Wait, did I get that right? This is flirt with Nomi. I don't think that's nope. Particularly younger sibling. Yeah, I'm your friend. Rex smiles and holds his other arm out to you. Group hug! Rex gives really good hugs, and Nomi's no slouch either. Aww. Uh-oh. Mars is flipping through most recent council minutes on her holopalm, one perfect eyebrow arched in disbelief. Lum is a disaster, she scoffs. You wouldn't believe some of the reforms he's blocked. Oh, no. Mars, you need to... Let's take over the colony. I'm so worried. What can I do now? Engineering. Engineering. Let's get the engineering perk. Construction, right? It's +3 to engineering. At the next SFC club meeting, Mars swears in Nami and Rex. Do you swear that you will, to the best of your ability, protect and defend this colony against our enemies and faithfully keep this secret oath forever and ever? Nami and Rex both agree. You know, maybe we got something here. Maybe the SFC should be the ones in charge. The pledge sounds a lot more political than you remember. Mars hands them both pins with the SFC club's logo. The first order of business is apparently dishing more about the governor, Lumb. What do you think about him? Mars drills Rex and Nami. Is he as ignorant as he looks? He's not like pretending to be a nullhead to lull us into a false sense of security, right? Nami and Rex look at each other awkwardly. Oh right, they're Helio kids. Rex clears his throat and scratches behind his ear. Nah, Lum's just another meathead military guy. Honestly, he wasn't even real good at doing that, so I think they gave him a desk job to keep him out of the way. Then we came through the wormhole and he makes a splat noise. Bunch of people up top died, and he was the only one left. Nami nods. Yeah, they confirm. He's like pretty okay, I guess. We don't know him that well. Mars stares openly at Nami and Rex. Wait. You're telling me that he's the leader of the whole colony and he has all the governing experience of a triplet sandwich? Nami and Rex look at each other again, then shrug and nod. It sounds familiar. I am just reminded of real-life political situations. Ah, Mars exclaims, pulling her hair in indignation. I would be better governor than this idiot. He just sits in his office recording stupid HoloNet videos about how we're winning and winning. It's so pointless. Oh shit, I thought it was an actual heart attack. I panicked, Fisher. I thought it was almost a literal heart attack. That sucks though. The lamp in the living room had its rope break and then crashed on the coffee table. Was the coffee table glass? Or was it just a lamp that shattered? At least you weren't anywhere near the coffee table. Damn. It was its time to go. The rope just broke? Holy crap. Hopefully the damage is not too much and at least you're okay, Fisher. I when I saw it, I was kind of like, heart attack? Holy crap. And then only the rope. Okay. So coffee table is fine. Lamp is fine. Spooky ghost. Yeah. The ghost probably wanted more attention, but that's not how you do it. That's not how you do it, ghost. You don't break people's property. I like how the timing was also... Like, I'm sorry about the lamp and the rope breaking, but the timing was also with this dialogue and just... When Mars snapped, Mars is like, what? And then the lamp fell. Well, yeah, hopefully... you know, I also think this place is haunted. Like, Passion back there, the cat, when she was new, she was staring at random parts of my room. So, keeping the ghost company. Just hope they're friendly ghosts, right? Mars slumps in her chair and puts her head in her hands. What are we going to do about this planky nullhead? Oh, I'm liking where this is going. Mars? I whisper. Hypothetically, what would you say if you became governor? Mars's eyes go wide. What the? That's... We could. Why not? If you want a better future, we'd have to build it ourselves. This is where we planted the seeds in Mars's ambition. If it's haunted, then this is the first time it has done something that is hard to explain. Yeah, it's like the rope just broke. The rope just snapped. Was the rope even fraying at that point? Silly ghost. Uh-oh. I kind of predicted that the Secret Fun Times Club would evolve in our adult years, but I love seeing it happen right now before us, chat. Lum's war on nature is really bad too. Cal speaks up for once. It's like he thinks everything will be okay if we just hunt all the animals here to extinction. But if he does, it's gonna screw up the food chain real bad. You look at the little SFC pin on your shirt and realize your silly childhood secret club might be turning into a bit of a political organization. Huh. I love it. I love it. I knew it as the right call to keep spending time here. Okay, we're working construction though. Let's build the colony. +1 to mental cards. Mars is gonna skim off the top, right? Huh. Don't be sorry about it, Fisher. I was just worried. It's just... But that does make a story for tell. You can't tell because it's one of those ropes for lamps that can adjust how high it is. I see. Well, you know, wear and tear can really do things, but sometimes it's also the more colorful explanation is more fun. It's just a good thing you weren't under, or no one was under that lamp. 3 stars, SFC in the bag. Let's go. Almost at Vertuna. Extra card draw. Okay, we're good. I've been wanting to do that. I've been wanting to like Inception Mars. Like, Mars, when are you gonna take charge? Now is the time. Before things get even worse. And maybe I'll be able to help Nem. Are you happy, Nem? Are you happy? Are you okay, Nem? I worry about you. I'm still your friend, Nem. And I'm worried, Tang's worried about her brother. I'm worried about this too. I'm worried about everyone. And Cal's doing yoga. Have fun. Nomi's typing away at their hollow palm, their tongue sticking out between their teeth. Sorry, I just gotta get one more line of code down, they mutter. After a few seconds, they close their hollow palm and give you a tired smile. Whew. Who knew we'd have to learn to code to write a hollow novel, right? No matter how done I think it is, there's always something else I can tweak. You are a person of many talents. And also the only one in the colony with anime eyes. You find Rex sitting in the bowl of one of the unfinished buildings. Oh, yeah, we got that. We got that. All right. Engineering, we're good. We're good. I want more stuff, right? Yeah, Nak, I'm so invested in these characters. Oh, what's this? Yeah, my mom did not even wake up for a minute. She was sleeping on the couch next to the... Oh my god. That is a heavy sleeper. At least it didn't fall on your mom. We're all good. We're all good here. Oh, I haven't seen a notice board in a while. Vertumna is ours now and for all time. Vertumnalia Festival next month. I thought that was the last. Oh, one thing we didn't do is we didn't join a hunting party yet. We haven't tried joining a hunting party. Huh. Well, I'm gonna check that out. I'm gonna check out the option. Hunt in the swamps. Oh. No. Not shooting things up with vase. You know, it's also lovely, Nak. When Solana was younger, when my parents asked me what I wanted to be, young Solana was like, I want to be a monster slayer and protect the colony. She was so young and innocent. Then her mother passed away, and then everything shifted from there. And then now, Solana can't even look at her rifle without feeling guilty. Yeah, well, perhaps the ghost was just saying, acknowledge me, Fisher. Now you acknowledge it. That was the last time they'd be having events during the festival. Did they say it was gonna be this is the last year, or was last time the last one? Anyway, we're gonna get to it. But yeah, Nak, like I'm really loving like me as a writer, as a creative, so many ups and downs. And my playthrough is very different from all of your playthroughs. And it all comes together in such great ways. I'm super sad as an observer, as a player, but I'm really liking the story of, you know, my Solana. Last time was the last time there was a contest, and the festival will turn into something we hate. All right. Assist the governor. I like where this is going. The SFC club, I want to spend more time with them. I planted the seed of revolution in Mars. Being Lump's assistant isn't the glamorous life of political intrigue you were hoping for. He's more of a soldier than a politician, and even then, you hear he's not much of a soldier either. If you notice that people mock him, he doesn't seem to care. It almost makes him more boastful. Like he thinks he thinks the sole duty of governor is to soak up as much attention and power and wield it whenever and however he likes. Thank you. Yeah, that's clearer now. Last time the festival would still be held, but not the festival events. Right. Thank you for catching that. And that was the last event, and the dialogue was like, the descriptive text was, this may be the last time it could be just like kids, you know, with these events. That's sad. That's sad. In your first playthrough, you didn't get anything done. Nak, it's just, that's how Solana's racked by guilt. She was too little too late to solve the famine, and she was one step to saving her father. So she blames herself for all of that. As for the Helios, they seem to have their own ways to get around him. They're grateful he's gotten into politics because that means your older and more experienced security chief Rhett makes all but the largest military decisions. In fact, you think some of them enjoy that he's such a moron because they hope the colony fails. They think he's entertaining. We're all in the college. What? Mars is responsible for producing his social media content, which he considers an important part of his brand. They mostly consist of powerful sounding but ultimately empty speeches about how great the colony is doing and how proud everyone should be of their really truly great work, just fantastic really. Usually while carrying a log of mushwood so he looks super strong. You and Mars are huddled in command, trying to avoid his attention while Mars scrolls through Loom's selfie roll, trying to pick the best one for social media. As a political strategy, it's not unheard of, she mutters. Plenty of Earth dictators use it. I just can't tell if it's his official strategy or if he really is this vain. Yeah, if you're 19 right now, then the end of the year. I'm 18, so that's why I'm gonna have to finish this like next week or this weekend. We're gonna pause during this Vertumnalia festival, so we're almost there. Like 2 more, I think. You hear footsteps approaching and Mars groans. Lum claps his hand on her shoulder and smiles broadly. There you are. I was thinking, in the next video, I think the colony is ready to see some of the footage from that counterattack I led against the enemy aliens. Oh, stars. You remember this. Lum plays the footage of the time he charged into battle and nearly got everyone killed with explosives. You cringe as you remember it wasn't your finest moment either. You can't believe this is the footage he wants to hold up as proof of his bravery and vision. This is great footage, Mars simpers. Just really great. It's actually perfect for Solana to practice working on her video editing skills. You shoot Mars a stinky look, but she just smiles. Lum agrees. With such great material, you practically did your job for you. I'm the editor now. I have the power to mess with this footage. You have just handed me something of value. How are you going to spin this into a propaganda piece? Oh no! So next is already version 9. So this, at least I like we're wrapping up with this. We're wrapping up the session with this. Convince him to try something else. No. Do you realize how many people could have died because of your stupid? But do I want to try to make him look bad? This is it, right? This is it. This is how it is. I'm gonna call him out for this. Sir, with all due respect, you put so many lives in danger. You are putting so many lives in danger with your stupid antics. Did you know I almost got caught in that blast, Ditzy? I almost got blown up because of his stupid heroics. He's watched too many holovids. That's what it is. He's just trying to reenact these holovids. The glamorization of the conqueror, the pioneer. In fact, he quoted about his poem, okay? He interrupted the ball to say a poem about how glamorous it is to colonize the land and subdue it because humanity. If those ain't red flags, I don't know what it is. God. But I love it. As a filmmaker in real life, it's like, oh, you're giving me the footage? Okay, I'm gonna edit it. I have the power to tell the story, you know? People do not realize that there's so much power in editing. Let's not screw this up. 70? We didn't equip the right cards. Crap. Shit. Okay, let's get this out of the way first. The neighbors become blue. Right, I can use items. I can use items too. But That's a 23. Compared to... we put the mushwood log and this becomes a 555 red. Five, six, seven. Straight. And 32. This is your highest first round. Good call, Fisher. Good call. We got this in the bag. It's already 38. And we're in round 2. Whoops. 24 versus 32. Your math is on point, Fisher. That is a good call. Yeah, you know, we're good. We're editing. I'm channeling my spirit through Solana. Solana, this is video editing. We got this. We ain't feeding his propaganda machine. I love how just before this, the event just before this, was Mars getting it in her head that, you know what? I could be governor. So this is it. Two, 3, 4, 5, 9. Okay, this is a 48. Let's try 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5. 43. All right, the other one was higher. What was that again? Here we go. I feel like the 5, 46, 40. Win! 3 stars. This had to be 3 stars. We got it, Fisher. You crack your knuckles and settle in to make Lum worse than a joke. You make him a meme. Mars cackles when she watches the video, then hits send. It's perfect, she says. See, and I love it. Like, Mars, it's like when we were 10, Mars was like obviously like the bully or something, right? But we got to know Mars. We stood up to Mars, and Mars respected that. And now I could tell, like, when the governor gave the footage to Mars, and then Mars was like, "Oh, this is the time to test. It's time for Solana's to improve her video editing skills." In my headcanon is like, since we had that secret meeting already, without even talking, we knew like, this is a great opportunity, Mars. Let's do it. And we did it. Mars cackles when she watches the video, then hits send. It's perfect, she says. I don't care if he looks bad. Garbage in, garbage out, you know? She sighs wistfully as people start to react to the video. I would give you much better source material. And so it begins. -10 kudos, -1 colony in defense. Look, I can't get any higher. I am rebel scum, alright? I'm already 100. You don't need to get to work. And then I guess Mars and I like, well done, well done, future Governor Mars. Yeah, damn those rebel scum. Hey, it's not Vertumnalia yet. One more action, then it's Vertumnalia. What's up? You need something? Okay, this is the first time I'm gonna happy hug. I'm gonna happy hug Rex. I'm not sad hug. I'm gonna happy hug him. Happy hug. Because I think Solana is finding her footing again. Perhaps Solana is daring to hope. Everything is coming to a head now. I am still worried about Tang in this, obviously. But right now, we gotta stop the colony from doing something they'll regret. You stop punching my friends, Vase. Oh, this. All right. You know, I love that. Let's continue working there. Okay, let's say Vertumnali is around the corner, and then, oh no, our dear governor needs time. Needs help again. Persuasion and organizing. I do want my persuasion to go up anyway, and we are almost at 100 organization. We're gonna need that for the times to come, right? You develop a bit of an affinity for the bitter, bracing taste of blep tea. Everyone around you drinks it, so you're always fetching some. It's easy to start pouring yourself a cup every once in a while. Then every other day. Then every day. Then multiple times a day. You realize you have to cut back when you start seeing visions. Well, more visions than usual anyway. Time to put down the mildly hallucinogenic stimulant, Solana. Hallucinogenic coffee. That's terrifying. I am not going to wipe his bum. Alright, okay, 1 round. +1 to social yellow cards. I only have 1 yellow card. Ah, yellow card. Heh. Can we get even higher? 43 super goal. Can we get higher than this? Nope. 45. All right. What is it, Fisher? I put a 5 here. Oh, did he do it? Did he do it right? Okay, same score. 45, 45. Okay, we're good. 45. It's a good thing I'm with the 5 there. Yeah, I don't think this will work. 3 and 4. Hey, it's still the same score. Like, I almost clicked yes, but it's a good thing we moved the 5 here. 3 stars. Good job. Okay, here we go. I am so worried what's gonna happen. So this will be... We're wrapping up the stream. Happy Vertumnalia Festival, everyone. This year, Governor Lum's ascension to the Vertumnalia stage is heralded by an entire military band, their instruments shiny and nano-printed new. They march out of command and formation, splitting and forming a phalanx at the foot of the stage as Lum takes his place before you. Spotlights turn on with heavy ka-chunk noises, illuminating Lum in a halo of floating dust particles. He spreads his arms wide. Hello, Vertumna! His voice booms over the speakers. Are we winning? Or what? The reaction is mixed. You look around. It's easy to see the ones cheering the loudest are Helios and people who fully adopted their mentality. Like Nem. The Stratos are more reserved, some even silent. Security Chief Rhett is one of them, his usual stony expression hiding his true feelings. Oh, the music's dying down, chat. Regardless, there's enough cheering that Lum has to wait for it to die down before he continues. We're killing it out there, people, he exclaims. Every day we claw a little more territory from the savage aliens of this planet. A Watato pod arcs through the air and lands with a broken splort at Lum's feet, splattering him with juice. You don't see who threw it, but the faction from Geoponics is looking restless. They begin to jeer and stomp their feet. Lum continues on, raising his fist. Those Xenos attacked us first, and now they're learning. Don't mess with humankind. The crowd is now evenly split between cheering and booing. The Stratos are agitated, and you hear calls for things to return to how they were, and how Lum and his soldiers are killing the planet. Even the council, lined up before the stage and facing the crowd, look conflicted. That ain't how it is. Utopia turns and hollers up at Lum. You don't even know what it's like out there. You just sent folks out to die for your stupid war. Utopia hops on stage and... Oh no, Utopia. Utopia hops on stage and routs her own here speak through the speakers. He's lying, she yells bitterly. This year, we lost 2 surveyors in the swamps, Sorrel and Quinny. They'd be alive today if Lum hadn't sent them on to clear out Manicorden for no good reason. That's why we lost a surveyor. She jams her finger against the governor's chest. The only threat to our colony here is you! Oh no. Lum's smile doesn't change, but his eyes go cold. He snatches Utopia's hand and calmly, slowly crushes her hollow palm crystal with his thumb. You can hear the crunch of the bones of her hand before her feed cuts out. Utopia yelps as her knees buckle with the pain, her bravado gone. She holds her broken hand to her chest and is too shocked to resist when Lum shoves her off stage. The crowd is stunned into silence as well. Lum clears his throat and approaches the end of the stage, looming tall over the council. Thank you for your input, he says icily. Your concerns have been noted. This isn't the buffoon Lum presents on his daily holovlogs, or the nuisance he is when he visits a worksite. You see something in his eyes you've only caught glimmers of before. Hatred. You Stratos are lucky we didn't crush you under our boots and take your colony by force, he sneers. Before we got here, this colony was doomed. You're only alive because I was merciful. Just a bunch of burned out hippie fugitives. What is your plan for surviving out there? Wishful thinking? Singing songs? And talking to animals? Laughter ripples through the Helios. You, he gestures to the council, then jerks his thumb at his chest, need us. Not the other way around. I'm done pretending I need to listen to your opinions. If you don't want to live, if you want to live, you'll do what I say. There it is, chat. There it is. He stares at Dr. Instance, who glares up at him with hate in her eyes as she tends to Utopia's hand. Maybe it's time to clean house, he threatens. We need team players here. Ones who share one vision for the future of Veritumna. After a few tense moments, Seek clears their throat. Sir, shall I continue with the traditional formalities now? Lum scowls down at Seek, then throws his hand in the air. Whatever. Do it if it makes you feel better. You're all cowards. He turns and stalks off the stage, his marching band scrambling to follow him with his exit song. As promised, there are no contests this year, but there's plenty of food and alcohol. As the suns begin to set, the Helios, including Vase and Nem, head straight for it and look ready to party into the night. The other teams seem a little less at ease. This, quite predictably, has already left. I think Solana is gonna watch as Nem parties it up and she looks sad. And that's when she sees probably the camera, like we see this moving away. It cuts to this, like exiting. And then I've been saying this for a long time. I really wanted to get through to this. I feel like at this moment, Solana's gonna go find this. You look everywhere, but this is nowhere to be found. He's not up on the walls, or in the robotics lab, or hanging out outside at expeditions. He's just gone. Not even congruence can get a read on his location. You grow steadily more anxious as the late sunset comes and goes. Where could he be? The festival continues after sunset, with a huge bonfire and raucous dancing. Someone carries a trivet over from the ranch to be skewered and roasted over the flames. You're far enough away that you can't hear the plant-like creature's dying wheeze, but the smell of roasting flesh is hard to escape. As the party winds down, you catch sight of a familiar shadow creeping in through the front gates. Congruence cheerfully informs you that she now has a location for this, and you breathe a sigh of relief. At least he's home. But where was he? The week after Vertumnalia is one of the hottest since you landed. You're supposed to take time off for a much needed break, but it's just so humid and awful, and temperatures are short. Shortly after the festival, you start seeing graffiti cropping up everywhere. It seems that a lively, if not particularly civil, conversation between the two factions is being held on the flat surfaces of the colony. Lum announces a zero-tolerance policy for political graffiti, but you notice that not every tag is being removed. Just the ones against the war, of course. The atmosphere of the colony is oppressive, as thick as the choking dust heat itself. Everywhere you try to relax, people just want to talk about the war. You take matters worse, the sweltering nights are making your nightmares intense again. You return to work feeling more stressed than before. I bet the lack of events was also brought about by Lum's view of them being frivolous. Yep. He's shown his true colors now. He has shown his true colors. This is the point of no return. This is the time for revolution. But I'm so worried about this, chat. I keep saying I'm so worried about this. I thought we were gonna lose this. Wow. Well, again, thank you everyone for tuning in. We're gonna have to pause here. You're right, Fisher. This is a good place to pause. Then it's like our next session is Rebel Scum time. I gave them a chance. I gave Lum a chance. But he has just declared war on us. And I'm so happy that our secret happy fun times club. I remember one of our first sessions, I was talking about it like nonchalantly, like, hey, you know, this club might be a reflection of how our friendships will be like when we grow up. And lo and behold, Mars is leading the fray, and us supporting each other in this time of crisis. Lum finally showing his true colors. We're not gonna play around anymore, Lum. We're gonna do more than just memes. So I'm excited for that, everyone. Ditzy! Hey, I did not think about that. Oh. Okay, I am super worried about this. Obviously, because of how he talks. But I think this... I'm not sure if he's... I'm always worried that... I'm so worried we're gonna find this having taken his own life. But I have a feeling this is just comfortable with death. I think he just owned up to it. And you know, you might be right on the money, Ditzy. You might be right on the money. I think that is the reality. Thank you for sharing that, Ditzy. I'm still worried about this, but now I'm rooting for him. I hope, because this, when we were kids, by the way, Ditzy, I was sneaking out. This was the one always sneaking out, always wanting to know what's out there. And our relationship, I grew closer to this because, we were sneaking out of the colony. We were 10, 11 years old, defying orders, sneaking out of the colony, seeing the world for ourselves. And this would disappear now and then. And I would see a mysterious figure. And if the dreams are true, you might be onto something, Ditzy. So thank you for that care package, Fisher. It is 5:30 a.m. here. It should be around midnight your time now, Fisher. It's been a long session, but I had so much fun. That is so good. Okay. Ditzy, if you're thinking about getting this game, I highly recommend it. And thank you again for the follow, Ditzy. Just in time. Gonna be drinking this last glass of water. Okay. Thank you everyone for tuning in and supporting this channel. This is Tabletop Cinema. We're gonna be going down through our usual outro. Thank you so much for everyone who came in. You are going to get this game. We're going to welcome you as another teenage exocolonist, Ditzy. Perhaps we'll see you again on this stream once we're done. You finish your playthrough, and we'll get to talk about it. Enjoy your first playthrough, Ditzy. I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. And hopefully, we're all part of the same colony. Good luck. Good luck, Ditzy. I really hope your playthrough is something to remember. We are about to wrap up our own first playthrough. We are 18 years old in Dust Season. We have 1.5 years left to this first playthrough, and I still don't know what to expect at the end. Okay, I'll say, sure, it kind of escalated a bit quickly there, and he's a bit like, haha, twirl mustache. I am obviously an asshole, a dictator, a tyrant. Yeah, it's pretty clear cut now. Like, did I want more nuance in terms of that? Like, how complicated would it be if Lum was actually a competent colonizer? You know, it brings to mind, I'm not sure if you watch Dune. But this brings to mind the mixed feelings I had with Oscar Isaac's character. Oscar Isaac's character, the father, you could call him the benevolent colonizer, right? He was trying to treat people with respect, and he was thinking about his subjects, and he was all around a generally honorable, good, and kind-hearted man who was thrust into this position. He did not ask for power. He did not ask to be the governor of the colony, but he took upon that job and tried his best to work with the locals, right? And try to make sure that it was even and equitable for everyone. Then that gives you mixed feelings. Like, but he's the colonizer. He's not supposed to be here. He's playing his role, but he was a good leader, right? And that puts you in a position of like, okay, like, if we have a person like him in charge, is it bad? We are doing better, right? Or are we? Are we just taking it like, is it better if we all just kick them out? And of course, a lot of people are gonna say yes. And you know how it happens in Dune. So, and I was hoping for kind of something like that. Like, I'm just being nitpicky now, but yeah, he's obviously Lum now is like, there isn't any nuance right now. He's an asshole. He's a tyrant. He hurt Utopia like that. He threatened the entire colony, and he literally said, "If you want to live, you'll follow us." It's like, that's pretty clear. Now I know my course of action. Solana knows what she's gonna do. But I'm gonna talk more about this once we complete the game. And yeah. Sim! You saw them in a promo video and you immediately. I don't think I met this Sim. Sad. Well, I was hoping... Yeah, I don't think I met them yet. It's not... Sim was not in my roster. Next playthrough. However, again, I'm really having fun with this playthrough and where it's going. I thought Solana was gonna romance someone. I really did. But it was either going to be... I think it is either going to be Nem or Tang. But we had that whole... It's something like straight out of a teenage coming of age story, right? I think with Nem, Vase, Solana, the step, the kiss that she should have taken, and stuff like that, right? And now with Tang, I guess the death of her father just drove a wedge between them, and it's hard for Solana to, like, in a way she kind of blames Tang for not finding the cure. Obviously it's out of line, but when Solana was grieving over her father, she was not only blaming herself, but she was also blaming Tang because they were so close and we could have done more. Obviously, it is a lot of grief talking. We're still friends, but there was tension now between Tang and Solana. So I've been loving all these little story beats, and it's all in my head. Like, I can really imagine it coming to life, like on screen, like shot for shot. I can imagine all of it. I wouldn't, like, if I watch this as a television series, I'd enjoy it. But again, thank you everyone. This is really exciting. I think I might actually have a Lancer session tonight. I was just talking about Lancer and how No Room for a Wallflower, the adventure module for the Lancer tabletop RPG, deals with very similar themes as I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. These are the problems that my party is currently trying to resolve. And that's why I'm super vibing with this game, and I'm super excited if my Lancer game pushes through later, because we are also in the deep end right now of changes in government in a colony, in a frontier colony, given the rise of the discovery, the rediscovery of the fact that there were people that came before us, and there's all sorts of baggage that comes with the corporations and their charters and what they own, the people which left the colony and stole proprietary technology to strike it out on their own. And now everyone is just trying to find their place on this alien planet on the frontier. And that's the kind of adventure we're getting. So I'm super excited about it. Reveal the secrets to Dead Sea Fisher. A hint would be nice. Well, it's too late for me. I haven't met Sim yet. But a hint, a non-spoilery hint would be appreciated, just so I can like fantasize about it. But anyway, I was supposed to like log out. I could talk about this all day, but I'm getting tired. I can feel it. Great time to pause. Thank you for the tips, Fisher. And again, okay, good job. Thank you, Fisher. So take care, everyone. I'm gonna see you hopefully for the next stream on Thursday. That's tomorrow on my time now. I will be playing an Anno Mutation M, but I will announce on the channels because it is going to be the finale for our final. It's going to be a final episode for this first playthrough. And I might either do it this weekend or next Tuesday. But I'm excited to get to it. I like where we kind of paused right now. And I'm super hyped up for a possible revolution. There's a reason why Solana is 100 right now. And it's coming together. It's all coming together. You know that meme with Kronk? Oh yeah, it's all coming together. So again, thank you everyone. I cannot thank you all enough. Ditzy and Fisher for hanging out. Enjoy your first playthrough, Ditzy. And everyone who just came in to support the channel. Izzy, Matthew, our new followers, Knack Official, and Eloy Hime for following off stream wherever you are, Eloy Hime. I do appreciate it. Almost 8 hours. That's just for this half of the stream, Fisher. We did our 4 hours in the afternoon, so we've been streaming for 12 hours, and it's almost done. Thank you, everyone. For anyone who may be lurking out there, if you enjoy this content and want to hang out and just keep up with what's happening on this channel, please consider hitting that follow button and checking us out on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. YouTube currently has all the unedited VODs ever since we started streaming. It's just been a repository of all the VODs. We've played a lot of games on the stream. Like, it's just a lot. It's a big chore to like edit down and create highlight videos. So YouTube right now, I want to put on original content, but right now it's basically like a library of every stream that we've done so far. So that's the history right there on YouTube. We just finished our our anniversary month. So I'm still at it and I'm still enjoying it and I still appreciate it. It's really like, I don't regret streaming this because it's been so much more fulfilling and enriching playing it with all of you on chat. Like, Exocolonist is a great game. Like, I know I would have had fun with it on my own, but it's just so much more fun with especially with everyone here who already finished the game multiple times. Thank you so much as well for respecting the no spoilers tag. I really, really appreciate it because I'm super sensitive to spoilers. But I'm also super excited to get to the first end for the first playthrough. Then I'll really be like, I'd be totally open to being spoiled after the first playthrough. So yes, and also we are small, and I'd love to, once I get like the tabletop RPGs going, I'll pretty much announce anything there on our Discord, which is open 24/7. If you wish to join, no pressure. But thank you so much, everyone, for keeping the channel alive. And I cannot wait to talk to all of you other Exocolonists once we jump into the subsequent playthroughs. So I'm going to have to leave you all. I'm going to miss you all even for just a week. It's going to be weird not having the Exocolonists on stream. But on Thursday, I will be continuing with Animutation M if you're interested in a cyberpunk action RPG adventure. Things are also getting a bit exciting over there in terms of story. I am in for a wild like, I'm glad I'm pausing it now, Fisher, because I want to be 100% on point, full of energy, because we're going to start a revolution, Fisher. Bye-bye, everyone. Goodbye, Ditzy. Goodbye, Fisher. No, not goodbye. I'll see you around next time. And as always, welcome to the table. Have a good one. I'll see you on the other side. Bye-bye.